Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter had an omnipotent twin with supreme dark magic, part 1. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Severus slowly pulls away from Lily Potter, tears still running down his face as he looks at the two babies in the crib. One is crying while the other is looking at him with his bright blue eyes, calm, as if he recognized him. Severus thinks back to the letter Lily had delivered to him 2 months back, thinking about the time she had said that he will be the godfather to one of her twins. It was a surprise to hear that she'll be a mother of twins. He studies the babies, noticing that one has dark hair and green eyes while the other has brown hair and blue eyes. He looks at the baby with brown hair, wondering if he should just grab his godson and run away, never to be seen. But Albus would know where he is. He would know where to find him and drag him back to Hogwarts. He looks at the other baby, Harry, and feels bad at the fact that he won't be able to take the dark-haired boy with him. He slowly stood up, moving to the crib and gently picked Kaden up. He looks at Harry, tears running down his baby cheeks. "I'm sorry for not being able to take you too, Harry," he said, even though Harry would not understand him. He turns around and leaves the Potter's home without turning back, leaving Harry alone in the home with Lily's dead body. He stops at that thought, turning back around and moves Harry into a bedroom where Albus, Minerva, or Hagrid would be able to find him, and turns around, walking out of the house and leaving with Kaden, who has fallen asleep in his arms, to his house. 10 years later, Kaden looks up from his book when he hears the door to his bedroom being opened and his godfather enters his bedroom with a letter grasped in his hand. "Good morning, Dad," Kaden said, smiling softly at the dark-haired man who walked towards him and sat down on the bed beside him. "Good morning, Kaden," Severus said, sending his godson a small smile. Kaden has been calling him Dad ever since he has uttered his first word, which was Kitty, and Severus didn't have the heart to tell the boy to stop. He also calls him Severus sometimes. He holds up the letter in his hand, holding them up to Kaden, who looks at it with a confused look. "This is for you." Kaden places down the book to his left, Severus sitting on the bed on his right, and takes the letter. He looks up at Severus, who nods his head towards the letter and opens the letter. His eyes widened at the first sentence his eyes caught. He looks up at Severus, who now has a smile on his face. "I'm going to Hogwarts?" Kaden asked, mouth open wide, still in shock. Severus let out an amused laugh. "Yes, Kaden, you will," he said. "Can you tell he has a soft spot for Kaden? I'm finally gonna have my first wand," Kaden exclaimed excitedly, jumping out of his blanket and wraps his arms around Severus's shoulders, who wraps his arms around him. Before he pulls away with furrowed eyebrows, filling Severus with concern. "What if I'm not sorted into Slytherin?" he asked, looking at Severus with his doe-like blue eyes. "I'm still gonna love you whether you are sorted into Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, or Ravenclaw," Severus responds, putting Kaden at ease. "The house you're sorted into doesn't change how I look at you, Kaden." Kaden smiles, wrapping his arms around Severus again. "I love you, Dad," he muttered into Severus's shoulder. "I love you too, Kaden," Severus said, smiling softly behind Kaden's shoulder. Did he forget to mention that he was right about Kaden and Harry not being identical twins rather than identical twins? They look nothing alike. He has seen Harry's face, and he looks like James with Lily's eyes, while Kaden has Lily's soft-spoken face with blue eyes and James' brown hair. Kaden looks around his surroundings of the Diagon Alley, a soft smile on his face as he holds Severus' hand with his right hand. He has been here before, and he would never get tired of these buildings. He would never not love this place and the wizarding world. An hour passed by as Severus bought Kaden the stuff that he needed for Hogwarts. Right now, they're in Severus' home packing early so Kaden won't be a nervous wreck. Soon after, they're sitting in the living room where Severus is reading his book from the bookshelf behind them while Kaden is reading A Hogwarts Mystery. Severus placed down the book on his lap, looking at Kaden, who has decided to sit on the floor, even though there's a chair made for him beside him. "Cade, there's something I want to talk to you about," he said, instantly getting Caden's full attention as the boy looks up at him. "It's about the house that you will be sorted into," he said, carefully watching the boy's reaction. "Yes," Caden said, placing the book down on the floor. "First, what house are you thinking of getting?" Severus softly asked, watching as the boy thinks about it for a bit before answering him. "I've got no idea," Caden answered, shrugging. "I will be happy with any house." "Well, then let's talk about each houses and what they'll do to you just because you're my godson," Severus said, watching as Caden nods and turns towards him. "Gryffindor won't do any good because they hate me, meaning they'll hate you too," he said. "Ravenclaw is a good house, but I don't think you will be able to keep up with them," he said, and Caden nods in agreement. "Slytherin, too dangerous because you're a Potter," he said, this time gaining a curious look from the boy. "Hufflepuff is honestly the best choice here for you," he said, carefully watching for Caden's reaction again, and got nothing. "So, Hufflepuff?" Caden questioned after a minute of silence. "It's not my choice to make," Severus said, shrugging. "I'm just gonna let the sorting hat do its thing then," Caden said, taking the book back from the floor and continue reading. And from doing that, he missed the fond smile from Severus. The cast: Froe Gutierrez as Caden Potter, Robert Pattinson as Cedric Diggory, Stanislav Yanevsky as Victor Crumb, including Jessica Lowndes as Delphine Leverett Kiwi Jensen Ackles as Marcus Sawyer, Evan Peters as Harper, Dylan Sprayberry as Henley Rosewood, Daniel Radcliffe as Harry Potter, Emma Watson as Hermione Granger, Rupert Grint as Ron Weasley, Alan Rickman as Severus Snape, Tom Felton as Draco Malfoy, Robbie Coltrane as Rubeus Hagrid, Richard Harris and Michael Gambon as Albus Dumbledore, Bonnie Wright as Ginny Weasley, Matthew Lewis as Neville Longbottom, Maggie Smith as Minerva McGonagall, Alfred Enoch as Dean Thomas, John Cleese as Nearly Headless Nick, Ian Hart as Quirinus Quirrell, John Hurt as Garrick Ollivander, Julie Walters as Molly Weasley, Oliver Phelps as George Weasley, Vern Troyer as Grip Hook, Richard Bremer, Christian Coulson and Ralph Fiennes as Lord Voldemort, Warwick Davis as Phileas Flitwick, Zoe Wanamaker as Rolanda Hooch, Sean Biggerstaff as Oliver Wood, Devon Murray as Seamus Finnegan, Jamie Waylett as Vincent Crabbe, James Phelps as Fred Weasley, David Bradley as Argus Filch, Chris Rankin as Percy Weasley, Josh Herdman as Gregory Goyle, Geraldine Somerville as Lily Potter, Adrian Rollins as James Potter, Leslie Phillips as Sorting Hat, Kenneth Branagh as Gilderoy Lockhart, Jason Isaacs as Lucius Malfoy, Toby Jones as Dobby, Shirley Henderson as Moaning Myrtle, Miriam Margolyes as Pomona Sprout, Tom Knight as Mr. Granger, Gemma Jones as Poppy Pomfrey, Mark Williams as Arthur Weasley, Robert Hardy as Cornelius Fudge, Julian Glover as Aragog, Hugh Mitchell as Colin Creevey, Jamie Yates as Marcus Flint, Edward Randall as Justin Finch Fletchley, Gary Oldman as Sirius Black, David Thewlis as Remus Lupin, Emma Thompson as Sybil Trelawney, Lee Ingleby as Stan Shunpike, Timothy Spall as Peter Pettigrew, Julie Christie as Madame Rosmerta, Paul Whitehouse as Sir Cadogan, Sharon Sandhu and Afshan Azad as Padma Patil, Genevieve Gaunt and Scarlett Byrne as Pansy Parkinson, Sitara Shah and Shefali Chowdhury as Parvati Patil, Clements Poesy as Fleur Delacour, David Tennant as Barty Crouch Jr., Brendan Gleeson as Alastair Moody, Miranda Richardson as Rita Skeeter, Katie Leung as Cho Chong, Francis de la Tour as Olympe Maxime, Jeff Rawl as Amos Diggory, Roger Lloyd Pack as Bartemius Crouch, Predrag Jelak as Igor Karkaroff, Eric Sykes as Frank Bryce, Angelica Mandy as Gabrielle Delacour, Tiana Benjamin as Angelina Johnson, William Melling as Nigel, Evanna Lynch as Luna Lovegood, Imelda Staunton as Dolores Umbridge, Helena Bonham Carter as Bellatrix Lestrange, Natalia Tenna as Nymphadora Tonks, Timothy Bateson as Creature, Catherine Hunter as Arabella Figg, Jessica Hines as Mafalda Hopkirk, George Harris as Kingsley Shacklebolt, Jim Broadbent as Horace Slughorn, Freddie Stroma as Cormac McLagan. Name: Caden Severus Potter. Age: 11 to 37. Jesse Cave as Lavender Brown, Helen McCrory as Narcissa Malfoy, Dave Legino as Fenrir Greyback, Georgina Leonidas as Katie Bell Ralphinessen as Amicus Caro, Rob Knox as Marcus Belby, Anna Schaefer as Ramilda Vane, Lewis Cordes as Blaze Zabini, Ruby Evans as Hestia Caro, Amber Evans as Flora Caro, Isabella Laughland as Leanne, Nick Moran as Scabier, Domhnall Gleeson as Bill Weasley, Guy Henry as Pious Thickness, Kieran Hines as Aberforth Dumbledore. A Caden Potter. Height: 4 feet 6 inches, Year 1. 4 feet 8 inches, Year 2, 5 feet 2 inches, Year 3, 5 feet 4 inches, Year 4, 5 feet 5 inches, Year 5, 5 feet 6 inches, Year 6, present. Birthday, July 31st, 1980. Siblings, Harry Potter. Family, Fleamont and Euphemia Potter. Grandparents, Lily J. and James Potter. Parents, Harry Potter. Brother, Petunia and Vernon Dursley. Uncle, Dudley Dursley. Cousin, Severus Snape. Godfather. Blood status, half-blood. Patronus, dragon. Pet, kiwi. House, Hufflepuff. Boggart, unknown. Wand, 9-inch, aspen wood. Horned serpent horn and reasonably supple. 1. First year. Kaden walks through the barrier Severus told him to walk through, ignoring the family of redheads talking with a boy with broken glasses. He looks up at the train with an excited smile on his face as he walked towards the train with his trunk and easily pulled it on the platform. A blonde boy with 2 big boys passed by him, the blonde stopping to look at him and giving Kaden a hand with his trunk, and recognition passed by the blonde's face. "You're Kaden Potter," he said, studying Caden's face before looking at him clearly. Kaden cocked his head, confused, but nodded. "Yes, that is my name," he slowly said, wondering why the blonde boy knows his name. "Forgive me for asking, but who are you?" he asked, hoping the blonde wouldn't get offended by his question, but the blonde didn't seem to mind his question, only looking quite pleased by his question. "Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." Draco introduces himself, extending his hand towards Kaden. "This is Crabbe and Goyle." He introduces the 2 boys standing behind him, watching Kaden with careful eyes. "It's nice meeting you, 3 of you," Kaden said, taking Draco's hand and shaking it, smiling softly at Draco, who looks like he wasn't expecting him to smile at him. "I know you already know who I am, but my name is Kaden Potter, or Snape. Either is fine," he said, watching as the blonde's eyes widened slightly. "Are you talking about Severus Snape?" Draco asked, letting go of Caden's hand that he noticed he was still holding. "Is there any other?" Kaden asked, confused. Draco shakes his head, frowning for a while before smirking, an idea coming to his head. "Why don't you sit with us?" he asked, walking to where the train compartment is without waiting for Caden's response. Kaden was caught off guard for a few seconds before he pulls himself together and follows after Draco and the 2 boys behind the blonde. "So, Kaden, what house do you want to be in?" Goyle asked, turning his head to look at Kaden. Kaden shrugs his shoulders. "I've got no idea. I don't mind any houses," he answered, following Draco into the train compartment's hall. "If you were to pick?" Draco asked, opening a compartment door and enters with Kaden and the boys behind him as they sat down on the seat with Kaden taking the seat beside him. "I'm gonna be a Slytherin." "Hufflepuff," Kaden answered after a bit of thinking. Draco nods, thinking it's not too bad. At least it's not Gryffindor. Kaden watches as the train moves out of the station, noticing a girl with red hair chasing after the train before she stopped. He remembered seeing her with the family of redheads. He turned to Draco. "Who was that girl?" he asked, catching the blonde's attention. "She's a Weasley," Draco simply said with clear disgust shown on his face. Kaden accepts the answer and thought that Draco won't be talking about her anymore. He opens his mouth and starts asking Draco about stuff, of which the blonde answers without hesitation and seems pleased by some of the questions he asked. Kaden and the other first years have now arrived at Hogwarts, though they are at Hogsmeade and nighttime for now. But they're still at Hogwarts. Kaden walks out of the train with Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle behind him. He looked ahead of him and sees a giant man, catching him by surprise. He really shouldn't be surprised by all of this. Magic exists. Kaden and the other first years walks towards the Black Lake, where Kaden can see a fleet of tiny boats over the glassy lake. Draco calls the brunettes names and Kaden walks towards him and joins Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle into the tiny boat. Kaden sits down next to Draco, watching as the other tiny boats glide silently over the lake. Kaden peers into the black water, seeing his own pale face looking back at him, when suddenly, the voice of the giant man speaking to someone. And when Kaden turns, he sees the man is speaking to Draco, who have his fingers trailing in the dark water. Draco eyes the man darkly, then turns to whispers to Crabbe and Goyle. Kaden shrugs to himself, turning back to the black lake. But then he catches the soft glitter of light reflecting from the water. He looks up at the castle, which slowly drifts into his view. Kaden softly smiles to himself, looking around at the boat and making eye contact with the boy in glasses who narrowed his eyes slightly to look at him before Kaden himself looks away, not recognizing the boy to be his twin brother. Severus did mention that he has a twin brother, but Severus doesn't know what Harry looks like. Kaden walks with the other first years up the staircase, stopping in front of a woman in an emerald cloak. She stands before a pair of towering doors, lifting her chin and surveys the new students. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall said, a soft smile on her face. "In a moment, you will pass through these doors and join your classmates. But before you can take your seats, you must be sorted into your houses," she said. "They are Gryffindor," she started saying, eyes secretly stopping on Harper. Hufflepuff, now stopping on Kaden, who didn't notice it. Ravenclaw, stopping on Henley, who notices it and grins. And Slytherin, she said lastly, stopping on her godson, Marcus, who gave her a smile. Professor McGonagall turns to the other first years. "While here, your house is, in many ways, your family," she said. "Your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule-breaking will lose points. At the end of the year, the house with the most is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you," just then, her voice was cut off by a boy who jumped forward to take the toad by her feet, "will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours." She continues, looking down at the boy. "The sorting ceremony will begin momentarily." Professor McGonagall looks at the boy one last time before turning around and walked inside those big doors. The Great Hall is instantly filled with sounds of first years talking. Just then, Kaden notices Draco moving forward with Crabbe and Goyle. Kaden moves through the crowd and goes to stand between Glass's boy and Draco. "It's true then, what they were saying on the train," Draco said, taking Kaden's hand so the brunette stand next to him. "Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts. And of course, Kaden Potter," he added, nodding his head to Kaden, who is studying Harry with careful eyes making him smirk. Kaden notices Harry looking at Crabbe and Goyle, not even looking happy that he met his twin brother, filling Kaden with disappointment, but he quickly shakes it off to introduce Crabbe and Goyle to him. "This is Crabbe and Goyle." He introduces the two boys, ignoring the sneer on the redhead face and the pleased expression on Draco's face. "And my name's Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." Draco introduces himself like he did with Kaden, but his eyes narrowed on the redhead who let out a few snigger, masking it with a cough. "Think my name's funny, do you?" he asked, looking up and down the redhead. "No need to ask yours. Red hair, freckles, and a hand-me-down robe. You must be a Weasley," he said, pleased with himself when Weasley's face falls. He turns his attention to Harry. "You'll soon find out some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there," he said, extending his hand, expecting Harry to shake his hand like Kaden did. But Harry did nothing but stare at Draco's hand. "I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks," he said, glancing at Kaden before turning away, filling Kaden with disappointment again. Kaden quickly pulled himself together and huffs at the Glasses boy, turning to follow Draco where they were standing. "Not following your brother?" Draco asked, turning his head to look at Kaden, surprised but it's not shown on his face. "Not really my brother if I don't know him," Kaden answered, ignoring the pleased expression on Draco's face this time as Professor McGonagall finally returns from the Great Hall. "We are ready for you," Professor McGonagall said. Kaden walks beside Draco with Crabbe and Goyle behind them. He looks up at the ceilings where he can see thousands of candles floating in midair over 4 long tables lined with students. Kaden heard a bushy-haired girl talking about the ceilings and ignored her, looking in front of him when the first years stopped walking and sees the sorting hat placed on a stool. "Before we begin, Professor Dumbledore would like to say a few words," Professor McGonagall said. Kaden watches as the headmaster rises from his seat at the high table and said, "Nitwit, blubber, oddment, and tweak." He is not joking. He turns his head to Draco and sees him rolling his eyes, which is understandable. He turns back in front of him and pays attention this time, But then the hat starts singing and he decided to space out again. Soon after, Draco uses his elbow to get Kaden's attention and nodded to Professor McGonagall, who steps forward with a roll of parchment. When I call your name, you will come forth, put on the hat, and be sorted. Professor McGonagall looks down at the list and calls out the first name, which is the girl with the bushy hair. Hermione Granger, who is then sorted into Gryffindor. Harper, who is sorted into Gryffindor as well. Draco, who is sorted into Slytherin. Susan Bones, who is sorted into Hufflepuff. Weasley, who is sorted into Gryffindor. Harry, who is sorted into Gryffindor after some tense silence. Kaden Potter. Professor McGonagall calls out, and the hall is instantly filled with silence again. Kaden notices Headmaster Dumbledore moving forward with his hands in front of him again, as if he's praying. Then he catches Severus' eyes and sees the man gave him a small nod. Kaden returns the gesture and sit down on the stool as Professor McGonagall places the hat on his head. Easily, the Sorting Hat said, then announces his house. Hufflepuff. Kaden smiles as Professor McGonagall takes away the Sorting Hat from his head, looking behind him at Severus, who looks relieved for him. Kaden walks to the Hufflepuff table, sitting beside a boy with brown hair and bright gray eyes, who welcomed him into the Hufflepuff's house. Kaden turns away from the boy, who introduces himself as Cedric, to look at Professor Dumbledore and sees him looking at Severus with slightly narrowed eyes, of which his godfather is ignoring. Good. Kaden turns back to Cedric, listening to him talks about stuff about the classes, library, and to not get lost from the moving stairs. By the time Cedric finishes talking, the food starts appearing in front of them. Kaden places some food into his plate and starts eating, turning his head to look at Severus again but winces when he makes eye contact with the man sitting beside his godfather. He places down his food to rub at his right arm where the pain comes from. "You all right?" Cedric asked, concerned as he turns to look at Kaden. Kaden turns away from the man to look at Cedric. "I'm all right, just a small bit of pain, that's all," he answered, smiling softly at Cedric to not make him worry. "Hey, Cedric, who is that man?" he asked, pointing to the man sitting beside Severus. "Professor Quirrell," Cedric answered, swallowing the food down his throat before continuing. "He teaches dark arts," he said. "Is it true you stayed with Professor Snape?" he asked, cocking his head in question. Kaden nods, swallowing down his food. "Yes, he is my godfather, after all," he said, patting Cedric's back with concern when he choked on his juice. "Are you all right?" he asked after Cedric stopped choking. Cedric nods, letting out a few bits of coughs before softly smiling at Kaden. "Yes, I'm fine. Don't worry," he said. "Just a small bit of pain, that's all," he said, repeating Kaden's earlier words, making Kaden smile. Kaden lets out a giggle, scrunching his nose at Cedric, who smiles at him before they begin eating their food again. 2. Kaden was the first to wake up in the morning. He has always been an early riser. He sits up from the bed and starts getting ready for the classes. By the time he comes out of the bathroom, the others was only getting up from their bed. Cedric turns his head to the bathroom door when he heard it open and was surprised to see Kaden in his Hogwarts uniform with a towel still rubbing his hair dry, but a smile took over his face at the sight of Kaden's bright sapphire eyes. "An early riser, I see," Cedric said, smiling fondly at the boy who returned the smile that easily outshined his. Cedric take notices of the small natural blush and freckles on the brunette's face. It's noticeable when you're up close to him. "Excited for your first class?" he asked, taking his Hogwarts uniform from where he placed it on the bed. "I am," Kaden said, moving to his bed and starts fixing up the blankets and pillow. He looks at Kiwi, his black cat with blue eyes, who is still sleeping on the makeshift bed he made for her. "What's my first class again?" he asked, sitting beside Kiwi on the floor as he looks up at Cedric. "Dark arts." Cedric's lip twitches as he fought back a smile, seeing the unimpressed expression on Kaden's face. "Was the pain yesterday not just a small bit, then?" he asked, a teasing tone heard in his voice making Kaden giggle. "I'm not excited anymore," Kaden said with a straight face, making Cedric laugh. Dark arts and herbology class went without a hitch. Kaden was worried for nothing. maybe except for Professor Quirrell asking him for every answers for the questions on the board. Kaden answers them all without making eye contact with Professor Quirrell, as every time Kaden make eye contact with the professor, his right arm was filled with pain. He didn't know why he kept having the pain on his right arm. He's not like Harry, who has a lightning scar on his forehead. Harry's scar pain would be more understandable than his no-scar pain. Kaden won't meet his godfather until Tuesday in his class. He could visit Severus, but he don't think it's a good idea for him to enter when his godfather is working with the other students. He didn't want to disturb Severus from his work. Right now, Kaden is spending his time with Draco, Crabbe, Goyle, and Pansy in the courtyard while waiting for their lunchtime. Well, Draco, Crabbe, Goyle, and Pansy is the one doing the talking. Kaden is wondering where Cedric could be at right now. Kaden. Speaking of the devil, Kaden looks up from where he is sitting on the ground, smiling at the sight of Cedric jogging his way through the crowd towards him. "Hello, Cedric," he said, standing up with the help of Goyle, as Cedric arrives in front of him. "What can I help you with?" he asked, cocking his head away from the sun shining into his eyes. "Well, I was thinking we could go to the library while we wait for lunchtime," Cedric said, looking down at Kaden and studies the boy's face carefully. Kaden looks behind him at his friends, who each sends him a mix of a nod, thumbs up, and a smile. He looks back at Cedric, who has an amused expression on his face, but he looks satisfied at the overprotectiveness from his friends. "Sure," he said, taking his bag from Draco's hand and follows Cedric to the library. Kaden sits next to Cedric at lunch in the Great Hall after borrowing some books from the library with the permission from Madame Pants. Kaden looks up from the book in front of him and accidentally make eye contact with Harry, who seemed to be studying him. Kaden sighs, shaking his head softly, turning his head away, and moves his head away from the book to eat his food, so he won't drip food on the book. "Are you gonna talk with your brother?" Cedric asked after Kaden swallowed his food down his throat. "I'm not the type of person to make the first move," Kaden answered, continuing where he stopped reading to take a bite of his food. He stopped again when Cedric uses his thumb against the corner of his mouth. Confused, he turns his head to look at Cedric. "There was something on your mouth," Cedric answered, sending Kaden a small smile as he wipes the stuff on his thumb on a napkin. Kaden nods, about to read the book again, but was stopped again by dozens of owls circling the ceiling, then swooped down, dropping parcels to their respective person. A familiar owl landed right next to him, dropping a square parcel beside him. Kaden smiles and gave Severus Owl some of his food and carefully opens the parcel. His mouth gaped at the sight of fantastic beasts and where to find them in Book of Potions books. "He really loves you, huh?" Cedric asked, looking at the books in front of Kaden with a small smile at the thought of Professor Snape caring for Kaden like his own son. "He does," Kaden said, smiling softly at the thought of Severus gifting him these books, even though he had only mentioned to Severus a week ago that he wanted to read these books. "It's almost time for your transfiguration class," Cedric said, breaking Kaden out of his thought. "It is?" Kaden asked, turning his head to look at Cedric as the Severus Owl flies away after eating his food. "You will be if you wanted to put the books at the dormitory," Cedric said, taking the last bite of his food. "And return these books to the library before Madame Pants banned us from the library," he added, making Kaden giggle. "Okay, let's put these books in the library and then visit the dormitory," Kaden said, ignoring the stare that he could feel from Harry and Ron. He stood up and takes the books on the table, Cedric taking much more than his, and starts walking out of the Great Hall to the library and their dormitory. "Did you hear that Harry Potter has made into the Quidditch team?" Kaden heard a Hufflepuff said as he makes his way up to his shared dormitory. Kaden shakes his head, ignoring the talk about Harry as he enters the dormitory and sees Cedric and another Hufflepuff getting ready for bed as well. "If I hear one more thing about Harry, I'm gonna lose it," he said, making Cedric snicker, taking off his shoes and takes Book of Potions from the bedside table beside him. He sits down on his bed, leans back against the headboard and starts reading the book. "You're not jealous, are you?" the Hufflepuff asked, turning to look at Kaden. "Is there a reason why?" Kaden asked, not looking up from his book. "We were both babies when you know who died, and we supposedly defeated him," he said, Hearing Cedric chuckles from somewhere. I just want you to know that I don't like the attention. If it's Harry that's the reason I'm not in the center of the attentions, then I don't mind being the shadow, he answered, looking up from his book to the Hufflepuff who has now sat down on the bed. You're friends with Malfoy's group, the Hufflepuff pointed out. I didn't know I need your permission to make friends, Kaden said, raising an eyebrow at the Hufflepuff who looks away from him. I thought this school was created to learn spells and make friends. I'm sorry, I must have been mistaken then. I guess this school was created to make children's army, he added, turning his head away from the now embarrassed Hufflepuff to a smirking Cedric. Cedric shakes his head softly, turning his head to look at Kaden. You're magnificent, Kaden, he said, sitting down on his bed with his head turned towards Kaden. I know, Kaden said, smiling, making Cedric chuckles. It is now Tuesday. He has eaten his breakfast and done the transfiguration class. It is now time for potions class. That means he'll finally meet his godfather. That was why Severus didn't look surprised when Kaden was the first to enter his classroom and takes the chair closest to him. Hello, Professor Snape, Kaden said, calling him by his title rather than his name. Good morning, he asked, placing his stuff on the table beside him as he turns his body to look at Severus. For now, Severus answered, turning back to what he was doing before Kaden enters the classroom. Kaden snickers, opening his book and starts reading it to pass the time. 2 minutes pass with comfortable silence between the godfather and godson. The classroom slowly starts to fill itself out. One of his friends enters the classroom, sees Kaden, and sits down next to him. Excited for today, class? She asked, grinning, placing her stuff next to Kaden's on the table. Kaden smiles, turning his head to look at her. You know I am, he said, quieting down as the students finally find their seat and the class begin. There will be no wand waving in this class, Severus began the lesson about cure for boils. Time passed, and the potions class has finally ended with the Hufflepuff gaining 10 house points. Kaden, Severus called before Kaden could walk out the classroom. Kaden turns around to look at Severus, wondering if he had left or done something to the man. Yes? He questioned, cocking his head to the side, looking at Severus. Be careful and don't come out after your bedtime, Severus said, fiddling with the rope around the jar he is holding. I won't, don't worry, Kaden said, smiling softly at his godfather, who returns the gesture with a small smile. See you soon, Severus, he said, leaving after Severus nodded at him. September has passed, and soon October will be too, when people could stop looking at him like he will break because of his parents' death anniversary. People die every day. Other kids lose their parents too. It's not just him and Harry, just because they're a Potter. Right now, Kaden is in the Great Hall at nighttime, looking at the candlelit pumpkin flickering throughout the hall while thousands of live bats flutter overhead. People keep looking at you as if you're made of glass, Cedric said. Even he is weirded out by the looks Kaden keeps getting. He doesn't know how Kaden is not snapping out at them. Just ignore them, Kaden said, sighing, leaning his head against Cedric's shoulder and closing his eyes to ignore the looks he keeps getting from the Hufflepuffs in front of him. I don't know how you do it, Cedric said, glaring his eyes at the Hufflepuffs that was giving Kaden sympathetic looks. He's filled with satisfaction when they stopped looking at Kaden like he is made of glass and looks away. Severus teaches me how, Kaden answered, eyes still closed. He knows this will happen, so he teaches me how to ignore it, he said, opening his eyes and looks up at Cedric. Cedric's words was cut off by Professor Quirrell running into the Great Hall with a scared expression. Then Professor Quirrell cries out, Troll in the dungeon! Troll in the dungeon! Thought you ought to know. He falls down to the floor, fainting. There is a brief silence, then pandemonium breaks out. Students shrieking and bats screeching. The hall goes still when 3 popping sounds comes from Professor Dumbledore's wand. Kaden turns his eyes to Professor Dumbledore, still sitting down with Cedric beside him. He can see purple smoke trailing from Professor Dumbledore's wand. Everyone will please not panic, Professor Dumbledore said. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories, he said, and the prefects all stood up to lead the students back to their dormitories. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons, Kaden stood up with the help of Cedric, following Gabriel Truman to their Hufflepuff common room. "How do you think a troll get in?" he asked Cedric, walking beside the taller boy. "I've honestly got no idea," Cedric answered truthfully, holding Caden's hand so the boy won't get lost in the crowd. And if he looked behind him, he can see the others doing the same thing to the first years. "I guess we won't have the answers for everything," Kaden mutters to himself, entering the Hufflepuff common room with the others behind him. 3. Kaden looks up at where Harry is, frowning at the sight of his broom lurching back and forth, as if trying to push him off of it. He looks around the Quidditch stands with his binoculars, trying to find something for the reason why Harry Broom is trying to kick him off. "What's wrong with him?" Cedric questioned from beside him, frowning as well. Caden's eyes narrowed on Professor Quirrell, who is muttering something from where he is sitting under Severus, who is also muttering something. He moves away from his stands and starts making his way towards where Professor Quirrell is sitting. He said, "Sorry," to the people he accidentally pushed to make his way towards Professor Quirrell. He places his hand on Severus' ankle, telling the man that he is going to do something. Severus moves his ankle, telling him that Severus already knows he is here. Kaden takes out his wand from under his sleeve, not flinching when Hermione joins him from under the stands. No, he did not flinch. "You're seeing stuff." Hermione raised her eyebrows at him in amusement. Kaden rolls his eyes, pointing his wand on Professor Quirrell's single cloth that is hanging out, and a jet of flames comes out of his wand, lighting Quirrell's cloth on fire, successfully distracting the man and stopping Harry's broom from trying to take him off. Kaden stepped back and turned around, making his way back towards Cedric. Cedric turns his head to the approaching figure of Kaden, having seen him leave his side to do something. "Where did you go?" he asked Kaden after he is standing beside him. "Somewhere," Kaden answered, looking at where Harry is trying to catch the snitch. He holds his breath when Harry is flying too close to the ground, gasping with everyone else when Harry and Earth collide. He takes the binoculars from Cedric, moving forward and looking down at where Harry is. Harry is on all fours, his hand to his mouth, as if he were sick. He coughs many more times before he finally stops and shoots his hand into the air, showing the snitch to everyone who was watching him. Kaden finally got to relax, his shoulders slumping down as he pulls the binoculars away from his eyes. He feels Cedric wrap his arm around his shoulders, stroking his thumb over his left shoulder. He looks up to see Cedric looking down at him with a soft smile. "What?" he asked, wondering what the older boy was thinking. "You care," Cedric said, smiling when Kaden huffed and looked away from him with a small blush of embarrassment at being caught. "He didn't give me a reason to," Kaden said, huffing once again when he sees Cedric raised eyebrows. "Just because he doesn't like Draco doesn't mean I can't be friends with him," he said, looking up at Cedric, who smiles down at him. "That's right," Cedric said. "Don't let anyone stop you from making friends." Kaden wipes an imaginary tear, sniffing. "You're so wise, old Cedric," he said, giggling when Cedric playfully pushed him, as gently as he can. "I am not old," Cedric said, glaring down at Kaden, who is holding in his giggle, though there's a smile on his face. "All right, Grandpa," Kaden said, smiling, moving his hand up to the hand that was still on his shoulder and rubbing it. "Let's get you to bed," he said, wrapping his right arm around Cedric's waist. Cedric snorts, but he plays into the act anyway, putting his full weight onto Kaden, almost making the boy stumble at his weight. He laughs, standing up straight and pulling his weight back from Kaden. "I hate you so much," Kaden said, but he seems to be holding back a smile. "Oh, really now?" Cedric asked, an amused smile on his face as he follows Kaden. "Yes," Kaden said without hesitation, not having the strength to fight back the smile anymore and let it take over his face. He looks up at Cedric, seeing the offended look on the teen's face. "After what we've been through?" Cedric asked, placing his hand on his chest as if he was hurt. But by the twitching of his lips, he can see that Caden's words didn't hurt him at all. He has long accepted that Kaden uses this kind of joke. He was surprised when he heard Kaden playing around like this around Draco. So Kaden explained to him that this is his way of trying to stop people from approaching him. It has never failed him before, so he never stops. "What have we been through?" Kaden asked, gaining a playful shove by Cedric, making him giggle. Kaden. Kaden froze at the sound of the familiar voice, frowning to himself before he turned around and looked at the three approaching figures of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Potter, what can I help you with? Kaden asked, ignoring the unamused raised eyebrows from Hermione as the three stopped in front of him. Oh, stop it, will you? Hermione said first before Harry could voice his words. We all know you care about Harry, she said, crossing her arms. Kaden bit the inside of his cheeks, turning his eyes to look at Harry, waiting for the boy to talk. Hermione said you helped me back at the Quidditch game, Harry said, looking at Kaden. Kaden shrugs, not knowing what to say to that. Thank you, Harry said sincerely, holding back a smile at the off-guard look on Caden's face. He didn't have much hope for Kaden to talk, but he couldn't help himself and asked, Why did Professor Snape not take me with you? He asked, catching Kaden off guard again. He needs it. He needs the explanation of why Professor Snape left him with the Dursleys and took Kaden with him. He didn't even know he had a twin. The Dursleys didn't say anything about him having a twin. He had to hear it from Hagrid and Ron. Kaden thinks of a way to explain to Harry that Professor Dumbledore would stop Severus if his godfather tries to take Harry with him. He turns his eyes back at Harry. Because Professor Dumbledore would have stopped him, he said. Dumbledore let him take me because Severus firstly told Dumbledore about the letter Mum had left for him. He added, sighing to himself. Harry nods, taking the explanation. Though he is dissatisfied at being placed in the Dursleys' house, he at least got some explanation of why Kaden is not with him. Thanks for explaining, he said, sending Kaden a small smile before turning around to make his way to the courtyard, but he stopped when he heard Caden's voice. You're getting suspicious of the wrong person, you know, Kaden said, watching as Harry turns around to look at him. Professor Quirrell was muttering something too, not just Severus, he said, and Harry furrowed his brows. Severus was muttering a counter spell, he said, about to turn around but was stopped by Harry's voice. Kaden turns around and looked at Harry, wondering why he had called for him again. Harry looked straight into Caden's eyes. Can we start over? He asked, hand held out without waiting for his twin response. I was wrong to judge you for making friends, he said, looking at Kaden, who was looking down at his hand. Kaden looks up from Harry's hand to his eyes, holding up his hand and grasping his twin's hand into his, filling Harry's face with a smile. Kaden Potter, it's nice meeting you, Harry Potter. It's nice meeting you too, Kaden Potter. 4. Why don't you come with me to the Malfoys' manor? Draco asked, blocking Caden's view from Harry and Ron. Didn't want to, Kaden said, giving Draco a small, grateful smile for the offer. I want to spend time here at Hogwarts, in the library, he said, turning his head to look at Cedric, who was talking with Henley before turning back to look at Draco. And Severus will be here at Hogwarts too, he said. Maybe I'll help him with cleaning his classroom when I'm bored, he said, shrugging his shoulders. Draco rolled his eyes, but accepted the answer anyway. All right then, he said. I'll see you soon, Kaden, he said, taking hold of his trunks and starts walking out of the Great Hall. Kaden smiles, watching Draco until he's not in his sight anymore. He stood up, taking the book in front of him as he made his way towards Harry and Ron, sitting down beside Harry. What did she tell you? He asked Harry, watching the chess piece move. Told us to go to the library and study about something, Ron said, looking down at the chess piece in front of him. Study about what? Kaden asked, turning his attention to Harry, expecting him to answer him without dodging the question like Ron. She told us to go look for Nicholas Flamel in the restricted section, Harry answered. Kaden nods to himself. I'll try to help while I can, he said, turning his head to look at Cedric. Maybe I can ask for Cedric help, he said, turning his attention back to Harry, surprised to see Harry already looking at him with raised eyebrows. What? He asked, wondering what he was staring at. Harry shakes his head, turning his head back to the chessboard. Nothing, Kaden hums, slowly nodding his head, not believing his twin words at all. All right, well, he started, standing up. I'm gonna go talk with Cedric, he said, waiting for Harry to nod before walking away. Kaden sits up from his bed, looking at Cedric, who is sitting on his bed with a soft smile on his face. In his hands are 3 boxes. The 2 square box is from Cedric and Severus, and the small circle one didn't have a name. "Merry Christmas, Kaden," Cedric said, holding out the 3 boxes to Kaden. Kaden takes the boxes from Cedric, placing it beside him before he gets off the bed, and takes the wrapped rectangle box present under his bed, holding it out to Cedric, who took it from him with a smile. "Merry Christmas, Cedric," he said, smiling, sitting back down on his bed as he watched. Cedric carefully unwrapped his present, and surprise color Cedric's face at the snowflake necklace inside the box. Cedric looks up from the necklace to Kaden, pulling himself together, and gives the boy a grateful smile. "This is beautiful, Kaden," he said, thumbing the snowflake necklace with careful eyes. He pointed at the 3 boxes by Kaden, telling him to open them. Kaden opens the present from Cedric. He unwrapped the wrapper and opened the box. Inside is a pendant lace choker with a bronze gold moon and a star with a green pearl in the middle of the star. He looks up at Cedric with a smile. "It's beautiful, thank you," he said. He placed it back in the box, taking the present from his godfather and opening it. His eyes widened slightly at the sight of an elven tiara. Kaden looks at the parchment inside the box and looks at the handwriting of Severus. "Wear these wherever you want." Kaden looks at the tiara again before he looks back at the circular unopened box. He places the tiara back in the box and takes the circular box, opening it. Inside is a ring with an engraved crescent, stars, and something else around the ring. He puts both hands on the ring and finds that he can spin the ring if he wanted to. He slipped the ring on his right-hand ring finger and tested it by spinning it. Kaden looks up when Cedric lets out a surprised noise. Cedric has a shocked expression on his face, looking around as if he can't see him, and when Kaden looks down at his body, he sees nothing wrong with it. "Cedric, are you all right?" he said, catching Cedric by surprise again at the sound of his voice. He looks down at the ring on his hand and spins it again. He looks up at Cedric, who is looking at him with amazement. "Are you all right?" he asked again, confused as to what had happened to him. "Yes, I am," Cedric answered after pulling himself together. "You disappeared," he said, noticing the confusion expression on Kaden's face. He explained it better by saying that when Kaden spins the ring, he becomes invisible. "Who is it from?" he asked, watching as Kaden checked the box and shook his head. "There's no name," Kaden answered, looking up from the box to Cedric. "Maybe you can ask Harry. What if he got the same thing?" Cedric suggests, seeing the confusion making itself known again on Kaden's face. "Maybe it's a Potter thing," he said, shrugging. "A Potter thing?" Kaden questioned, arching an eyebrow at Cedric. Cedric faked a yawn, stretching his arms above him. "Well, it's late," he said, letting his hand down by his side. "I'm gonna go to bed now," he said, standing up, ignoring the unamused expression on Kaden's face. "Good night, Kaden," he said, turning around to walk to his bed, but stops and turns around to look at Kaden. "Oh, and, Merry Christmas," he said, moving to his bed and starts getting ready for bed, placing the snowflake necklace on his bedside table. "Good night, Cedric," Kaden muttered, looking back down at the ring before sighing softly to himself. He shakes his head and places the tiara and pendant lace choker back into the box and places it on his bedside table, taking his wand and waves it, lowering the light in the room. He lay down on his left, pulling his blanket up to his chest. He fell asleep looking at the ring. 5. "How could I be so stupid?" Hermione said, walking towards the table where they're sitting with a book under her arm. She placed the book on the table, accidentally hitting Kaden's fingers, who quickly pulls it away and rubs it. Hermione, not noticing it, flips through the page. Cedric gently takes his hand, looks around and waves his wand after he doesn't see anyone looking their way. The redness on Kaden's fingers immediately disappeared as the boy's fingers healed. He gives Kaden his hand back, returning the smile the boy gave to him. He leans his head closer to Kaden. "You're welcome," he mutters, leaning back and leans back against the chair, paying attention to Hermione's words. "Immortal," Ron said. "It means you'll never die," Hermione said. "I know what it means." Ron's words were cut off by Cedric talking, who leaned forward to read what was on the page. "The only stone currently in existence belongs to Mr. Nicholas Flamel, the noted alchemist, who last year celebrated his 665th birthday, Cedric said without taking a deep breath, leaning back against the chair and looking at Hermione, who is sat in front of him. That's what Fluffy's guarding on the third floor, Hermione said with a realization, Kaden and Cedric sharing a strange look with each other, not understanding what she means and who Fluffy is. That's what's under the trapdoor. The Sorcerer's Stone? What are you talking about? Kaden questioned, looking at the trio in front of him with confusion on his face. Don't tell anyone this, Harry said, leaning forward. Kaden and Cedric looked at each, then leaned forward as well. But we got lost and accidentally got to the third floor, he said, and examined the expression on both Hufflepuff, who is still confused. Right there we met a three-headed dog named Fluffy. Fluffy's Hagrid. And Fluffy is standing on a trapdoor guarding the Sorcerer's Stone? Cedric questioned, looking at Harry, who nodded before leaning back. He and Kaden shared a look again and leaned back against the chair. So Flammel knows someone's after the stone. Gives it to Dumbledore to keep safe at Hogwarts, not realizing that the one who's after it, Harry said slowly, coming to the realization himself, teaches at Hogwarts. Kaden finishes, nodding and thinking of Professor Quirrell. So Professor Quirrell wants to live forever? Cedric asked, looking at the twins who seemed to be communicating with each other without saying a word. Must be a Potter thing. Hermione closes the book, troubled by something. She thinks back to seeing Professor Quirrell muttering something too under his breath, and that they had been suspicious of the wrong person. What's wrong, Hermione? Kaden asked, placing his chin on the table as he looked up at Hermione. I don't want to scare you both. It's just, if all Professor Quirrell wants is the Sorcerer's Stone, why did he try to kill you that day on the Quidditch pitch? Hermione said, turning her head to look at Harry. Harry ponders this, but doesn't have an answer. Maybe it was an attempt to kill you to satisfy, you know, Kaden said, not saying Voldemort names because he didn't want them to flinch. It makes sense, Cedric said, turning his head away from Kaden, shrugging. Harry slowly nods, distracted by the ring on Caden's ring finger. What's with the ring? He asked, looking up from the ring to Kaden. Something I thought you might have to, Kaden answered, looking down at the ring on his finger. It turns me invisible when I turn it, he said, looking up from the ring to Harry. The person who gave it to me has no name. Ron's eyes widened slightly, snapping his head to Harry. It's like the cloak, Harry, he said, making sure his voice is whispered so only they can hear it. Cloak? Cedric questioned, looking at the first years with more confusion than ever. So it is a Potter thing. I got a cloak that could turn me invisible, Harry said, shrugging, as if it's normal to have a cloak that could turn him invisible, much less a ring. So it is a Potter thing, Cedric muttered, bringing the Potter's twins' attention to him. Kaden looks exasperated, sighing out a dramatic breath. Cedric, he whined, leaning his head on the teen's shoulder. Potter thing? Harry questioned, looking at Kaden and Cedric with confusion, though there's a smile making its way onto his face. Kaden looks at the ceiling, as if it could help him, then looks at Cedric. Well, are you going to explain? He asked, a sarcastic smile on his face. I would rather not, Cedric said, not having the strength to not boop Caden's nose, smiling when the boy scrunches his nose at him. Kaden and Harry share a look, then shrug. Kaden, we have to go, Cedric said, taking the bag that is placed on the empty chair beside him. Class, he said, standing up and giving Caden's bag to him. I'll see you guys soon, Kaden said, looking at the trio. Good luck on the Sorcerer's Stone, Harry, he said, squeezing his twin's hand before leaving with Cedric. 6. How did you three and Draco get detentions? Kaden questioned, sitting down beside Hermione with Cedric following behind him and sat down beside him, placing him in the middle between Hermione and Cedric. We were at Hagrid and got caught by Malfoy, Harry answered, looking up from his breakfast to Kaden and Cedric. Just then, Fred and George passed by the Pentat. Don't worry, you three. This'll all blow over, Fred said. It may take a year or two, but eventually people will start talking to you again, George said. Hermione sniffs defensively as she says, well, I, for one, see nothing wrong with a reduced social life. It'll give us more time to revise for finals. Why bother? Even with Malfoy losing points, Slytherin's a lock for the House Cup. And look, Malfoy knows it, Ron said, looking to where the blonde Slytherin is sitting. Malfoy raises a goblet in their direction when he sees them looking their way, cackling with Crabbe and Goyle. He won't be smiling tonight, Hermione said, noticing the curious expression on Kaden, Harry, Ron, and Cedric. Haven't you heard? The four of them shake their heads. For detention, they're taking us into the dark forest, she said lastly before going back to what she was doing and taking a glance at Kaden and Cedric, seeing them talking with each other using their faces. What are you two talking about? She said, gaining both of the Hufflepuff attention who turned their head towards her. Nothing, Kaden and Cedric said at the same exact time. Kaden sighed softly. Good luck tonight, you guys, Kaden said, standing up from where he is sitting. Cedric quickly stands up to follow the younger boy. Don't get hurt, please. We'll try, Harry answered, giving his twin brother a small smile. Kaden returns the smile and walks out of the great hall with Cedric following beside him. Kaden and Cedric walk out onto the sunny grounds, finished with exams. How did your exams go? Cedric asked, his hands in his pants pockets as he walked side by side with Kaden through the crowd of students. I would say not bad, but I've got no idea, Kaden answered, rubbing his right arm, feeling the pain in his arm that has unknowingly returned. He still doesn't know why he keeps feeling the pain in his right arm. He had rolled up the sleeve to look at the cause of the pain before, but he saw nothing there. Not even a scar to tell him about the pain. Not even Madame Pomfrey could find the reason for his pain when he told her about it. You all right, Kaden? Cedric questioned, noticing that Kaden is rubbing his arm. The pain is back, Kaden said, giving Cedric a smile that told him not to worry about it. He looks in front of him where he could see Harry rubbing his forehead scar, possibly feeling the same pain as him. What does the pain feel like? Cedric asked, bringing back Kaden's attention to him. Kaden looks up at the sky, thinking of how to respond to this. It feels like, something is cutting my arm, he said, turning his head to look up at Cedric. Cutting? Cedric asked, raising his eyebrows. Though, there's a slight horror making itself known onto his face if you squint your eyes. Kaden nods, agreeing with his own statement. Yeah, it's like a knife is being used on my arm, he said, taking a deep breath, just noticing that he's just walking around mindlessly, and that Cedric is not saying anything to stop him at all. Where are we going, by the way? He asked, slowing down so he could see where he was. Cedric shrugs. I thought you were walking towards the courtyard, he answered, stopping so he could look at Kaden. Kaden nods, looking up at Cedric. Let's go then, he said, moving again. But now, he has a location to go to. Kaden reads the letter in his hands. It is almost night time and Kaden is getting ready to take a shower when Hedwig appears right outside the window. Cedric gave him the chance to read the letter by showering first. From the letter Harry had written for him, Harry wrote to him that he, Ron, and Hermione will be attempting to stop Professor Quirrell from getting the stone tonight before they get too late. In the letter, Harry said that he had met Voldemort while they got their detention in the Dark Forest. They also found out that Professor Quirrell had planned this ahead by giving Norbert to Hagrid to get the information about Fluffy, the three-headed dog. The last thing Harry wrote was Kaden should stay in his dormitory with Cedric and let them handle this as he doesn't want Kaden to be involved in this. He also wrote that he wanted Kaden to have a normal life, wanting him to have a chance to be normal. What did he say? Cedric asked, walking out of the bathroom in his pajamas with his hair dripping wet from the shower. He tousles his hair with a towel to dry it, placing the towel around his neck as he makes his way to sit down beside Kaden. Harry wanted me to stay out of it, Kaden said, giving the letter to Cedric for him to read. Hey, Harry didn't say anything about not sharing the letter. He wanted me to have a normal life, he said, looking down at his hand where the ring is sitting on his ring finger. My godfather was a Death Eater. How can I have a normal life? He said to himself, turning his head to look up at Cedric, who has finished reading the letter. Maybe he's telling you to try? Cedric questioned, placing the letter on Kaden's bedside table. He knows what will happen once he goes on this adventure, he said, turning his seating so he could look at Kaden. Maybe he knows he will never have a normal life and wants you to have it, he said, turning Caden's face towards him using his index finger when he didn't turn his head towards him. "What's wrong?" he asked, wondering what got Caden so down. "It's not fair that Harry have to go through this kind of stuff," Caden said, looking up into Cedric's eyes. "Why is he saying stuff like that in our first year?" he said, frowning. Cedric thinks about it for a few seconds before shrugging, not having the answer Caden could possibly want. "I've got no idea," he said, giving Caden a sympathetic smile. Caden sighs, making a move to stand up. "Well, I'm gonna go take a shower and sleep." He added the last part when he sees Cedric arched brow. "Maybe I'll get an answer tomorrow," he said, taking the pajamas he had placed on his bed and started making his way to the bathroom. The roaring Great Hall is bedecked in green and silver, Slytherin colors, in honor of their winning of the House Cup. Kaden is sat next to Cedric with his head placed on the older teen's shoulder, eyes looking right at where Harry is talking with his friends. Harry looked his way, talking using his face. "Did they tell you everything?" Harry asked. Kaden nods, making Harry smile as he turns back to his friends. "What did he say?" Cedric asked, having caught Kaden and Harry talking with each other using their faces just like Kaden and he had been doing. "Asked if Ron and Hermione told me the full story or not," Kaden said, turning his head up to look at Cedric. "They did," he said, smiling up at Cedric, who returned the smile. "I can't wait to see you next year, Kaden," Cedric said, wrapping his left arm around the boy's shoulders, stroking his thumb on Caden's shoulder. "Me too," Kaden said, not even listening to Professor Dumbledore's speech about another year and the House Cup. From where Professor Snape is sitting, he is watching Kaden and Cedric interaction with a small smile, happy that his godson already have someone who he can trust. 7. Second year. Kaden looks around the Diagon Alley, Severus holding his hand and the stuff he needs for his second year at Hogwarts. He looks at where they are going and reads the name Flourish and blots before entering with Severus in front of him, stopping when he hears the familiar voice of Draco and Lucius Malfoy talking to someone. Kaden moves around Severus and stands next to Draco, gaining the attention of the older Malfoy. "Ah, you must be Kaden Potter," Lucius said, glancing at Caden's forehead for a few seconds before looking into his blue eyes. "You have such beautiful eyes, Kaden," he compliments. He almost jumped when a hand is placed on his shoulder. He turned and looked at Severus, raising his eyebrows in question. "Enough, Lucius," Severus said, moving to stand next to Kaden. He looks around the place, eyes stopping on the familiar Hufflepuff talking with his friends. "Is that Mr. Diggory I see?" he said, successfully distracting Kaden from Lucius. He looks down at Kaden, seeing him looking up at him with hopeful eyes. "Go on." He didn't even get to finish his words before Kaden moved around Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the Weasleys. "Cedric," Kaden calls out, gaining the older teen attention. Cedric turns and smiles at the sight of the approaching younger Hufflepuff. "Kaden," he greeted, wrapping his arms around Kaden in an embrace. "How are you doing?" he asked, pulling away from the Hufflepuff to look at him. "Good, how are you?" Kaden asked, looking to where his godfather is looking for the books he needs. Draco and Lucius have disappeared from the place, and Harry is now talking with his friends. He looks back at Cedric, listening to his response. "Wonderful," Cedric said. "You should look out for Gilderoy Lockhart," he said, watching as Kaden raised his eyebrows in question and a little bit of concern. "It was just 3 minutes ago that man pulled Harry into the crowd to get a picture with him," he said, disgust at how an older man pulled Harry out into the crowd just because he's the boy who lived. "He's not the boy who lived, he's Harry Potter." "That's disgusting of him," Kaden said, pulling Cedric out of his thought. "If he's so quick to pull Harry into the spotlight, who's to say he didn't steal those stories of his from someone else?" he said, eyes lighting up as he looks up at Cedric. "What if he did steal those stories?" "There's a chance," Cedric said, nodding slowly. "Want to make a bet?" a Hufflepuff asked, wrapping his arms around Caden's shoulders. "What bet?" Kaden asked, turning his head to look at Aiden. "If he is faking his stories, you win. And he doesn't, I win," Aiden said, smiling. "And how are we supposed to know about that?" Cedric asked, crossing his arms over his chest. "You can probably ask Harry about that," Aiden said, shrugging. Yeah, probably, Kaden said, shrugging as well. Kaden, Severus said, approaching his godson and watches in amusement when Cedric straightened up. Though, he doesn't show it on his face. Let's go get everything you need. You have the books? Kaden asked. Unfortunately, Severus said, making Kaden snorts while Cedric has a smile on his face. He watches Kaden hug his friends before walking towards him. They leave Flourish and Blots, making their way to the next shop. Kaden looks around the Great Hall in concern at not seeing his twin brother anywhere. He wonders where Harry could be. Though, he did notice Ron not being in the Great Hall as well, and that Harper and Hermione seemed to be looking for them as well. Who are you looking for? Susan asked, turning her head to look at Kaden, who is glancing at the Great Hall doors every few seconds. My brother, Kaden answered, slumping down when the door didn't open and takes a bite of his food. He's not here? Cedric questioned, turning his head to look at Kaden. Kaden shakes his head, swallowing down his food. Maybe trouble has found him again, he said, sighing. Yeah, maybe, Cedric said, sending Kaden a small smile when he turned his head towards him. Poor Ron, got his wand broken, Cedric said, frowning as he looks at the Weasley who is still trying to do a spell with his broken wand. Kaden was about to respond to Cedric when a flash blinds him. He blinks a few times to get his sight back and scowls at the small boy in front of him. What are you doing, Colin? Cedric asked, having been blinded by the flash as well. Taking a picture of Kaden Potter for my dad, Colin answered, ignoring the glare that is on Kaden's face. You don't take pictures without consent, Colin, Kaden said, bringing the boy's attention to him. And I didn't remember saying yes, did I? He said, having seen the same boy take Harry's picture a few minutes ago. Colin was about to open his mouth, but close it when he sees who just sat down beside Kaden. Remove those and leave, Draco said, sneering at the boy who nodded and quickly left. Kaden shakes his head, looking back down to the book on the table. Gilderoy Lockhart paces before the class. From where he is sitting, he can see Hermione and the girls hang on to his every word. Kaden's blue eyes glint as he looks at the large, covered cage rattling mysteriously on his desk. Let me introduce you to your new defense against the dark arts teacher. Me, Lockhart said, and Kaden rolled his eyes. Can't Professor Dumbledore pick a better person to be the dark arts teacher? Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League and 5 times winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. But I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the abandoned banshee by smiling at her, he said, waiting for the laughter to overcome the class, but got nothing but a weak smile. Lockhart looks around the classes, eyes stopping on Kaden, who have his arms crossed and is leaned back against his seat. Yeah, that's Severus' godson, all right. He looks away from Kaden when the Hufflepuff notices him staring. I see you've all bought a complete set of my books. Lockhart acts like he didn't hear Kaden saying unfortunately, but the others did, as a smile took over their faces. Well done. I thought we'd start today with a little quiz. Nothing to worry about. Just to check how well you've read them, how much you've taken in, he said, and began to circulate the papers. Kaden looks down at his paper, furrowing his eyebrows at all of the questions. He turns his head and makes eye contact with Lockhart, narrowing his eyes on the man. He does not deserve the professor title. From beside him, Harper leans his head towards him. I'm gonna write a love story about him and Professor Snape, he whispers, smiling when Kaden lets out a snicker. Kaden turns his head to look at Harper. Do it, he whispers, turning his head back to his paper. You have 30 minutes. Start now, Lockhart said, starting the timer. 30 minutes passed and Lockhart is riffling through the completed exams. Tut, tut. Hardly any of you remembered my favorite color is lilac, he said, eyes widening slightly as he stops at Harper's paper, a small blush appearing on his when he reads it. He looks up and glances at a smirking Harper, quickly looking away before he gets caught. But he clears his throat when his voice cracked. Miss Hermione Granger knew that my secret ambition is to rid the world of evil and market my own range of hair care potions. Good girl. Kaden's mouth gaped at the last part. He feels like he's gonna throw up. And when he turns his head to look at Harper, he sees the same expression on the Gryffindor's face. Now, be warned. It is my job to arm you against the foulest creatures known to wizard kind. You may find yourself facing your own fears in this room. Know only that no harm can befall you whilst I am here. Lockhart turns slowly to the cage. I must ask you not to scream. It might provoke them. Kaden leans forward, looking at the cage. Lockhart lets the tension build, then whips off the cover. Inside the cage are several electric blue creatures. They're Cornish pixies. Cornish pixies? Kaden questioned, leaning back against the chair as he looked up at Lockhart. Freshly caught Cornish pixies. Lockhart said. Unable to control himself, Seamus snorts with laughter, sharing a smile with Dean Thomas. Laugh if you will, Mr. Finnegan, but pixies can be devilishly tricky little blighters. Let's see what you make of them now. Lockhart exclaimed, flinging open the cage. Instantly, the pixies rocket about, spraying the students with ink bottles and shredding books. Two seize Neville by the ears, lift him into the air, and begin to circle the ceiling. Kaden sees Lockhart trying to do something, but it does absolutely nothing. Nothing to help them at all. A pixie took Lockhart's wand and tossed it out the window. Lockhart was quick to follow the students out the door. I'll ask you seven to just nip the rest of them back into their cage, Lockhart said, slamming the door close. Cowards. What do we do now? Ron asked, swatting at a pixie gnawing on his ear. I'll let any of you do anything if it means to stop this, Kaden said, smiling as he innocently held a book to his chest. No, he was not about to throw the book at the pixies. Harper and Hermione raised their wands. Immobilis. The pixies freeze in midair, and Marcus immediately went to Neville's side to check up on him. Why is it always me? Neville said, letting Marcus gently pull him off of Lockhart's desk. Hey, how was your class? Cedric asked, falling in step with Kaden as they walked down the corridor. Well, it looks like I won the bet, Kaden said, huffing. That bad? Cedric said, turning his head to look down at Kaden, who stops and looks up at him. Cedric turns his body to face Kaden, watching the boy move from feet to feet. He places his hands on Kaden's shoulders. What did he do? He said softly, wondering what Lockhart has done for the boy to be acting like this. Release Cornish pixies, Kaden answered, leaning his body forwards and wraps his arms around Cedric. He is so tiring, and it's only his first class, he said, feeling Cedric wrap his arms around him and rub his back. It'll be okay, Cedric said, comforting Kaden the best he can by hugging the boy. And it seems to work as he feels Kaden's shoulders slumping down slowly. Do you want to go flying? He asked, letting Kaden pull away from him to look up at him. Flying? Kaden asked, cocking his head to the side slightly. Cedric smiles, finding Kaden's cocked head to be the same as a dog. Yes, flying, he said. Just be on a broom and relax. I'm sure we have time, he said, watching Kaden think about it in his head, and knows exactly what Kaden is thinking about. I'm sure Marcus Flint wouldn't mind, he said. Remember, we're just flying around to relax, not practice for Quidditch. Kaden thinks about it again before a smile takes over his face, looking up at Cedric, who slowly returns the smile, already knowing that he's already made his mind just by his smile. Cedric jerks his head where he knows is the way to the Quidditch pitch. Let's go, he said, holding out his hand to Kaden, who took it, and they made their way to the Quidditch pitch, never letting go of each other's hands until they were at the Quidditch pitch, and is in a conversation with Marcus Flint to get his permission to fly around the Quidditch pitch. You will only fly around? Flint asked, looking at the two Hufflepuff standing in front of him. Yes, trust us, Cedric said. And whose idea was this? Flint asked. Mine, Kaden said before Cedric could open his mouth, making the older Hufflepuff glance at him in the corner of his eyes before understanding why he had said it was his idea. Flint thinks about it in his head for a few seconds before nodding. All right, go ahead, he said, nodding to them before walking back to his teammates who were acting like they weren't listening to their conversation. Kaden turns his body to look at Cedric. Where are we going to get a broom? He questioned, following Cedric, who is making his way into the changing room. Changing room, Cedric said, opening the door to the changing room, and smiles when he found the spare brooms leaning against the wall. "There we go," he said, taking a broom from the wall, and gives it to Kaden before taking his own broom from the wall. "Come on," he said, walking out of the changing room with Kaden jogging behind him to keep up with him. Cedric notices this and slows down, letting Kaden catch up to him. Kaden looks up at the sky where he can see the Slytherin Quidditch team practicing for their match. He looked back down to Cedric where he was watching him with a soft smile. "What?" he questioned, wondering why he was staring at him. Cedric shakes his head, smiling softly. "Your eyes look more blue here," he said, watching as a small blush makes itself known on Kaden's neck up to his face. "It's beautiful," he compliments, chuckling when Kaden lets out a flustered squawk. "Now, let's go fly up there," he said, mounting his broom and waits for Kaden to do the same. Once Kaden mounts his broom, they both fly up to the air and stay there until they need to go to their class and dinner. And they have decided at that dinner that the flying thing will become their thing from now on. Of course, with the permission of Madame Hooch first if she agrees. Kaden suddenly snapped his head to the corridor when he heard somebody talking, but he saw nobody in the corridor. "What's wrong?" Cedric asked, noticing Kaden stopped listening to him when he saw him face away from him. That's how he knows Kaden is not listening to him talk anymore. He has this in a trance look when he's not listening to anyone talking. Right now, Kaden has his head tilt up to the side, as if listening for something or somebody. Cedric listened as well for a few seconds, but heard nothing. "There's nobody here, Kaden," he said, pulling Kaden out of his trance. Kaden stares at Cedric with furrowed eyebrows for a few seconds before walking where he can hear the voice talking. "Kaden," Cedric calls out, having not expected Kaden to suddenly walk away from him. But he was quick to move his feet and follow Kaden out onto the corridor. "Let me rip you. Let me kill you." Kaden steps to the wall, playing his fingers along the wall and follows the voice. Behind him, he can hear Cedric slowly walking after him. He appreciates the thought. He walks slowly at first, before he begins walking faster, rounding the corner and coming face to face with his twin and his friends. "Harry?" Cedric questioned, standing next to Kaden as he looked at the three. Kaden and him walk forward and join the trio. "Did you hear it too?" Kaden asked, finally talking for the first time ever since he heard the voice. "Yes," Harry said, relieved that he was not the only one hearing the voice, but scared for his twin. He did promise to himself that he did not want Kaden to be in this kind of stuff. "Have you seen this?" Ron asked, pointing to the wall. Kaden and Cedric look at the wall, Kaden frowning while Cedric has a scared expression on his face at what he is seeing on the wall. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened, enemies of the air. Beware." "What the he?" Kaden's words were cut off by the stream of voices coming from the corridor. The students stop when they see the wall. They quickly take notice of Kaden, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Cedric standing in the middle of it. Draco pushes forward, eyes the wall and grins. "Enemies of the air, beware. You'll be next, mudbloods," he said, eyes finding Hermione, but looks away when Cedric moves to stand in front of her, glaring at him, just as Mr. Filch appears. "What's going on here? Go on now. Make way." Mr. Filch stops dead on his feet when he sees what's hanging on the torch bracket. "Mrs. Norris," he exclaimed, rounding on Kaden and Harry. "You two. You've murdered my cat. I'll kill you both." Argus." Professor Dumbledore's voice breaks through the crowd, marching forward, trailed by a group of teachers. Seeing the wall, his face darkens. Everyone will proceed to their dormitories immediately. He stops the five when they are moving their feet to leave. "Everyone except you." "Five." Kaden and Cedric share a look, Kaden moving closer to Cedric to stand close to him. This interaction did not escape Severus' eyes as he watches them with careful eyes. As the corridor empties, Professor Dumbledore steps to the wall and, with gentleness, removes Mrs. Norris from the torch bracket. It was definitely a curse that killed her, until Lockhart opened his mouth. But Kaden didn't pay attention to the man talking, leaning his head on Cedric's arm while holding onto his hand. "She's not dead, Argus. She's been petrified," Professor Dumbledore said. Lockhart opens his mouth again, bragging again. So Kaden didn't pay attention. Cedric squeezed his hand for his own comfort. And when Kaden looks up, he can see Cedric gritting his teeth to hold talking back from Lockhart. Kaden's pretty sure Cedric's gonna get all of the teacher's support by doing that. But how she's been petrified, I cannot say. Professor Dumbledore said. Mr. Filch points to the Potter twins. Ask them. It's them that's done it. You ask what they wrote on the wall. Besides, he knows I'm a squib. Who's to say he didn't tell him? I don't even know what a squib is. Kaden mutters, hearing Harry say the exact same thing. Rubbish. He saw my quickspell letter and told you about it. Mr. Filch exclaimed. If I might, Headmaster, Severus said, speaking for the first time, glancing at Kaden and Cedric for a few seconds before looking away. Perhaps Potters and his friends were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, he said, and watched Harry, Ron, and Hermione blink in surprise. Kaden was with me the whole time, sir, Cedric said when the silence gets too loud. Severus nodded at the older boy. However, the circumstances are suspicious. I, for one, don't recall seeing Potter at dinner. I'm afraid that's my doing, Severus. You see, Harry was helping me answer my fan mail. Lockhart said. What did you just say? Kaden said in disbelief, looking up at the man with disgust shown clearly on his face and his godfather. Hermione jumps in before an argument could break out between Kaden and Lockhart. That's why Ron and I went looking for him, Professor. We just found him when Harry said, Yes, Miss Granger? Severus asked, raising an eyebrow. When I said I wasn't hungry, we were heading back to the common room and found Mrs. Norris. Harry said, Smooth, twin brother. Smooth. Innocent until proven guilty. Professor Dumbledore said, My cat has been petrified. I want to see some punishment. Mr. Filch exclaimed, when a familiar meow breaks through the corridor. Kaden watches as the teachers turn their head at the sound, and a familiar animal moves past the teachers. Kiwi makes her way to Kaden and scratches at his shoes. Kaden moves down and picks her up. Sorry, Kaden mutters when he sees the expression on the teacher's face, scratching Kiwi behind her ear. Kiwi purrs in content, placing her head on his arm as he carefully holds her. We will be able to cure her, Argus. As I understand it, Madam Sprout has a very healthy growth of mandrakes. When they have matured, a potion will be made which will revive Mrs. Norris. In the meantime, I advise caution. To all. Professor Dumbledore said. Severus moves forward and checks up on Kaden, satisfied when he sees no injuries on him at all. I'm all right, Severus. Kaden whispers, squeezing the hand on the back of his neck with a soft smile. Severus nods and walks away, leaving the 5 on the corridor. 9. Professor McGonagall stands before the class. Resting on the desk in front of each student is a different animal. Today, we will be turning animals into water goblets, Professor McGonagall said, tapping the bird in front of her 3 times with the tip of her wand, and the bird transfigures into a beautiful crystal water goblet. Now, who would like to go first? Mr. Weasley? Ron nods and he taps his rat, who turns into a goblet with a tail. You must replace that wand, Mr. Weasley, Professor McGonagall said, looking at the goblet. Ron nods sheepishly, looking at his broken wand. Professor McGonagall sees Harper's raised hand, his animal untouched in front of him. Yes, Mr. Gallagher? Professor, I was wondering if you could tell us about the Chamber of Secrets? Harper asked as a hush falls over the class. My subject is transfiguration, Mr. Gallagher. Professor McGonagall said. Yes, Professor, but there seems to be very little written about the Chamber of Secrets. For those of us with a personal interest in the subject, that is disturbing. Harper answered. Very well. You all know, of course, that Hogwarts was founded over 1,000 years ago by the 4 greatest witches and wizards of the age, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. 3 of the founders coexisted quite harmoniously. One did not. Professor McGonagall said. 3 glasses who? Ron said. Salazar Slytherin wished to be more selective about the students admitted to Hogwarts. He believed that magical learning should be kept within all magic families. In other words, purebloods. Unable to sway the others, he decided to leave the school. Professor McGonagall said. According to legend, Slytherin had built a hidden chamber in this castle, known as the Chamber of Secrets. Shortly before departing, he sealed it until that time when his own true heir returned to the school. The heir alone would be able to open the Chamber of Secrets and unleash the horror within, and by so doing, purge the school of all those who, in Slytherin's view, were unworthy to study magic. Muggleborns, Hermione said. Yes. Naturally, the school has been searched many times for such chamber. It has never been found. Professor McGonagall said. Professor, what exactly does legend tell us lies within the chamber? Hermione asked. The chamber is said to be home to something which the heir of Slytherin alone can control. It is said to be home to a monster. Professor McGonagall said. Do you think it's true? Kaden asked, falling in step with Cedric when he found him exiting his class. What's true? Cedric questioned, slowing down so Kaden could walk easily without needing to jog. Do you think there really is a chamber of secrets? Kaden said, watching Cedric turn his head to glance at him with furrowed eyebrows. Where is this from? Cedric asked. Professor McGonagall told us a story about the Chamber of Secrets. Kaden said, shrugging. And how does she feel? Cedric asked. She's worried. All the teachers are. Kaden said. But if there really is a Chamber of Secrets and it's really been opened, that means the heir of Slytherin has returned to Hogwarts. Cedric said. The question is, who is it? He questioned, thinking about it in his mind while still paying attention to their surrounding. I don't think Draco would open the Chamber of Secrets just to kill Muggleborns. Kaden said, saying what his mind was repeating to him. Yeah, Cedric said. I don't think Draco would kill someone, he said, sighing. But if he didn't open the Chamber of Secrets, who did? He questioned, turning his head to look down at Kaden. Kaden hums, thinking about everything he has seen and was hit with a realization. He stops, looking up at Cedric who raised his eyebrows at him. Lucius Malfoy, he said, pointing his index finger up at Cedric. Lucius is not here? Cedric questioned, wondering where Kaden's mind is going with this. No, I saw him place something in Ginny's cauldron, Kaden said, making a frustrated sound before remembering what was placed in Ginny's cauldron. A diary, he said, looking up at Cedric. A diary was placed in Ginny's cauldron. What do we do? Cedric asked. Tell a teacher? Kaden said with uncertainty, watching as Cedric nodded and started dragging him back to where he had come from. After they had told Professor Flitwick about their concern for Ginny and telling him about the diary Kaden had seen Lucius place in Ginny's cauldron while at Flourish and Blots, Professor Flitwick accepts their answer with a nod and a thank you before sending them their way. Kaden was quick to follow Hermione down the Quidditch stands and walked out onto the pitch, watching Hermione point her wand to the rogue bludger and stop it from hurting Harry again. Kaden fastened his footsteps when he saw Lockhart kneeling down next to Harry. He acted like he had accidentally pushed Lockhart to the ground with his body, possibly saving Harry from what Lockhart was about to do. Kaden kneels down in front of Harry, checking the redness on his twin brother's arm. He glares when he sees Lockhart taking out his wand, watching the man place it back into his robe and move away from the twins. Kaden looks back at Harry, noticing the grateful look on his twin brother's face. He smiles when Harry smiles at him. Let's bring you to the hospital wing, he said, carefully helping Harry up and starts walking out of the Quidditch pitch. Kaden watches Madame Pomfrey pour out a steaming liquid into a cup. Thank Merlin you brought him to me before Lockhart could do anything, Mr. Potter, Madame Pomfrey said, glancing at Kaden who is sitting down next to Harry. She gives the steaming cup to Harry who takes it and drinks, grimacing at the taste. Well, what did you expect? Pumpkin juice? A flash suddenly went off, blinding Kaden and Harry once again from the light. Kaden blinks a few more times before slowly turning his head to look at Colin Creevey. Colin, he said, and the boy finally noticed him sitting there with Harry as if he wasn't sitting here for forever now. I'm sorry, Mr. Potter, Colin said, nodding when Kaden points to the door, leaving immediately and softly closing the door behind him. Kaden turns back to look at Harry, noticing his raised eyebrows. What? He questioned. I'm gonna get glasses one of these days if he keeps flashing me with those blinding lights, he said, shaking his head. Harry snorts, shaking his head with a small smile playing on his lips. 10. Lockhart struts atop a golden stage and Kaden, Harry, Ron, Harper, Hermione, and a good number of other students watch. Gather round. Gather round. Can everyone see me? Can you all hear me? Excellent. In light of the dark events of recent weeks, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this little dueling club, to train you all up in case you ever need to defend yourselves as I myself have done on countless occasions. For full details, see my published works. Lockhart added at the end, making Kaden and Harper roll their eyes. The boy next to Harry, Justin Finch-Fletchley, turns to him. That Lockhart's something, isn't he? Awfully brave chap, he said, offering his hand to Harry. Justin Finch-Fletchley. Hufflepuff, like your brother. Harry takes the hand, shaking it. Nice to meet you. I know who you are. We all do. Even us Muggleborns. Justin said, grinning. Harry looks at Kaden, raising his eyebrows at his twin brother, who shrugs at him in response. Kaden looks back at the stage where Severus has joined Lockhart, making him smile. Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. He has sportingly agreed to help me with a short demonstration. Now, I don't want any of you youngsters to worry. You'll still have your potions master when I'm through with him, never fear. Lockhart said, grinning. What's the fun in that? Ron muttered, letting Harper lean his head against his shoulder. Should we pray for Lockhart? Kaden whispers, leaning his head close to Harry. No. Harry quickly answered, making Kaden snicker. Lockhart and Professor Snape face each other and bow. They turn, walk 10 paces, then spin, wands poised like swords. As you can see, we are holding our wands in the accepted combative position. On the count of 3, we will cast our first spells. Neither of us will be aiming to kill, of course. Lockhart said, I wouldn't bet on that. Harry said, eyeing Professor Snape. 1, 2, 3, Expelliarmus. Professor Snape said, and a dazzling flash of scarlet light bursts forth and blasts Lockhart off his feet and into the wall behind. Do you think he's all right? Hermione asked. Who cares? Harry, Ron, and Harper said simultaneously, while Kaden snickers into his hand. Lockhart stood up unsteadily. Well, there you have it. That was a disarming charm. As you can see, I've lost my wand, he said, taking the wand from Hermione. Ah, thank you, Miss Granger. Yes, an excellent idea to show them that, Professor Snape, but if you don't mind my saying so, it was very obvious what you were about to do. If I had wanted to stop you, it would have been only too easy. Perhaps it would be prudent to first teach the students to block unfriendly spells, Professor. Professor Snape said, trying hard not to roll his eyes at Lockhart. What was Albus thinking employing this man? An excellent suggestion, Professor Snape. Let's have a volunteer pair. Potter Weasley, how about you? Lockhart said, pointing at Harry and Ron. Weasley's wand causes devastation with the simplest spells. We'll be sending Potter to the hospital wing in a matchbox. Might I suggest someone from my own house? Malfoy, perhaps? Professor, Snape said. Draco and Harry walked onto the stage, eyeing each other malevolently. They took a bow to each other before they turned and walked 10 paces, then whirled, wands poised. Wands at the ready. When I count to 3, cast your charms to disarm your opponent. Only to disarm. We don't want any accidents. 1, 2. Lockhart was cut off by Draco firing early, knocking Harry off his feet with a blast of white light. Harry jumps up. Ricta Sempra, he exclaimed, pointing his wand at Malfoy as a jet of silver light hit the Slytherin dead in the stomach. Draco doubles up, laughing and wheezing. I said disarm only. Lockhart exclaimed over the spells. Draco shakes his head and recomposes himself, pointing his wand at Harry. Serpensortia, he said as the tip of his wand explodes and a long black snake slithers forth. Don't move, Potter. I'll get rid of it for you. Professor Snape said after glancing at the worried expression on Caden's face. Allow me. Lockhart flicks his wand and the snake flies into the air, hisses in rage, and slithers straight towards Kaden. As students scream, Harry approaches the snake. It rises, fangs exposed, poised to strike the Hufflepuff. Leave him, Harry hissed, as the snake looks into Harry's eyes, then turns for Kaden again. Leave him, he hissed again, watching the snake hover a moment more, then slumped to the floor. Harry blinks, as if coming out of a trance, grins curiously at the snake, and offers his hand to Kaden. Kaden took it and stood up, looking behind Harry's shoulder where he could see Severus glancing at him and Harry with concern before it disappeared. He was about to ask what was wrong before Justin's voice rang out. "What are you playing at?" Justin said, terrified and backing away, as if he was the one who was about to get attacked by a snake. Severus waves his wand and the snake vanishes in a puff of black smoke, then regards Harry with a look before turning his eyes to look at Kaden, who has his eyes narrowed on Justin. "Kaden," he calls out, bringing the Hufflepuff's attention to him as Harry lets himself get dragged away by his friends. "Let's go," he said, walking out of the room with Kaden beside him, noticing the Hufflepuff beside him pointing his index and middle fingers to his eyes before pointing them at the stunned crowd, making a small smile appear on his face. "What language did Harry speak?" Kaden asked, sitting on the chair in the potions class as he looked up at Severus. "Parseltongue," Severus answered, standing on the opposite side of Kaden while looking at him. "And I'm gonna guess you could too." "I could understand him," Kaden said, before he retracted himself back and got confused. "What's Parseltongue?" he asked, looking up at Severus. "It means you can talk to snakes," Severus said. "Really?" Kaden asked. Severus nodded. "Awesome," he said, watching as Severus raised his eyebrows in amusement. "Awesome?" Severus questioned, looking down at Kaden with amusement. "Imagine all the snakes I could talk to," Kaden said, smiling up at his father, who softly returns the smile. "You shouldn't use it while there's people," Severus warned. "Oh yeah, never," Kaden said. "Can I tell this to Cedric?" "You two are strangely close," Severus said, moving to the shelf to keep himself busy. "We're friends," Kaden said, looking at Severus with confusion. Severus said, believing it. He will not believe these words in later years when Kaden starts talking about attractive boys and complain about how Cedric should not look good when he had just woken up from his sleep. He heard these from other students, not his words. He is not ready for Kaden to be talking about boys and go through puberty. He is not ready for Kaden to grow up and to lose all those baby fats on his face and those innocent baby blue eyes. But he can't stop it. He can't control the time. Severus glances behind him where he can see Kaden playing with something he found on the table, making him smile before he turns back to the shelf. 11. Kaden moves into the dormitory, sitting down on his bed, already in his pajamas, as he looks at Cedric's bed where the teen is brushing his head with a towel. "Where have you been?" Cedric asked, throwing the towel somewhere, and sat down on his bed, turning his head to look at Kaden. "Meeting with Draco," Kaden said, as Cedric furrowed his eyebrows. "Draco's father said the Chamber of Secrets hasn't been opened for 50 years. Does he know who opened it?" Cedric asked, moving so he could lean back against the headboard with his legs stretched out on the bed. Kaden shakes his head. "Lucius won't tell," he said. "And he also said that the last time the Chamber of Secrets was opened, a Muggleborn died." Cedric furrowed his eyebrows in concern, sighing. "There's nothing we can do, Kaden." Kaden nods, thinking back to Harry's letter to him in first year, sighing. "Yeah, you're right," he said, moving so he could lay down on his bed. "Good night, Cedric," he said, pulling the blanket up to his chest, sighing out a breath. "Good night, Kaden," Cedric said, moving to lay down on his bed and pulling up the blanket to his chest. He takes hold of his wand and waves it, removing the light from the dormitory as they slept peacefully while Harry and Ron are drinking Polyjuice potion to become Crabbe and Goyle. Kaden looks up when the door to the hospital wing is opened and Harry, Ron, and Professor McGonagall enter the hospital wing. "Hermione!" Ron exclaimed, moving to stand next to Cedric, who is standing behind Kaden. "She was found near the library. Along with this, does it mean anything to either of you?" Professor McGonagall asked, holding up a small circular mirror. "A mirror?" And Kaden and Harry have been hearing voices throughout the castle in some days. And every time that happens, a student is always petrified. He wonders what it is. Is it a snake? Then again, how is a snake traveling through the castle without being seen? He was pulled from his thought when he felt Cedric's hand on his shoulder. "Where are you two going?" Cedric asked, falling in step with Harry and Ron as they followed them. "Professor Lockhart's office," Ron answered. "Did something happen?" Kaden asked. "Ginny's got taken by the basilisk," Harry answered this time, seeing the door to the professor's office 2 doors away. "It was the basilisk we heard then?" Kaden questioned, watching as Harry nodded. Cedric moves forward and opens the door into the office, letting Kaden, Harry, and Ron in before entering himself. "Professor, we've got some information for you." Harry cut his words short when he sees Lockhart packing his trunks. There are 2 large trunks standing open. "Are you going somewhere?" Cedric asked, crossing his arms over his chest as he narrowed his eyes on Lockhart. Well, yes. Urgent call. Unavoidable. Got to go." Lockhart lies badly through his teeth. "What about my sister?" Ron asked. "Well, as to that, most unfortunate. No one regrets more than I." "You're the defense against the dark arts teacher," Kaden exclaimed, cutting Lockhart's words off. "You can't go now. I must say, when I took the job, nothing in the job description." "You're running away? After all that stuff you did in your books?" Harry questioned. "Books can be misleading," Lockhart said. "You wrote them," the Potters twins exclaimed. "My dear boy, do use your common sense. My books wouldn't have sold half as well if people didn't think I'd done all those things. No one wants to read about some ugly old Armenian warlock, even if he did save a village from werewolves. He'd look dreadful on the front cover. No sense at all," Lockhart said, looking at the stunned students in front of him. "You're a fraud. You've just been taking credit for what a load of other wizards have done," Harry exclaimed. Harry. There was work involved. I had to track these people down and ask them exactly how they managed to do what they did. No, it's not all book signings and publicity photos. You want fame, you have to be prepared for a long, hard slog," Lockhart said. "Is there anything you can do?" Ron questioned. "Yes, now that you mention it. I'm rather gifted with memory charms. Otherwise, you see, all those wizards would have gone blabbing and I'd never have sold another book. I'm afraid I'll have to do the same to you four, lest you do the same." Lockhart lifts his wand, but Cedric is quicker. "Expelliarmus," Cedric said, and Lockhart was blasted backwards, toppling into one of the open trunks, his wand flying across the floor. Lockhart walks ahead of Kaden, Harry, Ron, and Cedric, their wands pointed at him. Moaning Myrtle floats above the cistern. "Who's there?" "Oh." Myrtle's smile turns flirty when she sees Harry. "Hello, Harry. What do you want?" "To ask how you died," Harry said. "Oh, it was dreadful. It happened right here, in this very cubicle. I'd hidden because Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses. I was crying, and then I heard somebody come in," Myrtle said. "Who was it, Myrtle?" Harry asked. "I don't know. I was distraught, but they said something funny, a kind of made-up language, and I realized it was a boy speaking. So I unlocked the door to tell him to go away, and I died," Myrtle said. "Just like that? How?" Kaden questioned. "No idea. I just remember seeing a pair of great big yellow eyes. Over there," Myrtle answered, pointing to the bank of sinks. Harry and Ron hurry to the sinks while Kaden and Cedric stay with Lockhart. Then Harry sees what was etched in one of the copper taps, a tiny snake. "This is it, Ron. This is the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets," Harry said. "Say something, any of you," Ron said, glancing at Kaden and Harry. "Say something in parcel tongue. Open up. Open up." Harry and Kaden speak at the same time, Harry not noticing that he had spoken in English instead of Parseltongue, smiling sheepishly at Kaden, who softly chuckles at him. "Excellent, boys. Good work. Well then, I'll just be going." "There's no need for me," Lockhart said, about to make his way to leave, but he was stopped by Cedric's wand pointing at his back. "Don't move, Professor," Cedric said, nodding to the opening. "You first. Now, boys, what good will it do?" Lockhart asked, nervous. "A bloody lot of good if it's a 200-foot drop onto jagged rocks," Ron said. Lockhart steps grimly to the dark, gaping hole. Kaden gives him a shove, and he topples headfirst into the hole. It's really quite filthy down here, Lockhart said. Kaden places his wand away, moving back as he looks up at Harry, who is already looking up at him. I'll stay out of it just like you asked. Thank you, Kaden, Harry said, nodding. Kaden nodded. Be careful and good luck. Both of you. We will try, Harry answered, turning and jumping into the hole with Ron following soon after. Well, let's go back before we get caught, Cedric said, placing his wand away. Yes, let's go, Kaden said, yawning. I don't know how he handles not sleeping, he said, turning to walk out of the bathroom. Maybe he's used to it, Cedric said, following Kaden out of the bathroom. Yeah, maybe, Kaden said. Looks like they did it, Cedric said, looking at Harry, Ron and Hermione talking with each other. He looks to his side where Kaden is sitting, looking down at the ring which has strangely lit up a strange red. Yes, they did, Kaden said, looking away from the ring to look up at Cedric. Professor McGonagall taps her goblet to quiet down the hall and Professor Dumbledore stands. Before we begin our feast, let's give a round of applause to Professor Sprout and Madame Pomfrey, whose mandrake juice has been successfully administered to all those who had been petrified, he said as everyone applauds. Also, in the wake of recent events, as a school treat, all exams have been canceled. At the rear of the hall, the great doors open. It's Hagrid. He enters, stops, and looks around. The room falls silent, all eyes upon him. He glances around, nervous and embarrassed. Sorry I'm late. The owl deliverin'. My release papers got all lost and confused. Some ruddy bird named Errol, Hagrid said. Ron exchanges a nervous glance with Professor Dumbledore. Hagrid looks at all of the faces staring at him. He turns to Harry. I just want to say that if it wasn't fair you, Harry, you and Ron and Hermione, well, I just want to say, thanks. There's no Hogwarts without you, Hagrid, Harry said. Just then, Professor Dumbledore gets to his feet and slowly brings his hands together. The others join him. Soon, everyone is on their feet and the hall roaring. As the students surround Hagrid, he blinks and wipes at his eyes. And because I forgot to do this, here's what the Christmas gift looks like. The invisibility ring. Cedric's gift to Kaden. Kaden's gift to Cedric. Severus Snape gift to Kaden. 12. Third year. Kaden rolls his eyes as he listens to Ron and Hermione arguing with each other. Something about Hermione's cat attempting to eat Scabbers, Ron's pet rat, and talking about how Kiwi is so calm rather than he. Wait a minute. Just because she's calm doesn't mean she doesn't want to eat Scabbers, Kaden said, breaking through the argument between Ron and Hermione. Every time you put Scabbers close to Kiwi she hisses, Ron, he said when he saw the offended expression on Ron's face, and it was instantly changed into a glare when he said that, looking at Kiwi as if she's done something bad except existing. Seriously? She's a cat, Ronald. What do you expect? Kaden said, rolling his eyes. He leans his head down to Kiwi, whispering something to her, smiling when Kiwi meows. That seems like an agreement. Then, sensing someone watching him, he turns his head to the staircase and smiles when he sees his twin brother standing at the bottom of the staircase. Harry, he exclaimed, moving to stand up and ran towards Harry, hugging his twin who returns the gesture. Hello, Kaden, Harry said, letting Kaden pull away from him. Where's your godfather? He asked, looking around the leaky cauldron for the potions professor. He left to buy me more books to read in my free time, Kaden said, ignoring the rolled eyes he got from Ron, holding back a smile when Hermione smacks at the back of Ron's head. Deserved. I heard you make into the Quidditch team this year, Harry said, smiling proudly at Kaden. I did, Kaden said, grinning brightly. What position did you make? Hermione asked, looking at Kaden. Chaser, Kaden answered, noticing the confused look Hermione was trying to hide. We throw the quaffle into the goal hoops, he said, smiling at Hermione who returned it. I'll see you on the pitch then, Harry said, noticing Snape standing at the entrance. Kaden looks behind him at Severus, turning back to look at Harry. I'll see you soon, Harry, he said, hugging Harry's one more time before making his way back. Ron, Hermione, he said, nodding to them before taking kiwis from the table and starts making his way to Severus. "Excited for the Quidditch match?" Cedric asked, helping put Caden's trunk up the compartment train. Sitting down beside Kaden after he finished putting it down. "Think we'll win this time with Kaden in our team, Captain?" A Hufflepuff asked, looking at Cedric. "His name is Elias, and the girl sitting beside him is Malia." Cedric shrugs. "There's a chance. You have a lot of hope for me," Kaden said, placing Kiwi's cage down by his feet. "Kaden, I've seen you play," Malia said, raising an eyebrow. "Once," Kaden said, raising his eyebrows back at the girl Hufflepuff. "What do you think about his first play, Captain?" Elias asked, looking at Cedric, who is looking at them with amusement. "I think he'll do a magnificent job as a chaser," Cedric said, watching as Kaden starts blushing with a grin on his face. "You're just flattering me, Captain," Kaden said, smiling up at Cedric, who returns the smile with a small smirk, making him blush once again. "You deserve all the praise, Kaden," Cedric said, turning the smirk into a gentle smile. "Did you hear about the new dark arts professor?" Elias asked, looking at them with a small smile. "Let's hope he's better than Gilderoy Lockhart," Malia said, taking out a mirror from her back pocket and starts fixing up her lipstick. "Do we know his name?" Elias asked, looking at Kaden for an answer. "Dad didn't say anything," Kaden said, his friends not batting an eye at the fact that he had called Severus Dad. "Are you going to the Quidditch World Cup next year?" Malia asked, satisfied when she finally fixed up her lipstick. "What team is playing?" Cedric asked. "It's a match between Ireland and Bulgaria," Malia answered, placing the mirror back where she got it from. She sighed dreamily, leaning back against her seat. "I can't wait to see Victor Crumb," she said, smiling up at the ceiling as if she could see the Bulgarian. "Who's Victor Crumb?" Kaden questioned, having not kept up with the Quidditch news. Elias and Malia gasped dramatically, looking at Kaden as if he's done something that could place him in Azkaban. "He is only the best seeker and the most good-looking guy ever," Elias said. Kaden turns his head to look at Cedric, seeing him looking at the duo with amusement. He looks back at Elias and Malia, looking at them with raised eyebrows. "Should I regret asking this?" By answering him, he got two dramatic gasps from both Elias and Malia. Kaden only lets out a loud groan when that happens, making Cedric laugh. 13. Kaden looks up when the train compartment suddenly turns dark, as if it would tell him why it was suddenly dark. He slid closer to Cedric, feeling the teenager wrap his arm around his shoulders. "What's going on?" Elias asked, a thin wisp of steam coming out of his mouth. "Don't know," Cedric said. "Maybe we've broken down?" he said, stroking his thumb on Kaden's shoulder, fixing up the snowflake necklace around his neck with his free hand. Malia moves towards the window, wiping her hand against the window, revealing the dark sky outside the train. She narrows her eyes out the window. "There's something moving out there," she said. Suddenly, the car sways violently before it rights itself. The metal window trim at Malia's fingertips begins to vibrate. What is happening? A soft crackling fills the compartment and flames bloom on the tip of Cedric's wand. His face is pale, but his eyes are alert as he looks at the door. "Don't move." Kaden turns his head to look at the compartment door as a hand grips the half-open compartment door and pushes it aside, revealing a towering, cloaked figure, its face hidden beneath its black hood. The folds of the hood tremble and chill. Rattling intake of air is heard. The flames on Cedric's wand sputter, and a sound swells in Kaden's ears. Eerie, painful, and the sound of a woman screaming fills his ears. Kaden's eyes roll up, eyelids fluttering, and then a silvery white light drifts from his mouth. The world is spinning off its axis and Kaden falls, tumbling hard to the ground. He hears thunder cracks, lightning painting the icy windows white, then black, then white, then black again. With a desperate gasp, Kaden opens his eyes. He blinks, finding the dust gone, windows black. The floor on his back is shaking gently, telling him that the train is moving again. His eyes shift, looking at the drop of water, newly unfrozen, running slowly down the window. "Kaden? Kaden, are you all right?" Cedric asked, moving his face in front of Kaden. Kaden nods, sitting up with the help of Cedric. He looks in front of him, seeing an older man kneeling down in front of him. The man held out a chocolate towards him. "Eat. It'll help," the man said, watching Kaden take the chocolate and take a bite of it. "What was that thing?" Kaden questioned, glancing at Cedric, who was gently rubbing his back. "A Dementor, one of the guards of Azkaban. It's gone now," Cedric answered, smiling softly at the Hufflepuff who finished his chocolate. "It was searching the train for Sirius Black," Elias said. "I need to have a word with the driver." "Excuse me," the man said, standing up and leaving the train after he deemed that Kaden's all right. Kaden sits back down on the seat with Cedric's help, turning to look at Cedric, Elias, and Malia. "What happened to me?" "Well, you sort of went rigid. We thought you were having a fit or something," Elias said, shrugging. "And did either of you pass out?" Kaden asked. "No," Malia said, shaking her head. "I felt like I'd never be cheerful again. But no passing out." Kaden turns to Cedric and Elias, and they shake their heads. "I was trembling. Cold," Elias said. "But then Cedric made it go away," he said, pointing to Cedric, who shrugs. Kaden frowns. "But someone was screaming. A woman," he said, watching as the three of them glance at each other. "No one was screaming, Kaden," Cedric softly said, looking at Kaden carefully. Kaden frowns again, looking out the train window. He wonders if the same thing happened to Harry, and if it did, he hopes he's okay. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. I have a few things to say before we become befuddled by our excellent feast. I myself am particularly looking forward to the foaming kiwi cups, which, while somewhat treacherous for those of us with facial hair," Professor Dumbledore said. Professor McGonagall clears her throat. Yes. First, I'm pleased to welcome Professor R.J. Lupin, who has kindly consented to fill the post of defense against the dark arts. Good luck to you, Professor." Amid the scattered applause, Harry, Ron, Hermione clap loudly. As some of you may know, Professor Kettleburn, our Care of Magical Creatures teacher for many years, has decided to retire in order to spend more time with his remaining limbs. Fortunately, I'm delighted to announce that his place will be filled by none other than our own Rubius Hagrid. Professor Dumbledore exclaimed. Hagrid turns ruby red, rises, and nearly topples the staff table, sending water goblets weaving. Finally, on a more disquieting note, Hogwarts, at the request of the Ministry of Magic, will, until further notice, play host to the Dementors of Azkaban. Professor Dumbledore said. A murmur of apprehension fills the hall. At the Slytherin table, Draco, flanked by the ever-present Crabbe and Goyle, catches Harry's eye, feigns a dead faint. Though, he did glance at Kaden with concern. Yes, he has a favorite. The Dementors will be stationed at the entrances to the grounds. While they are under strict orders not to enter the castle itself, you will on occasion see them as you go about your daily activities. Under no circumstances are you to approach them. It is not in the nature of a Dementor to be forgiving. Professor Dumbledore said. 14. Students gather around Hagrid as Harry, Ron, and Hermione arrive. Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle stand with the Slytherins. Kaden is standing with the Hufflepuffs, huffing when they keep glancing at him. He moves on his feet and stands next to Harry, not even catching his twin off guard at his presence. Come on now. Get a move on. Got a real treat for ya. Great lesson coming up. Follow me, Hagrid said, leading them towards a small paddock just the side of the Forbidden Forest. In the paddock, a free-standing iron rack hangs with dead ferrets, buzzing with flies. Nearby is a pumpkin patch. Gather round. Find herself a spot. That's it. Now, first thing you'll want to do is open her books. Hagrid's words were cut off by Draco. And exactly how do we do that? Draco said, sneering at the half-giant man. You stroke its spine. Kaden answered instead of Hagrid, unbinding his book, and as it began to bite at him, he calmly runs an index and middle finger down the book's spine and it shivers, falling quietly open. That's right, Kaden, Hagrid said, smiling proudly at the Hufflepuff who returns the smile. He tells them about needing to get the magical creature for today's class and disappears into the trees. Draco shakes his head, speaking loudly to Crabbe and Goyle. God, this place is going to the dogs. Wait until my father hears Dumbledore's got this oaf teaching classes. Listen, you stupid prat. Eyes widening in fear, Draco steps back, pointing behind the four. Potter, there's a Dementor behind you. Draco said. Enough, Draco, Kaden said, wrapping his arm around Harry, telling him that there's no Dementor approaching them. Let him do whatever he wants, Potter, Pansy said, glaring at Kaden. I'll let him do anything he wants when he gets a taste of a Dementor himself, Kaden said, smiling at them. Or maybe you should too, Parkinson, he said. Maybe it'll get your head set straight that Draco doesn't like you like that, he said, grinning when Pansy's smile changed into a frown. Kaden turns his head away when he notices a hippogriff emerging from the trees. He cocked his head, ignoring the students who stepped back in fear. Then he noticed Hagrid standing next to the hippogriff. Gee up there, Hagrid exclaimed, grinning. Bo Eiffel, isn't he? He looks breathtaking, Kaden answered when no one said a word, watching as Hagrid's face lit up at his words. Hagrid, exactly what is that? Ron questioned. A hippogriff, of course. Now, first thing you gotta know is they're proud. Easily offended, hippogriffs are. Don't never insult one, 'cause it might be the last thing you do. Right then, who wants to come and say hello? Hagrid said, looking at the students. The entire class steps back, leaving Kaden and Harry in front. Harry noticed this and stepped back. Kaden noticed this and looked over his shoulder at Harry, smiling at his twin brother who returns the smile nervously. Good man, Kaden, Hagrid said, grinning, secretly happy that Kaden was the one who stepped up. Even though every student stepped back, not wanting to get close to the hippogriff, Kaden approached Hagrid, looking up at Hagrid with full trust on the half-giant. He's nervous to meet a hippogriff, but an excited feeling swirl inside his chest. That's it. Easy now, stop. Hagrid stopped Kaden from walking. This here's Buckbeak, Kaden. You want to let him make the first move. It's polite, see? Just take step forward, give him a bow, and if Buckbeak bows back, Yeri allowed to touch him. Ready? Kaden nods, stepping forward and slowly bows. Buckbeak's head cocks, eagle eyes studying Kaden for a few seconds before Buckbeak ducks his beak, bowing back to the Hufflepuff. Hagrid sighs, relieved. Well done, Kaden. Go on. Give him a pat. Kaden reaches out, laying his hand on Buckbeak's fierce beak. The class claps. Even Draco has a smile on his face as Kaden smiles up at Buckbeak. Look at that. I reckon he might let ya ride him, Hagrid said. Kaden snapped his head to look at Hagrid, his eyes lighting up. Really? Hagrid nods, chuckling softly. We'll just set ya behind the wing joint. Mind ya, don't pull any feathers out. He won't like that, he said, lifting Kaden up high and drops him into Buckbeak's back. And before Kaden could get settled, Hagrid slaps Buckbeak's hindquarters. Off ya go. As Buckbeak gallops forward, Kaden slides scarily back. Giant wings unfold, huge and powerful, and they soar into the air, rising higher and higher until they're up on the sky. Gradually, Kaden loosens his hold on Buckbeak's neck, losing himself in the joy of flying. He smiles at the sight of his and Buckbeak's shadow racing across the grass below. They circles over the Whomping Willow, past Hogwarts Castle, and then swooping, with heart-stopping speed, over the Black Lake. Buckbeak's talons tickled the smooth glass of the water, summoning the giant squid to the surface briefly. Hagrid whistles then, and Buckbeak wheels, beating his way back to the paddock, galloping to a halt. As Kaden slides off, the class cheers. Draco couldn't hold back a smile at the sight of Kaden's bright smile. Good work, Kaden, Hagrid exclaimed, grinning, before talking under his breath. How am I doing me first day? Brilliant, Professor, Kaden said. Both him and Hagrid were grinning. Their moment was broken when Draco pushes past the students roughly, striding towards Buckbeak. Give me a go at that thing. If Kaden can do it, it must be easy. You're not dangerous at all, are you? You great ugly brute, Malfoy. No, Hagrid exclaimed, trying to stop the blonde. In a flash, Buckbeak's steely talons slashed down. Kaden pushes Draco away from Buckbeak, taking the hit. He looks down at the blood blossoming on his robes. Behind him, he can hear his twin and friends gasping. Instantly, Hagrid dashes forward. Buckbeak whips around, raises its talons and, seeing Hagrid, lowers them and ducks its beak. Kaden turned and looked at Draco with furrowed eyebrows as he stood beside Buckbeak. Kaden, Hagrid trailed off, looking at the deep gash glistening on Caden's arm. How the Hufflepuff is not freaking out is a wonder. Hagrid, he's got to be taken to a hospital. I'll go with you if you like, Hermione said, but was cut off by Hagrid. No, I'm the teacher. You all just. Class dismissed. Hagrid places his hand on Caden's shoulder and lumbers towards the castle. 15. Does it hurt? Cedric asked, placing his book on the table as he sat himself down beside Kaden, looking at the bandage around Caden's arm. It doesn't. Kaden answered, smiling. Said, you should have been there. The ride with Buckbeak was so wonderful, he said, giggling lightly, making Cedric smile. Said? Harry questioned, looking up from what he was doing to Kaden. When did that happen? He questioned, smiling in amusement when Kaden started blushing. Now, Cedric said, smiling as he turned to look at Kaden. You are now Cade, or Denny, he said, shrugging. You two are so cute together, Hermione said, smiling at the pair. Kaden shakes his head, fiddling with his fingers nervously when Seamus' voice breaks out. He's been sighted, Seamus exclaimed. He and the other Gryffindors are huddled over a copy of the Daily Prophet. Who? Ron questioned. Kaden glanced at the photograph on the Prophet's front page, providing an answer to Ron's question. Sirius Black. Hermione reads over the shoulders of others, whispering half to herself. Akinti? That's not far from here, Hermione said. You don't think he'd come to Hogwarts, do you? Neville said, looking at the Gryffindors and the two Hufflepuffs that joined their table 2 seconds ago. Elias and Malia, with the Dementors at every entrance? Lavender questioned. Dementors? He's already slipped by them once. Who's to say he can't do it again? Malia said, leaning her head on Elias' shoulder. Bame stares grimly at the grainy image of Sirius Black. That's right. Black could be anywhere. It's like trying to catch smoke. Like trying to catch smoke with your bare hands. Kaden looks at the tall wardrobe rattling violently, intrigued by the wardrobe as he stands next to Malia. Intriguing, yes? Professor Lupin said. Would anyone like to venture a guess as to what's inside? Seamus spoke in a hushed voice, looking at the wardrobe. That's a boggart, that is. Very good, Mr. Finnegan. Can anyone tell us what a boggart looks like? Professor Lupin asked. No one knows, Hermione said, making Ron jump. Ron glances at Hermione, then whispers to Harry. When'd she get here? He asked, Harry shrugging. Boggarts are shapeshifters. They take the shape of whatever a particular person fears most. That's what makes it so terrifying, yes? Luckily, a very simple charm exists to repel a boggart. Professor Lupin said. Let's practice it now, shall we? Without wands, please. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. The students repeat. This class is ridiculous. Kaden heard Draco said, making him turn his head back to look at the Slytherin and raised his eyebrows at the blonde who looked away from him. Good. So much for the easy part. You see, the incantation alone is not enough. What really finishes a boggart off is laughter. You need to force it to assume a shape you find truly amusing. Professor Lupin said, pausing on Neville. Neville, come up here, will you? Neville eyes the rattling wardrobe and steps forward nervously. What would you say is the thing that frightens you most? Professor Lupin asked. Neville mumbles something they couldn't understand. Didn't catch that, Neville, sorry. Professor Snape. Neville said, more clearly. Kaden places his hand in front of his mouth, hiding his smile as the others laughed. Professor Lupin nods thoughtfully. Yes. Neville, I believe you live with your grandmother? Yes, but I don't want the boggart to turn into her either. Neville said. It won't, but I want you to picture her clothes, only her clothes, very clearly in your mind. Can you do that? Professor Lupin asked. Neville closes his eyes. She carries a red handbag. That's fine. We don't need to hear it. If you see it, we will. Now, when I open this wardrobe, Neville, here's what I want you to do. Professor Lupin leans close to Neville, whispering something in his ear. Neville's eyes pop open in shock. You can do this, Neville, Professor Lupin said. Neville nods nervously, taking a deep breath. Right then, wand at the ready. 1, 2, 3. Sparks jet from Professor Lupin's wand, strike the doorknob, and the wardrobe bursts open. Instantly, Professor Snape appears, eyes flashing hideously as he stalks forward. Neville backs away in fright. Marcus mutters something from beside Henley. Neville, having heard what Marcus was muttering, pointed his wand at Boggart Snape. He said the needed spell and watches as Snape stumbles in a flash of light and reappears in Neville's grandmother's clothes. Marcus leans his body against Henley, a proud smile on the Slytherin's face as he looks at Neville's backside while Henley chortles a laugh. Kaden smiles, fingers playing with his mouth as he hid the smile. Professor Lupin drops the needle on an old gramophone. As a scratchy rumba fills the room, he points to Ron. Ron, forward, Professor Lupin said. Ron glances at Harper, who sends him 2 thumbs up of encouragement, before walking forward as Professor Snape dissolves into a mad whirling mass, then transforms into a giant spider. Ron gasps, and Professor Lupin puts his hands on his shoulders to steady him. Ron raises his wand, saying the spell, and roller skates materialize on the spider's hairy feet, and it begins to shuffle crazily in place. Instantly, Ron relaxes as the class laughter rings out. Parvati, Professor Lupin calls out. As Parvati steps up, the spider spins faster and faster, and then transforms as a vampire. Parvati said the spell, and the vampire is now dressed like Carmen Miranda and begins to shimmy about. Mr. Thomas, Dean Thomas steps up, and the vampire's undulating body attenuates, its skin darkening with diamond-thatched scales, becoming a giant cobra. He said the spell, and the cobra-hooded head bobs back and forth, transforms into a jack-in-the-box. Professor Lupin grins. Next, he turns and sees Harry step forward expectantly. Concern flickers through his face, and Kaden take notices of this. The jack-in-the-box pivots on its spring, its face tumbling towards Harry, becoming more sinister before transforming into a Dementor. Suddenly the music fades. Harry starts to raise his wand, then freezes, transfixed. The Dementor looks closer and closer when Kaden steps between them, wand in front of him. And instantly, the Dementor vanishes and a shadow instantly darkened in front of Kaden. And one by one, eyes starts to appear. One started to move closer to him, revealing an ugly white-skinned creature with long fingers. They opened their mouth, revealing sharp teeth underneath. Ridiculous, Kaden said, and the shadow faded, turning the white-skinned creatures into a balloon, which began to move back into the wardrobe. The door slams shut, and the class cheers. Well done, everyone. I think that's enough excitement for today, Professor Lupin said. Kaden looks away from the wardrobe to look at Harry, who was standing behind him with concern on his face. Harry pulls himself together and places his hand at the back of Kaden's back, softly rubbing his back as they begin walking out of the class. Kaden's Boggart picture found in Google. 16. Severus pulls down a screen over the blackboard, turning to look at the students who are looking at him with confusion. Turn to page 394, he said, ignoring the students who are now eyeing him with guarded curiosity. Kaden glanced at Draco when he saw him doing something and saw him scrawling something on a bit of parchment and balls it up in his hands. As Draco opens his hands, a moth flutters from his palms. Excuse me, sir, but where's Professor Lupin? Harry asked. That's not really your concern, is it, Potter? Severus said, turning to look at Kaden, who was looking for the page he had mentioned before. Suffice it to say, your professor finds himself incapable of teaching at the present time. Page 394. He repeated when he noticed Kaden passing the page he had mentioned. Waving the moth away, blowing out a candle, and a slide show begins. An ancient woodcut of a horrific beast flickers at the front of the room. Ron frowns down at his book. Werewolves. But, sir, we've only just begun learning about redcaps and hinkypunks. We're not meant to start nocturnal beasts for weeks. Quiet, Severus exclaimed, cutting Hermione's words off. Now, which of you can tell me the difference between an animagus and a werewolf? He asked, pointing at Caden's raised hand. Mr. Potter, an animagus is a wizard who elects to turn into an animal. A werewolf has no choice in the matter. Furthermore, the werewolf actively hunts humans and responds only to the call of its own kind. Caden's words was cut off by Draco's low howling. Quiet, Malfoy, Severus said before turning to Caden. Correct, Mr. Potter. 5 points to Hufflepuff, he said, turning to Harry. Passing notes, Potter? Severus snatches the drawing from under Harry's nose and eyes it. Not exactly Picasso, are you? I hope you demonstrate more talent on the Quidditch pitch this weekend than you do as an artist. If not, I fear you'll perish, given the weather forecast. Until that time, however, you'll forgive me if I don't let off homework. Should you die, I assure you, you need not hand it in, Severus said, turning away. Kaden flies around the Gryffindor's Quidditch team on his broom, a quaffle in his arm, and he throws it into a hoops, scoring another goal for the Hufflepuff's team. He turns to look at the pitch, flinching when a bludger shatters the broom of a Hufflepuff beater. The beater goes into a wild spiral and vanishes into the mist. Ouch! Kaden mutters, grimacing. He turns his broom and flies towards where he can see the quaffle in Angelina's grasp. He caught up with Angelina and bumped his broom with hers, making her let go of the quaffle. He caught it in his arm before it could fall off to the ground. Kaden quickly flies around the Gryffindor chasers and starts flying towards the Gryffindor's hoops. He passes the quaffle to Malcolm, another chaser, who starts flying towards the hoops and scores another goal for Hufflepuff. 3 more minutes passed, and Kaden made 2 more scores in those 3 minutes. He looks up when he notices something falling, eyes widening at the sight of Harry falling down fast towards the ground. He turns his broom and flies up, beckoning his broom faster and faster to get to Harry. He dives his broom down to Harry after he gets to the height he needed to get to his twin in time. He has his hand held out in front of him, holding tightly to his broom with his other hand. Kaden held his breath. The only sound that he can hear is the wind blowing hard against his ears. The rain, thunder, and lightning faded into existence. He glances behind Harry's head and sees the ground fast approaching. Kaden dives his broom faster and faster until he is close to Harry and pulls his twin into his arms. He pulls his broom back, trying to stop the broom from hitting the ground, but was unsuccessful. He let go of Harry so he will fall to the ground without injuries, while Kaden hit the ground hard, letting out a scream when his arms take the damage from hitting the ground. He stopped himself from rolling further by placing his shaky left hand on the wet ground. He pushed the wet ground, pushing himself onto his back. Kaden looks up at the gray sky, chest rising up and down fast as he tries to calm down his heart. The rain is hard enough to clean his face from any mud and grass. He gasped a full breath of air, closing his eyes, swallowing down his saliva when it gets too much. Kaden? A voice from the distance screamed for him. He can also hear feet hitting the wet ground and the feet running towards him. Kaden, he exclaimed, closer this time. Kaden opens his eyes and looks up at the familiar head of Cedric, who is kneeled next to him with his head in his sight. He smiles, watching Cedric sigh with relief at the sight of him awake instead of unconscious. Are you all right? Cedric asked, gently helping Kaden up and removing his goggles. My arms weren't hurt before when they were injured by Buckbeak, Kaden said, leaning his head against Cedric's chest, listening to his heartbeat. It is now, he said, sighing. Is Harry okay? He asked, looking up at Cedric, who is taking off his own goggles. Yeah, you saved him, Cedric said, throwing Kaden and his goggles to their keeper before gently helping Kaden to stand up. He was already taken by Madame Pomfrey. She told me to get you before she left, he said, turning his head towards the entrance and sees Professor Snape approaching them with a worried expression. Kaden, Severus breathed out, taking Kaden to bring him into a gentle embrace. He pulls away, placing his hands on Kaden's shoulders. Are you all right? Yeah, Kaden said, nodding. There's a bit of a small pain in my arms, but that's it. Severus nods, looking at Cedric, and nods at the teenager. Congrats on catching the snitch, Mr. Diggory, he said, looking down at Kaden. Let's bring you to the hospital wing and get you checked out, he said, watching Kaden waves to Cedric to follow them to the hospital wing. Cedric looks up at him for permission and Severus nods, watching Cedric instantly move to Kaden's side and starts telling him what happened. Maybe Diggory really cares about Kaden after all. 17 looks a bit peaky, doesn't he? Ron said, looking down at an unconscious Harry. Sitting on the bed beside Harry's body is Kaden, who is holding onto his twin brother's hand that is closest to him. Both of Caden's arms are wrapped with bandages again. Turns out his small pain is not a small pain. There were multiple bruises and cuts under his Quidditch clothes. Peaky? What you expect him to look like? He fell 50 feet. Fred said, glancing at Ron. Yeah, come on, Ron. We'll walk you off the astronomy tower and see how you come out looking, George said, smiling in amusement when Ron's face paled. Probably a right sight better than he normally does, Harry said, opening his eyes, and Kaden, Ron, Fred, George, and Hermione slowly came into his focus, standing at the foot of his bed except Kaden, who was sitting next to him. How are you feeling, Harry? Kaden asked, helping Harry sit up on the bed. Brilliant, Harry said, nodding to Kaden in thanks. Gave us a right good scare, mate, Fred said. What happened? Harry questioned, looking at them. You fell off your broom, Ron said, and Kaden snorted. Really? I meant the match. Who won? Harry asked, looking at Kaden for answers when no one answered him. We won, Kaden muttered, looking down at his bandaged arms. Cedric wanted a rematch, but Oliver declined, he said, glancing at Fred and George, who was looking at him with a frown. Harry, he wanted it to be a fair match. We wanted it to be a fair match, he said, looking back at Harry. Professor Dumbledore was furious when he saw the Dementors on the grounds. What happened to your arms? Harry asked, pointing at Caden's arms. Hurt myself trying to catch you, Kaden said, shrugging, smiling at Harry. He thought it was a small pain, Hermione said, looking at Kaden with an unamused expression. And when his sleeves were removed, it was filled with bruises and cuts, she said, looking at Harry. Madame Pomfrey talked his ears off when she saw it. Harry turned his head to Kaden, raising his eyebrows. Kaden smiles sheepishly, fiddling with his fingers. It didn't feel like a big pain at the time, he said, shrugging. Thank you for saving me, Kaden, Harry said, watching Caden's sheepish smile turn into genuine. You're welcome, Kaden said, looking away from Harry. There's something else, he said, looking back at Harry, watching him frown. Your nimbus, it landed in the Whomping Willow, he said, nodding to Ron, who tips a bag of splintered wood and twisted twigs onto the bed. Harry nods and looks at Kaden. Whose are you playing against next? Ravenclaw, Kaden answered. Can you even play? Ron asked, looking at Caden's bandaged arms. It's already healing from the potions, Ronald, Kaden said, standing up, turning his head to look at Harry. I'll see you soon, Harry, he said, bending down to give a hug to his twin, who returns the gesture before pulling away. Good luck on your match, Kaden, Harry said, smiling up at Kaden. Thank you, I'll need it, Kaden said, smiling. He waves goodbye to everyone and starts making his way towards the Quidditch pitch to practice. Kaden laughs, watching the Hufflepuffs celebrate from winning the match against Ravenclaw, even though they still have a match with Slytherin. You must be our lucky charm or something, Cedric said, sitting down next to Kaden in the common room. Kaden looks up at Cedric, a smile still on his face. How so? He asked, leaning back against the couch. We've never won this much before, Cedric said, leaning back against the couch, relaxing. We still have a match with Slytherin, Kaden said, moving on the couch so he could lean his head on Cedric's shoulder. Winning this far is enough, Cedric said, shrugging one of his shoulders that was not taken by Caden's head. Kaden hums, closing his eyes as his breathing slows down. Later, when he wakes up, he finds that he is laying down in Cedric's bed with the blanket up to his shoulders. His arms are wrapped around Cedric's center, head on the teenager chest. Cedric's left arm is wrapped around him, sleeping as well. Kaden closes his eyes, falling asleep once again. In the next Quidditch match, Hufflepuff also won against Slytherin. And ever since that happened, the Hufflepuffs have been calling him Lucky Charm. I think he's wrongfully convicted, Kaden said, laying down on his bed, eyes looking up at the ceiling. You're right, Delphine said, looking around the dormitory in her human form. He is wrongfully convicted, she said, turning to look at Kaden. Sirius didn't betray the Potters. He would never, she said, looking down at her hands. He would rather die than betray the Potters. Then why was he in Azkaban? Kaden asked, sitting up from the bed, looking at Delphine, or Kiwi, who was now looking out the window. Why didn't you say anything? I tried, Delphine said, looking at Kaden sadly. My word against them, who would win? Kaden frowns, leaning back against the headboard. That's horrible, he said, looking up at Delphine. What was he to you? A friend, Delphine said, smiling. Her blue eyes are shining brightly as she thinks about what they had gone through many years ago when they were students like Kaden, Cedric, and the others. We were like you and Cedric, she said, looking at Kaden. Unbreakable, loyal. Kaden smiles, turning his head towards the dormitory door when he hears it opening. And Cedric walks into the dormitory with a book under his arm. A meow is heard, and 1 second later Kiwi jumps onto his lap, making herself comfortable. Professor Snape wants you to visit him tomorrow, Cedric said, placing the book on the cabinet at the end of his bed, looking at Kaden, who is petting Kiwi. All right, Kaden said, smiling. Cedric, what's your Patronus? My Patronus? Cedric questioned, wondering where this is coming from. Kaden nods. Yes, a badger, Cedric said, sitting down on his bed. Why are you asking? I was thinking of learning the spell, Kaden said, shrugging, placing Kiwi down on her bed as she starts to fall asleep. It's advanced magic, Cedric said, but I've seen you do harder stuff before. Really? Kaden asked, looking at Cedric, who nodded. You've helped the professors by collecting the stuff they needed, Cedric said, smiling softly, and helping them when needed. He said, you've helped them so much that they're expecting you now. Kaden smiles. Maybe I'll ask Severus to teach me this spell. He does have a soft spot for you, Cedric said, taking the book he had placed on the cabinet. Kaden softly smiles, looking down at Kiwi, who is looking up at him with a glint in her eyes. 18. Why do you want to learn the spell, Kaden? Severus asked, looking at Kaden, who is sitting on a chair in the potions classroom, helping him place ingredients into a jar. To add it to my list of spells I've learned, Kaden answered, carefully placing the ingredients into the jar. Also because I wanted to see what my Patronus is, he said, closing the jar and sliding the jar at the end of the table for Severus to take. Both of those reasons are believable, Severus said, taking the jar and placing it on the shelf. I've already seen yours when you use it to look for me at the age of 6, Kaden said, smiling softly at the memory, moving to the next ingredients that needed to be placed into a jar. I did, Severus said, smiling as well. Well, will you teach me? Kaden asked after 30 minutes had passed in a comfortable silence, finally finished with placing the ingredients inside the jar. Let's go to a bigger and safer room, Severus said, watching Kaden stand up from the chair and start making their way towards a different bigger room. A Patronus is a kind of positive force, Severus said, turning to look at Kaden. For the wizard who can conjure one, the Patronus works something like a shield. The Dementor feeds on it instead of him, he said. But in order for it to work, you must think of a memory, and not just any. This memory needs to be a very happy one, and powerful. Kaden pauses for a few, thinking about what memory he should think about, but then he gets it. He nodded to Severus, who was looking at him. Got something? Good, Severus said. Let it fill you up. Lose yourself in it. Then speak the incantation. Expecto Patronum. Without your wand. Expecto Patronum. Kaden repeats. Right then. Shall we? Severus asked, watching Kaden take out his wand as well. Kaden nods, raising his wand, closing his eyes. 6-year-old Kaden was in Severus' home, walking around the house. He is lost. Soon after, a blue light appears at the end of the hall, then a blue doe appears. Looking at him with those innocent eyes, Kaden stops, looking at the doe with confusion. and 1 second later the doe disappeared, replacing the doe with his godfather. He smiles at the sight of him, feeling the happiness inside him swirl around his body until it fills his small body and couldn't anymore. Expecto Patronum, Kaden said, and a white light burst from the end of his wand. 1 second later, the Patronus slowly takes its form into a big blue dragon. Severus stepped back from the dragon, looking at the form with amazement. He turns his head to look at his godson, smiling genuinely at the happy expression on Kaden's face. I did it, Kaden breathed out, looking up at the dragon who was looking down at him. Yes, you did, Severus said, looking up at the dragon once again. Kaden, Harry, Ron and Hermione makes their way down the slope. I find it astonishing that someone who prides themselves on being so logical can be in such denial, Ron said, looking at the Potters twins who were walking side by side. Harry, will you explain to your friend Ronald that he has absolutely no proof whatsoever that my sweet, unassuming cat ate his shabby, decidedly decrepit rat? Hermione said, rolling her eyes. Harry was there. He'll tell you how it was. Go on, Harry, tell them. Ron said. No, I won't. Know why? Because I don't care about your stupid rat. I don't care about your stupid cat. I've got a few other things on my mind right now, Harry exclaimed, huffing a breath. Really? Wasn't you had to roll under the bed last night to avoid getting cut to ribbons? A person could die being your friend, Harry. Ron stops himself and wishes he could take it back. Kaden shakes his head and walks ahead of them, Harry joining him soon after, not wanting to hear Ron and Hermione bickering. Hagrid, wearing a gigantic, hairy brown suit and a yellow and orange tie, stands knee-deep in the shallows of the Black Lake, skimming rocks as big as flagstones across the water's shiny gloss. As he turns, the four catches a brief sight of his eyes, red with tears, then he looks away. How'd it go, Hagrid? Hermione asked. Buckbeak liked London, Hagrid said. I meant the hearing, Hermione said. Oh, that. Well, I got up and said my bit, you know, how Buckbeak was a good hippogriff and as long as you had treated him with respect, he'd treat you the same. Then Lucius Malfoy got up and said his bit, you know, how Buckbeak was a deadly dangerous beast that no teacher in their right mind would expose their students to, Hagrid said. And? Kaden said, looking out into the Black Lake. Draco wasn't even the one that got hurt. Hagrid slings another rock into the water. You mustn't blame yourself, Hagrid, Hermione said. Draco. It's him the committee should punish. It's him they should send off to the forest, not Buckbeak, Ron said. Buckbeak's not going back to the forest, Hagrid said. Where's he going, Hagrid? Hermione said. He asked fair the worse, yesy Lucius Malfoy did. And the committee granted it. Buckbeak's been sentenced to death, Hagrid said, watching Kaden's face paled from beside him. Harry, leading Kaden, Ron, and Hermione towards Hagrid's hut. I can't believe they're going to kill Buckbeak. It's too horrible, Hermione said, shaking her head. It just got worse, Harry said. Kaden, Ron, and Hermione follow his gaze and see Draco, along with Crabbe and Goyle, lurking within a grouping of monolithic menhirs, binoculars in hand, spying on Hagrid, who stands in the pumpkin patch, tossing dead ferrets to Buckbeak. Hagrid wipes his eyes, Lopez into the hut. Did you see the big, fat, blubbering oaf? Oh, this is going to be rich. Did I tell you? Father said I can keep the head. Malfoy looks up, smiling. Ah, come to see the show? You foul, loathsome, evil little cockroach, Kaden said, as Draco stumbles back against a tree, cross-eyed with fear as Kaden jabs the tip of his wand under his nose. Kaden, no, Ron exclaimed, and Kaden turns to look at him. He's not worth it. Kaden nods, then quick as lightning, lands a punch right to Draco's jaw, putting him flat on his back. Stunned, Draco leaps to his feet and runs, Crabbe and Goyle huffing and puffing behind. Someone needed to do that, Kaden said, rubbing his hand, looking at Harry raised eyebrows. 19. Kaden, Harry, Ron and Hermione makes their way down the slope and past Buckbeak, chewing on a ferret with idle satisfaction. Hagrid stands by the window watching Buckbeak. Harry and Ron sit while Kaden and Hermione make tea. Look at him. Loves the smell of the trees when the wind blows, Hagrid said. I say we set him free. Harry said. They'd know I did it, Hagrid said, shaking his head. And that would only get Dumbledore in trouble. Gonna come down, you know. Says he wants to be with me when it happens. Great man, Dumbledore. We'll stay with you too, Hagrid, Hermione said, Kaden agreeing with her. Yeah, we'll not. Think I want seeing a thing like this. No. You'll drink your tea and be off. But before you do, I want to see you and Ron shake hands, Harry, Hagrid said. Ron and Harry exchange a glance, then look to Hagrid. Then I haven't seen how it's been between you two. Go on now, Hagrid said. Reluctantly, Harry and Ron extend their hands and shake. Good. Now then, Ron, I want to see you give Hermione a hug, Hagrid said. What? Ron and Hermione said, eyes widening. Go on. You two been at it all year. And I'm sick o' it, Hagrid said. What about Kaden? Ron asked, looking at the other Potter. He's been good friends to us, Ron. Harry answered for Kaden, coming to his defense. He has never gotten mad at us before, he added. Hagrid nodded in agreement. Acutely uncomfortable, Hermione and Ron step forward and perform perhaps the most awkward hug Hogwarts has ever seen. Crikey, that's just a boo, the most pathetic hug I e'er seen. But ye did it, and that's what matters. There's just one other thing, Hagrid said. I'm not kissing Fong if that's what you're thinking, Ron said. I'll do it, Kaden exclaimed excitedly, kneeling down to Fong's level. Come here, Fong, he said, opening his arms and showering Fong with kisses, who is thumping his tail happily on the floor. Hagrid lets out a small chuckle and turns, takes the lid from a flour tin. A tiny head, ears flecked with powder, emerges. Scabbers, you're alive, Ron said. Yes, should keep a closer eye on your pets, Ron, Hagrid said. I think you owe someone an apology, Hermione said. Right. Next time I see Crookshanks, I'll let him know, Ron said. I meant me, Hermione said. Oh, here we go again, Kaden said, stopping the incoming bickering with just his words. A glass jar on the shelf shatters. As Hermione scoops up a jagged, star-shaped stone, a second stone bounces off the back of Harry's head. Ow! Harry turns, looking out the window. Hagrid! Everyone turns and looks. Professor Dumbledore and Fudge are approaching. Behind them, in a fluttering shroud of crows, the executioner follows, axe at his side. Hagrid begins to panic. Ya got to go. It's almost dark. Anyone sees ya outside the castle, it'll be trouble. Big trouble. Especially you, Harry. The door shakes as someone bangs on it. Hagrid stiffens in fear. Harry reaches up, puts his finger to Hagrid's trembling lips, and speaks softly to the others. Come on, Harry said. As the quartet exits through the back door, Fudge, Professor Dumbledore, and the executioner enter through the front. A veil of crows flutters onto the roof. More drops into the patch and begins slowly circle Buckbeak. Harry and the others duck behind the pumpkins. Watch Hagrid solemnly greet the others. Fudge appears at the window, picking his nose. Just then, "Hey," is heard. Hermione turns, looking at the branches of the trees behind her are dancing oddly. What? Harry asked. Nothing, I just thought I saw, Hermione said but trailed off. Never mind. The four slip silently into a stand of trees. Beyond them, Hagrid's hut glimmers desolate in the dying sun. The four stops, fighting their tears. A quartet of bleak shadows flies from the hut. One of the shadows, Professor Dumbledore, raises his hand and points, directing the attention of the others away from Buckbeak. Professor Dumbledore speaks briefly, unintelligible from this distance. Then, the crows shriek excitedly and the executioner separates from the others, disappears behind a low stand of trees. All goes very still. The wind loses its voice. Sunlight kicks off the axe as it rises over the trees. The axe hangs seemingly forever, etched against the sky, then drops. Ron and Harry stare toward the trees in numb disbelief. Kaden and Hermione turned away, trembling. Kaden let Harry pull him into his body, wrapping his arms around Harry's shoulders. while Ron does the same for Hermione. The sun sets, dropping behind the mountains in the distance. Kaden turns, seeing a frenzied spray of crows stain the bloody sky, their primal shrieking rising like a curse. Slowly, Hermione's hand falls onto Ron's shoulder, looking at where a drop of blood hangs from his finger, dropping like a tear. Ron stares at his hand, at the blood running down his finger. He bit me. His eyes shift and sees Scabbers streaking away. Ron. No. Hermione exclaimed as Ron pelts after Scabbers. Kaden, Harry, and Hermione chase after him. Ron reaches the summit, disappearing over the top as Kaden, Harry, and Hermione follow. Kaden, Harry, and Hermione reach the top of the ridge, stopping at the site of the Whomping Willow. Kaden, Harry, you do realize what tree this is, Hermione said, watching Ron nabs at Scabbers, cradling the rat in his bloody palm. That's not good, Harry said. Ron, run. He yelled out to Ron, who spins and looks towards Harry. Harry, Kaden, run. Ron yelled back. Kaden and Harry's eyes turn from Ron, and bounding towards him and Harry in the gathering gloom is an enormous, pale-eyed, jet-black dog. Harry shields Kaden and himself when the dog leaps over them. Ron screams as the dog closes his mouth on his foot, dragging him towards the trunk like a rag doll. Instantly, Kaden and Harry dash forward and grab Ron's hands, but the Potters and Ron just keep scudding along the ground. I've got you. Hermione pitches herself onto Harry's feet, and the four of them go scudding along. Harry! Ron screamed in fear. Harry raises his chin, looking at that black dog which is vanishing into the gap at the base of the tree, beginning to pull Ron through. Hold on, Ron. But it's no use. The dog is too powerful. Harry glances around desperately, then finds himself looking directly in Ron's eyes. No, Ron, Harry said. One by one, Ron releases his fingers from Kaden and Harry's forearms. Sacrificing himself? No, Harry screamed. But Ron closed his eyes, releasing his hands fully, and disappeared into the hole. Kaden, Harry, and Hermione stood up, peering into the hole. Then the Whomping Willow sweeps Hermione first, then Harry, then Kaden, into the air and drops them on their backsides. Delphine. Kaden calls out to the woman after he gets his air back, watching as a branch swoops down, ducking it. He moves back, noticing the black cat walking towards the Whomping Willow, and sighs with relief when the branches stopped attacking them. Watching as Harry and Hermione get down Whomping Willow carefully. Thanks, Harry said, looking at Kaden, thinking it was him who stopped it. It wasn't me, Kaden said, running towards the gap, dragging Harry and Hermione towards it as well. Kaden takes out his wand and says, Lumos, revealing a long, snaking tunnel. Where do you suppose this goes? Hermione questioned. I have a hunch. I just hope I'm wrong, Harry said, looking at Kaden, who was looking at Kiwi. Lead the way, Delaware, Kaden said, gaining weird looks from both Harry and Hermione, but he ignores it, following after the black cat who started walking deeper into the tunnel. Harry and Hermione look at each other then shrug, following Kaden and Kiwi. They walked for a while until Kiwi stopped at a small opening, looking at Kaden. Kaden reaches up, hoisting himself through. He turns around and helps Harry, Hermione, and Delphine up. Harry and Hermione look around, looking at the wallpaper that is peeling from the wall. Dried blood blots the floorboards. Shattered furniture lies strewn everywhere. 20. We're in the Shrieking Shack, aren't we? Hermione said, looking at Kaden and Harry. Yes, Kaden said, looking down at Del, who is waiting by the staircase. He moves to the staircase without thinking, already knowing that Sirius won't be a danger to him and Harry. He has already mentioned this to Harry, but he doesn't trust him. His words, he mean, not his whole trust. Knox, Kaden said, watching his wand light die. Slowly, they step to the door. Exchange a look. They nod, wand ready, and Harry kicks the door aside. Kaden sees Ron sitting upon a sagging bed, clutching his bloody foot. Ron, you're okay. The dog, where's the, Harry words was cut off by Ron. It's a trap, Harry. He's the dog. He's an animagus, Ron said. Harry looks down, following the paw prints on the floor to a pair of flighty human feet. Harry looks up slowly at the man standing in the shadows. Filthy, matted hair hands to his shoulders. His skin pale, like a corpse. Sirius studies Kaden and Harry's face keenly. Harry draws his wand, pointing it at Sirius. If you want to kill Harry, you'll have to kill us too, Hermione said, standing next to Harry while Kaden makes his way towards where Kiwi is licking her paw, unconcerned. Both of them, apparently. No, only one will die tonight, Sirius said. Then it'll be you, Harry exclaimed. Harry, no. Hermione stopped him, making Harry turn towards her, shaking her head. Harry hesitates, the wand in his hand shaking as he looks at Sirius. Going to kill me, Harry? Sirius asked. Harry stays quiet, not knowing what to do again. The door suddenly crashes open, and Professor Lupin busted through. Professor Lupin. Harry, Hermione, and Ron said. Professor Lupin ignores them, eyeing Sirius intensely. Looking a bit ragged, aren't we, Sirius? Finally, the skin reflects the madness. You'd know all about madness within, wouldn't you, Remus? Sirius said. The two regard each other, the moment taut with tension. Then Professor Lupin steps forward and embraces Sirius like a brother. No, I trusted you. I covered up for you. And all this time you've been his friend. Hermione exclaimed, pointing. He's a werewolf. That's what he's been missing classes. Harry and Ron stare, dumbfounded, at Professor Lupin. Sirius howls then, bitterly amused. Professor Lupin eyes him, then turns back. How long have you known? Professor Lupin asked, looking at the Granger. Since Professor Snape set the essay. Hermione answered. You're the brightest witch of your age I've ever met, Hermione. Professor Lupin said. Yes, you glow like the sun, and you howl at the moon. Enough talk. He dies. Now, if you won't do it with me, Remus, I'll do it alone. Sirius said. Wait, Sirius, I did my waiting. 12 years of it. In Azkaban. Trust me, you wouldn't have lasted a week. Sirius exclaimed. Professor Lupin eyes Sirius, then nods. All right then, as you wish. Harry looks behind him at Kaden, not knowing what to do. He looked back at Sirius, then Kaden, tilting his head slightly. Harry looks at the rat in Ron's hand when Kaden moves his eyes to look at Scabbers. Harry? Ron questioned, wondering why he's looking at his rat. Harry was about to talk when Professor Snape burst through the room, using Expelliarmus on Sirius and Professor Lupin. The wands fly from their hands. The others turn, looking at Professor Snape standing in the doorway, smiling smugly. Ah, vengeance is sweet. How I hoped I'd be the one to catch you. Severus, I told Dumbledore you were helping your old friend into the castle. And here's the proof. Professor Snape as Kaden shook his head. I was the one who let Sirius in, Dad, not Professor Lupin. Kaden said, making Severus snapped his head towards him. I know the truth, Severus, he said, looking at Delphine, who is still in her cat forms. He stood up and made his way closer to Severus. And I could never know how to thank you, Kaden, Sirius said, looking at the Potter. You can start by telling them the truth. Kaden said as Sirius nods. Give me a reason. I beg you, Severus said, looking at Kaden. Kaden opens his mouth to start talking but is cut off by Professor Lupin. Don't be a fool, Severus, Professor Lupin said. Kaden tried again but was cut off by Sirius. He can't help it. It's a habit by now, Sirius said. Quiet, Sirius, Professor Lupin said. For Merlin's sake, listen to the boy, Delphine shouts, voice louder than everyone in the room. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Professor Lupin, Severus and Sirius stare in shock at Delphine. Professor Lupin, Severus and Sirius are shocked at the sight of their old friend while Harry, Ron and Hermione are shocked at Kiwi being an animagus. Del? Severus questioned, looking at the familiar woman in front of him. Hello, Severus, Delphine said, nodding to the man. Now, please, listen, she said, begging with Severus using her eyes. Severus looks at Kaden, then at Delphine and sighs. Go on, he said, looking at Professor Lupin. Peter Pettigrew. He was at school with us. We thought he was a friend. Professor Lupin began immediately. No, Pettigrew's dead. He killed him, Harry said, pointing at Sirius. I thought so too. Until you mentioned seeing Pettigrew on the map, Professor Lupin said. The map was lying then, Harry said. The map never lies. Pettigrew's alive. And he's right there, Sirius said, pointing at Ron. Emmy? It's lunatic, Ron said, looking at Delphine who was kneeling down next to him. Mr. Weasley, please give me Scabbers, Delphine softly said. Ron looks at Kaden, Harry and Hermione at the corner of his eyes, then sighs. Fine, he said, giving the squirming Scabbers to Delphine who smiled at him and stood up. Here, Delphine said, holding out the rat towards Remus and Sirius. Together, Sirius said, exchanging a glance with Professor Lupin. Severus places his hand on Caden's shoulder, pulling him away from Remus and Sirius. With that, Professor Lupin takes out his wand and as one, he and Sirius cast a stream of blue-white light. Scabbers twists madly in midair, then transforms into a very short man with thinning hair and grubby hands. Sirius, our Remus, my old friends, Pettigrew said, looking at them. Severus' face turns into disgust, pulling Kaden behind him. Neither speaks. Pettigrew's small, watery eyes dart towards the windows and door. Suddenly, he makes a break for it, but Sirius merely shoves him back. Pettigrew's nose twitches, his gaze finding Harry. His hands flutter nervously, revealing a missing index finger. Harry, look at you. Why, you look just like your father. Like James. We were the best of friends, he and I. Shut up, Sirius exclaimed, stopping the man from talking. I didn't mean to. The Dark Lord. You have no idea the weapons he possesses. Ask yourself what you would have done, Sirius. What would you have done? Pettigrew exclaimed. Died. Died rather than betray my friends. And you should have realized, Peter, if Voldemort didn't kill you, Sirius said. We would. Professor Lupin said. No, please, you can't. Pettigrew said, eyes darting to Ron. Ron, haven't I been a good friend? A good pet? You won't let them kill me, will you? I was your rat? Ron draws back in disgust. Pettigrew turns to Hermione. Sweet girl. Clever girl. Surely you won't let them. As one, Lupin and Black raise their wands, pointing them directly into Pettigrew's face. He shrinks back trembling, closing his eyes in fear, when, no, Harry said. Harry, this man? Professor Lupin began. I know what he is, but we'll take him to the castle. Harry said. Bless you, boy. Bless you. Get off. I said we'd take you to the castle. After that, the Dementors can have you. Harry said. Kaden looks up at Severus. I'm sorry. It's all right, Severus said, watching Delphine and Sirius hugging each other before looking away. He looks down at Kaden, noticing him looking at him and Delphine back and forth before realizing what had happened. Severus quickly pushed him out the door before he could voice it out loud. Kaden looks behind him at Harry and Sirius talking with each other. He turns back to look at Severus, watching him looking out at the Hogwarts castle. What was she to you? Kaden asked, moving to stand next to him. What do you know? Severus asked, looking away from the Hogwarts castle to Kaden. I know that you and her were together for a while, Kaden said, looking up at the dark sky. And that you had to break things off with her for her safety. Yes, Severus said, looking back at where Delphine is talking with Hermione. Do you still love her? Kaden asked, catching Severus' eyes as he looked down at him. Yes, Severus said without hesitation, turning away from Kaden. Kaden nods, looking up at the sky. I think I'm falling in love with Cedric. Severus smiles. I already know that, he said, turning to look at Kaden who blinked up at him. When? Kaden asked. You two are unbreakable with each other, Severus said. I don't mind, he said, smiling. Kaden returns the smile and continues to watch the sky. Harry. Hermione's voice suddenly rises in the air, quavering with fear. Kaden turns and sees Hermione staring at the full moon. His eyes turn, looking at Professor Lupin, who is a rigid silhouette, his fingers twitching. Remus, old friend, Did you take your potion tonight? Sirius asked. Lupin, twitching, shakes his head. Delphine notes Pettigrew watching the wand in Lupin's fist and quickly takes it into her hand. Run, all of you. Now, Sirius said. But none of them do, transfixed, watching his bristles poke through Lupin's skin. Sirius steps forward, wrapping his arms around his friend, pressing his mouth to his ear. You know the man you truly are, Remus. This flesh is only flesh, he said, pounding Lupin's chest. This heart is where you truly live. This heart. Here. Pettigrew suddenly broke free and transformed back into a rat. Harry tries to stop him, but it's too late. A howl pierces the air, and Harry moves back. With a shrug, Lupin tosses Sirius into the air, then turns. He is no longer human. He's a werewolf. Harry and Hermione begin to edge back. Professor? Hermione questioned. The werewolf's eyes blaze, long teeth glittering in the light. Then a horrifying growl erupts from its throat. Harry and Hermione spin, beginning to flee and run flat into Professor Snape, who moves them to his back and points his wand to the werewolf. He shields Kaden, Harry, Ron, and Hermione behind him. The werewolf howls, sprints forward, when a giant dog intercepts it in midair. They hit the ground in a fierce tangle of flashing teeth, a single horrible flailing beast. Again and again, the dog pushes the werewolf back, but the werewolf is too strong. Sirius, Harry exclaimed. The dog yelps, roars in pain, and the werewolf flings it into the tall grass. As it charges after, Harry pushes past Snape, dashing into the night. Kaden was about to follow, but Severus held him back. Harry! Kaden yells out, calling after him. He'll be fine, Kaden, Delphine said, walking out from where she was running after Pettigrew, but the man unfortunately got away. We should get you checked out, Mr. Weasley. Ron looks down at his foot, as if just noticing that he is hurt. Harry, Hermione said when she saw him. I saw my dad, Harry said. What? Hermione asked. He sent the Dementors away. I saw him. Across the lake? Harry said. Hermione exchanges a private glance with Ron, turning back to look at Harry. Listen, Harry. They've captured Sirius. Any minute the Dementors are going to perform the kiss. The kiss? Harry asked. It's what Dementors do to those they want to destroy. They clamp their jaws over the victim's mouth and suck out his soul. Kaden explained. You mean they're going to kill Sirius? Harry asked, looking at Hermione. No, it's worse. Much worse. You go in living, but you have no memory, no sense of self. You're just a shell. An empty shell? Hermione explained. As Harry reacts, the door opens and Professor Dumbledore enters. Headmaster, you've got to stop them. They've got the wrong man, Hermione said. It's true, sir. Sirius is innocent, Harry said. It's Scabbers who did it, Ron said. Scabbers? Professor Dumbledore questioned, looking at Ron questioningly. My rat, sir. Only he's not really a rat. Well, he was a rat. You see, he used to be my brother Percy's. The point is, we know the truth. Please, sir, you must believe us, Hermione said. I do, Miss Granger. But I'm sorry to say the words of 4 13-year-old wizards will convince a few others. A child's voice, however honest and true, is meaningless to those who have forgotten how to listen. Professor Dumbledore said, turning to the window. Ah, a shooting star. If ever one was to make a wish, now would be the time. But time, I'm afraid, is precisely our problem. Mysterious thing, time. Powerful. And, when meddled with, dangerous. Sirius Black is in the topmost cell of the Dark Tower, Professor Dumbledore said, turning to look at Hermione. You know the laws, Miss Granger. You must not be seen. And you would, I feel, do well to return before this last chime. If not, well, the consequences are really too ghastly to discuss. 3 turns should do it, I think. If you succeed, more than one innocent life may be spared tonight. Professor Dumbledore hands Harry and Hermione each a stick of chocolate, then starts to go but stops. By the way, when I doubt, I find retracing my steps to be a wise place to begin. Good luck. He smiles, then walks out. Harry glances curiously at the chocolate. What in the bloody hell was all that about? Ron asked, but Hermione doesn't reply, instead looping the pendant's long chain around Harry's neck as well as her own. Sorry, Ron, but seeing as you can't walk, and I think Kaden is finished for now, Hermione said. Ron's eyes widened, looking at Kaden, who looked undisturbed about what had happened. Do you know about this? Kaden starts counting, and when he gets to 3, the doors open and Harry and Hermione run in. How'd you two get over there? I was just talking to you over there, Ron said, looking at Kaden, who let out a snort. What you think, Harry? Too much for him. Everything that's happened tonight? Hermione said. Afraid so. Always been a bit of the nervous type, Ron has, Harry said, smiling. Delphine is at the ministry, by the way, Kaden said when he noticed Harry looking around. Severus is with her. What are they doing at the ministry? Hermione asked, trying to get Sirius' name cleared. What do you think? Kaden said, smiling. Harry returns the smile, happy. He makes his way to sit down next to Ron and starts talking about random stuff. Hermione joining in on some topics while Kaden listened to them, peaceful. Little does Kaden know, it was the calm before the storm. 21, 4th year. The little Hangleton village is dark, still as stone as we rake past a trio of tombstones, all bearing the same surname, Riddle, and the identical date of death, 1943. In the distance, atop a weedy hill, a manor stands derelict under a greasy moon. At the base of the hill is a gardener's cottage. A crooked figure slants past the cottage window. Frank Bryce sets a kettle on the stove and, with a shaky hand, adjusts the flame. He leans forward, squinting to get the fire right, and the window beyond him is revealed. Something flickers, softly. Then again, Frank turns. Atop the hill, light dances in one of the windows of the manor. Frank emerges from the cottage, walking stick in hand. He lumps into the yard, approaching a door almost completely covered in ivy. He fits a rusty key to the lock and listens to the knob squealing dryly. The walking stick pierces the shadows, then Frank himself enters. His nostrils flare against the sour air. He cocks an ear. Frank's shadow spreads darkly on the landing. Above a small table is an old calendar, freckled with mildew. August 1943. Frank reaches the top and stops. His breath drifts like smoke. At the end of the hallway, a door stands ajar, casting a sliver of light across the dusty floor. Frank edges closer, sees a narrow slice of the room beyond. A feeble fire flickers in the grate. From within, he can hear voices. But why here, my lord? It seems so inhospitable. A man voice said, How fastidious you've become, Wormtail. As I recall, only recently you called the nearest gutter pipe home. Could it be that the task of nursing me has become wearisome for you? Another man said, No, my lord. I only meant, Wormtail said, panicked. I have my reasons for coming here. 13 years of reasons. Perhaps if we were to do it without the boy, Wormtail said. No, the boy is everything. Just then, the tip of Frank's walking stick vibrates against the floorboard. He eyes it curiously, then, in mute horror, watches a giant snake emerge from the shadows behind him. As it schemes past his shoes and into the room, an eerie hiss greets its arrival. Nagini has interesting news, Wormtail. According to her, there is an old muggle standing just outside this room. The door flings wide, revealing a short, balding man. Where are your manners, Wormtail? Step aside, so I can give our guest a proper greeting. Slowly, Wormtail withdraws, and everything happens at once. Frank's eyes dilate. A flash of green light sears the walls. The walking stick clatters to the floor. The handle is charred black, weeping smoke. A brittle whistling rises from the shadows of the empty gardener's cottage, a tea kettle squalling madly, rising like a scream in the night sky. The stars vanish, one after another, leaving only black as Kaden Potter sits bolt upright, a gasp stuck in his throat. He winces, presses his hand to his right arm. Across the room, Harry and Ron are still sleeping. Having a bit of a lie-in, are we? A voice asked. Kaden turns his head and sees Hermione, grinning from the doorway. Hermione, when did you get here? Just now. You two? Hermione asked, glancing at Harry, who has now woken up. Last night, Kaden answered, turning when he heard Ron move on his bed. Bloody hell! Ron exclaimed, tugging a blanket over his naked chest. Oh, honestly, come on, get yourself dressed, or we'll miss the whole thing, Hermione said, rolling her eyes. A string of sleepy silhouettes, Fred, George, Ginny, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, trail after a huffing Mr. Weasley and Kaden, who are asking about his muggle job. Mr. Weasley is happily telling Kaden everything he knows, a smile on his face. Where is it exactly, where we're going? Kaden heard Harry ask behind him. Dunno, Ron said, before turning to look at his dad. Say, Dad, where are we going? Haven't the foggiest, Mr. Weasley said. Kaden looks at the familiar figure standing atop the crest ahead, smiling. Arthur, it's about time, son, Mr. Diggory said, shaking hand with Kaden and giving him a genuine smile at the boy who returns the smile. Sorry, Amos. Afraid we got a big of a sleepy start. This is Amos Diggory, everyone, Mr. Weasley said, introducing the man to who didn't know him. Works with me at the ministry. And this strapping lad must be Cedric, am I right? Cedric moves forward and shakes hands with Mr. Weasley, whom he towers over. Sir, he greets, smiling, before he turns to Kaden and wraps his arms around the shorter boy. Hello, Cade, he said, smiling into his shoulder. Hello, Ced, Kaden said, pulling away from Cedric to smile up at him. Merlin's beard. You're Harry Potter, aren't you? Ced's talked about you, of course, Mr. Diggory said, making Kaden roll his eyes, already knowing where this is going, and when he looks at Cedric, he can see an annoyed expression trying to make its appearance. About playing Quidditch against you last year. I told him, said, that'll be something to tell your grandchildren, that will. You beat Harry Potter. Harry fell off his broom, Dad. I told you, it was an accident. Cedric's words were cut off by Mr. Diggory. Yes, but you didn't fall off, did you? Best man won. I'm sure Harry'd say the same, Mr. Diggory said. Kaden turns his head to look at Harry, sending him a sympathetic smile which Harry mouthed, it's okay for. Mr. Weasley clears his throat. Well, shall we? Don't want to be late. HM? Oh, right. It's over there, Mr. Diggory said, pointing. Kaden turns his head. Lying in the short grass is an old boot. Arms extend, like spokes to a wheel as each person places a finger to the boot. Harry leans to Fred, whispering, Can you tell me why we're all standing here pressing our fingers to this manky old boot? This isn't just any manky old boot, mate, Fred said. It's a portkey, George said. A portkey? What's a? The hill lurches, then tilts. The sky begins to spin. A howling wind rises and the sky spins faster and faster until Harry slams hard onto his feet and, like the others beside him, toppled onto his back. Above him, the sky reels dizzily, like a carousel, spinning slowly to a halt as Kaden, Mr. Weasley, Mr. Diggory, and Cedric cycle into view, windswept but upright. That'll clear your sinuses, Mr. Weasley said. And I thought I hated flu powder, Harry said to himself. I thought I was the only one, Kaden said, extending his hand to his twin brother, who took it and pulled him to his feet. You too? Harry asked, wiping his bottom. Yes, Kaden said, pointing forward to Harry. Harry turns his head to look at where Kaden is pointing and sees thousands of tents stretching to the edge of a steep cliff, to the deep bowl of a stadium. Harry glances about in fascination as he and the others trudge through the A of tents. Exotic accents dance upon the air, every nationality in evidence. Well, here we are, Mr. Weasley said, pulling aside the flap of a small tent. A very small tent. Harry watches curiously as the others pass through, looking at Kaden, who smiles at him, then ducks inside himself with Kaden behind him. Kaden and Harry look around, amazed. Harry smiles. I love magic. Me too, Kaden said, bumping his shoulder with Harry's, who bumped it back with him. 22. Harry and the others climb to their seats. Flags of all nations ring the stadium and vendors apparate here and there among the crowd, selling their wares. Get your Quidditch World Cup programs. Only 5 sickles. Fancy gold handwriting races repeatedly across a giant blackboard. Gladrag's Wizardwear, London, Paris, Hogsmeade. There's the Peruvian Minister for Tourism. And that man, there's the African head of magical games and sports. And, oh Lord, there's Ali Bashir. He's been trying to import flying carpets for years. I keep telling him they'll never replace brooms, but he sees a niche market for a family vehicle. Mr. Weasley said as Kaden listens to his every word with interest. Blimey, Dad. How far up are we? Ron said. Well, if it rains, you'll know first. A new voice said. Kaden turns his head. Looking at Mr. Malfoy descended the stairs with Draco. Father and I are in the minister's box, by personal invitation of Cornelius Fudge himself. Draco boasts. Now, Draco. There's no need to boast. Blood has its privileges, as I'm sure your schoolmates are well aware, Mr. Malfoy said, eyes trailing nastily over Hermione, looking at Kaden when the boy moves to stand in front of her with his arms crossed. Mr. Potter, I've heard so much about you. You should tell your son to behave when he is next to a hippogriff, Kaden said, glancing at Draco before looking back at Mr. Malfoy. He's going to get somebody killed one of these days, he said. And it's more body than you will ever have, Mr. Malfoy, he said, turning to follow Harry, who was holding back a smile. Nice, Harry said, walking up the stairs with Kaden beside him. Thank you, Kaden said, smiling. Kaden, Harry, and the others have settled into the utmost row, where the wind whips coldly. As a fleet of broomsticks jet into view, a roar rises in the crowd. It's the Irish. There's Troy, Fred exclaimed excitedly. And Mullet, George said. And here comes Moran. Before Fred can finish, a fleet of dark-clad riders soar over the opposite rim of the stadium. The crowd roars again. Here come the Bulgarians, George exclaimed excitedly. Who's that? Ginny questioned, pointing to Victor Crumb. That, sis, is the best seeker in the world, George said, bumping his elbow with Fred, nodding to Kaden, who looks transfixed by the seeker. He flies rather well, doesn't he? Hermione said, bumping her shoulder with Kaden, who nods in agreement. You could say that, Fred said, lifting his omnioculars to his eyes and spins a dial. What's his name? Ginny asked. And on cue, thousands of fans on the opposite side of the stadium flip large cards bearing the face of a surly-looking boy with thick eyebrows. Each one is emblazoned with his name. Crumb? Crumb? Hermione questioned. Crumb? Harry, Ron, Fred, and George said. As the boys look up in admiration, Crumb jets past the vast mosaic of his likeness with nary a glance, flying with such breathtaking skill. Good evening. As Minister for Magic, it gives me great pleasure to welcome each and every one of you to the final of the 422nd Quidditch World Cup. Let the match begin. A ball of light bursts from the ministry box, and Kaden watches Victor Crumb rocket upward, the crowd roaring. Kaden, Harry, and the others lie about, unable to sleep as they excitedly relive the match. Brilliant Crumb, wasn't he? Did you see him put Lynch into the ground with the Wronski feint? It was positively brutal, Ron said, grinning. I think you're in love, Ron, Hermione said, sharing a smile with Kaden, who was sitting beside her. Quiet, you, Ron said, chuckling. Just then, a chant of voices rises like a lion's roar beyond the tent. Fred grins. Sounds like the Irish have got their pride on. It's not the Irish, Mr. Weasley said, standing by the flap, peering out. Something in his voice causes their smiles to wither. Get yourselves dressed. Now. Kaden, Harry, Ron, and Hermione scramble out of the tent and stare with disbelief at the hellish tableaus before them. All around them are people running in terror, trampling fire and kicking up sparks. Then they see why. A teeming clot of black-robed wizards, faces concealed behind hideous masks, are marching across the campsite, laughing drunkenly. Some clutch torches while others point their wands skyward, where 4 people tumble eerily high above. Who are those people? In the air? Ginny asked, looking up. Muggles, Mr. Weasley answered, looking around. And the ones on the ground? Ginny asked, looking at her dad. Death Eaters, Hermione answered instead. Harry looked puzzled by this, but as Mr. Weasley draws his wand, he and his twin did the same without question. No, get back to the portkey, all of you, and stick together. Fred, George, you're responsible for Ginny. Ginny, you listen to your brothers, Mr. Weasley said, turning to Ginny. Ginny, did you hear me? Ginny blinks, startled by her father's fierce expression, then nods. NMR. Weasley dashes off after the confirmation. Kaden streaks past blazing tints. Lost in the mob, he falls back. Fred and George, Ginny in tow, flash briefly in the crowd, then vanish. Harry and Hermione turn, frantic eyes finding Kaden's just as they vanish as well. Kaden dashes on, buffeted back and forth by the raging crowd. He moved around the crowd, eyes stopping on the familiar figure. From where he is standing, he can see Krum fighting about 3 Death Eaters. His team is somewhere behind him, each fighting a Death Eater as well. Kaden moved around the crowd, finding an opening and moving there. He looks at Krum again and sees him kneeling down, exhaustion etched on his face. Kaden tries to think of a spell that could distract the Death Eaters, and got one that could possibly do it if they didn't recognize what spell it is. Kaden waves his wand, muttering the spell under his breath, and a dragon appears above him, catching the Death Eaters' attention. Kaden points his wand at the Death Eaters, and the dragon flies towards the Death Eaters, distracting them enough for him to use a severing charm on them, cutting their bodies in half. Kaden moves on his feet, making his way towards the kneeling seeker. Come on, get up. He kneeled down to try and pick the man up, but the man was too heavy for him to lift on his own. Where are your friends? Krum weakly pointed at the destroyed tent, which he just noticed is moving, like somebody under the tent is trying to get out. Kaden points his wand at the tent, using the levitation charm on the tent, and throws it at the approaching Death Eaters. Krum's friends immediately move to their feet and start helping their friends. 2 people, a man and a woman, makes their way towards him and looks down at Krum with worry. Is he okay? The woman asked, kneeling down next to Krum and wraps her arms around Krum's arm while the other man wraps his arms around Krum's other arm. I think he's dehydrated, Kaden said, standing up. Come on, to the woods, he said, pointing at the woods. They nodded, yelling out to the rest of their friends to go to the woods. He follows after them, walking until they can't hear the destruction anymore. What is your name? Another man asked, looking at the boy who had possibly saved them from those Death Eaters. Kaden, Kaden said, looking down at Krum's friends who were tilting a cup up to his lips. Just Kaden? The man asked again, raising his eyebrow. Kaden Potter, Kaden said, looking around the woods just in case a Death Eater found them. Up in the sky, he can see a Death Eater mark, frowning at the sight of it. What spell did you use to scare off those Death Eaters? The woman asked, throwing the cup away when Victor finished it. Kaden said, hesitating. A Patronus charm, he said, watching as her eyes widened slightly at that. You have a Patronus in the shape of a dragon? Krum questioned, looking up at Kaden, looking a bit better than before. Kaden shrugs. Yeah. He trailed off when the hair at the back of his neck stood. Duck, he exclaimed at Krum's friends who were standing up, and 10 jets of fiery red light electrified the air inches above their heads. Stop, that's my brother, Harry exclaimed, moving forward. Kaden, are you all right? Did you conjure it? Mr. Crouch asked, looking at Kaden. Mr. Crouch, you can't possibly, do not lie, Mr. Crouch said. He did not conjure the mark, Mr. Crouch, Krum said, finally being able to stand up on his own. His friends follow his footsteps and stand up as well. He saved us. Very well then, Mr. Crouch said, looking away from Kaden. Kaden looks around the crowd and makes his way towards Cedric when he sees him, wrapping his arms around the teen's torso. Cedric instantly wraps his arms around him, rubbing his back. I was so scared, he whispers, hiding his face in Cedric's shoulder. I know, Cedric mutters, glancing at Krum who is staring at Kaden and him. He wraps his arms tighter around Kaden. I know. 23. I didn't like the way he looked at you, Cedric said, picking up Caden's trunk and places it on top of him. He moves his hands down and takes his own trunk, placing it beside Kaden. He glances at Caden's trunk when he sees something on it and smiles at the sight of his scribble on the side of Caden's trunk. That was a while ago, said. Kaden said as Cedric sit down next to him while Elias and Malia are still placing their trunk together. Maybe he was staring at me because he was grateful for saving him and his friends from those Death Eaters, he said, placing his hand on top of Cedric's hand, smiling softly at Cedric. All right, Cedric said, nodding slowly, his eyes narrowed on something behind Kaden. Then why was he staring at me too? He asked, eyes turning to Kaden to watch him blink a few times. I've got no idea, Kaden said, shrugging, leaning back against the seat. Maybe he was wondering why we're close to each other, he said weakly, not even believing his words himself. Yeah, maybe, Cedric said, nodding slowly, looking down at Kaden, who started to squirm when he was staring for far too long. What is it? Kaden asked, looking up at Cedric. Cedric shakes his head, looking out of the window. Nothing, he said, gritting his teeth. Maybe he thought you were cute, Malia said, not helping Cedric's case at all. What? Kaden said in disbelief, not believing her at all. Malia, look at me. I am looking, Kaden, Malia said, looking the boy up and down just to make a point. If I'm not into girls, you would 100% be my type. Hold up, cute boys would be your type if you aren't into girls? Elias asked, turning his head to look at Malia. Yes, Malia said without hesitation, glancing at Cedric before looking away when she sees him narrowing his eyes out at the world. What did the world do to him? Am I cute? Elias asked, looking hopefully at Malia while batting his eyelashes. Malia cocks her head, looking Elias up and down while humming to herself. Would, she said, taking a mirror from somewhere and started fixing her lipstick. Elias bumped his fist into the air, looking at Kaden, who was watching them with amusement. Hear that, Kay? She would, he said, wiping his shoulders dramatically with a smug expression. Kaden giggles, moving his head to lean on Cedric's shoulder, feeling the shoulder relax under him, making him smile. Mr. Filch, our beloved caretaker, has informed me that the list of objects forbidden within the castle now includes screaming yo-yos, fanged frisbees, ever-bashing boomerangs, and chocolate marshmallow bunnies. Professor Dumbledore let a mischievous beat pass. I'm joking about that last one. The full list comprises some 437 items and may be viewed in Mr. Filch's office. Now, there is, apparently, a rather nasty rumor flying about the school that Quidditch will not be played this year. That rumor, I'm here to tell you, is absolutely true, Professor Dumbledore said. Instantly, loud voices fill the hall. Professor Dumbledore smiles in amusement. There is an explanation. You see, Hogwarts will play host to a legendary event this year. An event that has not taken place in over 100 years, the Triwizard Tournament. This time, excitement shakes the hall, Fred's voice ringing clear. You're joking. I am not joking, Mr. Weasley. For those of you who do not know, the Triwizard Tournament was originally conceived some 7 centuries ago as a way for the 3 largest European wizardry schools to engage in a series of magical contests while their respective student bodies experienced the benefits of cross-cultural social intercourse. A crackling, albeit bewildered, silence hangs in the air. In other words, one got to spend an entire year getting to know people who spoke a funny language. Unfortunately, due to a distressing high death toll, the tournament was cancelled, Professor Dumbledore said. Until now, tomorrow, delegations from the Beauxbatons Academy of Magical Arts and the Durmstrang School of Wizardry will journey to Hogwarts. This year our home will be their home. I ask only that you endeavor to make it a happy one. Kaden stands next to Cedric, looking up at Cedric, who smiles down at him when he notices the boy looking up at him. He turns back when he hears a rumble coming from the sky and sees a team of Abraxan cleave the clouds, pulling a gigantic powder blue carriage. With an earth-shaking thud, the carriage lands. Just then, bubbles roil the glassy surface of Black Lake and a long black mast pierces the water, rising higher and higher, until a black ship rises out of a rushing whirlpool of water, looking skeletal and ghostly in the half-light. "What's he doing here?" Elias questioned, looking at Mr. Crouch, who is standing at the near back. "Please join me in welcoming the lovely ladies of the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic," Professor Dumbledore said. Music begins, light and fanciful, and a woman in a diaphanous gown strides into the courtyard. She is beautiful, elegant, and tall. Then, one by one, a procession of stunningly beautiful Beauxbatons girls enter in graceful synchronization. Clad in silky, skin-clinging robes, they make a decided impression on Ron and every other boy present. Suddenly, one after another, they pitch themselves forward and cartwheel to the top of the courtyard where, arrayed in a circle, they await their last two members. Fleur Delacour, a particularly luminous girl, and her 8-year-old sister Gabrielle, who is her double. Vaulting side by side to the center of the circle, Fleur pulls out a silk scarf, dangles it from her fingertips, and spins Gabrielle like a top. The courtyard roars with approval. "Madame Maxime, welcome to Hogwarts, my dear," Professor Dumbledore said. "Ah, Dumbledore. You are well, yes?" Madame Maxime said. "Blooming," Professor Dumbledore said. Madame Maxime steps away, passing Hagrid. Suddenly, the thrum of balalaikas fills the courtyard. "And now, our friends from the north. Please greet the proud sons of Durmstrang," Professor Dumbledore exclaimed. A tall, sleek, and arrogant man strides forth, trailed by a regiment of stoic Durmstrang boys in dark fur cloaks. A pair of sleek black panthers, eyes glittering like gold, pad sullenly at the man's side. As the man reaches the top of the courtyard, he glances about imperiously. "Dear old Hogwarts." "It's so," Karkaroff said. "Perfectly imperfect," Professor Dumbledore said. Karkaroff smiles, turning to Professor Snape, who nods curtly. "Igor," Professor Snape said. "Severus. Long time, no see. And Barty, I almost didn't recognize you. You look so tired. Sleeping well these days?" Karkaroff said. Mr. Crouch glowers. Karkaroff smiles, then snaps his fingers. A quartet of Durmstrang boys bring torches to their lips and spit dazzling comets of fire into the air. Enthusiastic applause from all. "Oh my God, look at who it is," Malia said, looking at the end of the line where she can see Victor Crumb, winking her eyes at Kaden, who playfully glared at her. Professor Flitwick lifts his arms before a ragtag band of students, and a discordant tune fills the courtyard. Instantly, the Hogwarts students serenade their visitors with a glorious cacophony, the Hogwarts anthem. "Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggywarty Hogwarts. Teach us something, please." Whether we be old and bald, or young with scabby knees, our heads could do with filling with some interesting stuff, for now they're bare and full of air. Dead flies and bits of fluff. Karkaroff raises an eyebrow. Madame Maxime struggles to hold a smile, while Professor Dumbledore beams. "So we bid you truly welcome. You are a funny lot. But any guests of Hogwarts can't be all rot. Ah, music. A magic beyond all we do here," Professor Dumbledore said, smiling. 24. Victor looks around the Great Hall, wondering where he is gonna sit. He wanted to follow the other to sit down at the Slytherin table, but he felt like he did not want to sit next to the blonde boy who was smugly looking at the Gryffindor table. Victor almost scoffed at that. The only reason the Durmstrang is sitting at the Slytherin table is because of their similarities in dark arts. A man in dark clothes passed by him, walking towards the Hufflepuff table and towards the boy that had saved him and his friends a while ago. "Is that the boy that saved us?" Elena asked in thick Russian accent, looking at the man in dark clothes talking to Kaden Potter. "Yes," Victor said, watching the teenager sitting beside Kaden look up and catch his eyes, narrowing his eyes on him. He recognized the teenager as Cedric Diggory, Mr. Diggory's son. "And I think someone does not want you to stare at him," Nicola whispers, watching the teenager look away from Victor and slid closer to Kaden. "I think I know where we're gonna sit down," Boris said, smirking, about to move towards the Hufflepuff table, but was stopped by Victor's arm across his chest. "Do not do anything rash, Boris," Victor said, turning his head to look at Boris. "I want us to be comfortable, not fight." "He is right," Christina said, "but my eyes seem to have caught a woman that looks like she could be a goddess." she said, looking at the woman sitting on the opposite side of Kaden. Victor sighs. We have only been here for how long? And you are already finding a woman? I think this might be permanent, Ivan said, looking at Christina, who is looking at the woman with hard eyes. Victor sighs again. I think someone is smitten by you, Malia, Kaden said, noticing that some Durmstrang is not making their way towards the Slytherin table yet. Malia raised her eyebrows at him, turning her head to look at the Durmstrang woman who is staring at her longingly. She turns back to Kaden, smiling. Don't make me look bad, Kaden. Kaden raised his eyebrows. Do you know who you're talking to? The nicest and friendliest boy here? Cedric answered, smiling. That's right, Kaden said, grinning at Cedric, who let out a chuckle before his smiles disappear when he looks at something behind him, or someone. Kaden Potter, a voice said with a thick Bulgarian accent behind Kaden. Kaden turns his body around to look up at Crumb, smiling up at him. Hello. Why are you all not sitting down? He questioned, looking at them. Can we sit here? A woman that was staring at Malia asked, moving around Crumbs to talk to him. Kaden took a glance at Malia, noticing her rolling her hair with her index finger, an action that told him she is nervous. He looks back up at the woman, smiling. Of course, he said, watching in amusement as he watches the woman run around the table just to sit down next to Malia. Kaden wasn't surprised to feel Crumb taking a seat next to him, placing him in the middle of Cedric and Crumb. Crumb, Cedric said, smiling sharply at the Bulgarian. Diggory, Crumb said, nodding. Alan, Kaden said, looking at Elias, smiling. Potter, Elias said, grinning. Francis, he said, nodding his head at Malia. You two are idiots, Malia said, shaking her head, though there's a smile on her face, looking at Kaden and Elias fondly. And proud of it, Kaden said, looking pointedly at Malia, who fondly rolls her eyes at him. Agree. Elias said. So, Kaden, a man began, sitting on Crumb's left. Are you dating anyone? Kaden shakes his head, a confused expression on his face. Why are you asking? He asked, glancing at Cedric, who seemed to be glaring at the man that asked the question before looking away. He's used to it, not the first time it had happened. Just asking, the man said, before extending his hand towards Kaden, who took it and shook it. My name is Ivan, he introduces, placing his arm down after Kaden let go of his hand. That's Christina, he said, pointing to the woman smitten by Malia. Elena, he pointed to the woman sitting next to Cedric. Nicola, he said, pointing to the man sitting beside him. Boris, he said, pointing to the man in front of Kaden, who winks at Kaden and smirks playfully. And of course Victor. He's gonna forget all of that, Nicola said, shrugging. Not gonna blame you if you did, he said when Kaden turns his head to look at him after the name caught up to his mind. You're gonna be surprised by what his mind can do, Nicola, Elias said, smiling. Crumb raised his eyebrows, intrigued. He's basically friends with everyone in this school, Cedric answered, speaking for the second time since Crumb and his friend sat down. I thought you disappeared for a second there, said I. Kaden teased, looking up at Cedric, who furrowed his eyebrows at the new nickname. Said I? Cedric questioned, looking down at Kaden with a soft smile. Yeah, you like it? Kaden asked, grinning. Cedric smiles, nodding. Yeah. Aren't you grateful Professor Snape let you become his friend? Malia said, looking away from Christina to Cedric. Why does he need a professor permission to become his friend? Boris asked, still looking at Kaden. He's my godfather, Kaden said, nodding to Severus, who was talking with Karkaroff. What? Boris said, disbelief. Snape is like a black cat, Ivan said, looking at Kaden and Snape back and forth. And you're like a golden retriever. Cedric snorts, looking away, catching Ivan's attention. What? Ivan asked, wondering why the teenager just snorted at him. An aggressive golden retriever when he needed to, Cedric said, wrapping his arm around Kaden's shoulders, who leaned into him. Ivan was about to respond when Professor Dumbledore rose from the high table, nodding to the back of the hall, signaling Mr. Filch, who begins to limp forward with an old chest. I would like to say a few words before we bring in the casket, Professor Dumbledore said. Eternal glory. That is what awaits the student who wins the Triwizard Tournament. But to do so, that student must survive 3 tasks. 3 very dangerous tasks. You see, the Triwizard Tournament has an unfortunate history of killing off its participants. For this reason, the Ministry has seen fit to impose a new rule. To explain, we have the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, Mr. Bartemius Crouch. A stitch of lightning flashes across the enchanted ceiling and the torches along the walls flicker, casting the hall into an eerie semi-darkness. The rear doors fly open and a man stands in a dark silhouette, clad in a long black traveling cloak, clutching a staff. Lightning flashes again and Alastair, Mad-Eye Moody, is revealed, all grizzled gray hair and scarred flesh. As he limps forward, all eyes shift forward to his wooden leg, while the electric blue eye embedded in his skull scans the hall warily. Is that Mad-Eye Moody? Elias questioned, glancing at Kaden, who narrowed his eyes at Mad-Eye. Yes, Malia answered. Another bolt of lightning flashes. Annoyed, Moody points his wand to the ceiling and, casting a red jet of flames, calms the enchanted sky. Slowly, the torches regain their bloom. Satisfied, Moody pockets his wand, brings out a flask and tips it to his lips. What do you think he's drinking? Elias asked. Not pumpkin juice, Kaden said. Moody and Professor Dumbledore exchange whispers and a handshake, then Moody takes the one remaining seat at the tall table. The staff eye him in mute disbelief. Barty, as you were saying, Professor Dumbledore said. Mr. Crouch blinks, turning back to the stunned students. After due consideration, the Ministry has concluded that, for their own safety, no student under the age of 17 will be allowed to put forth their name for the Triwizard Tournament. This decision is final. What? Fred exclaimed. That's rubbish. George screamed over the other students. Silence. Professor Dumbledore says this so forcefully the result is absolute. Thank you. Taking his wand, Professor Dumbledore turns to the casket and gives it here taps. As the lid opens, he removes a wooden cup dancing with blue-white flames. The Goblet of Fire. Anybody wishing to submit themselves to the tournament need only write their name upon a piece of parchment and drop it into the flames within the next 24 hours. Do not do so lightly. If chosen, there is no turning back. As of this moment, the Triwizard Tournament has begun. Suspicious, Kaden said, narrowing his eyes at Moody. About who? Crumb asked, turning his head to look at Kaden. Moody, Cedric answered. Almost all of our dark arts professors have tried to hurt or kill Harry before, he said, nodding to the Gryffindor table where Harry is talking with Ron and Hermione. You have a group to protect your brother? Elena asked. It starts this year, Kaden said, making a way to stand up. I'll be right back, he said, leaning down to whisper to both Cedric and Crumb. Be nice to each other, he said, turning his eyes to Boris. Don't even try if you want to live, he said, leaving Boris stunned, and Cedric and Crumb amused. Kaden walks towards the Gryffindor table, placing a parchment in front of Harry. Harry looks at the parchment, confused, but not confused at the same time. What's this? He asked, looking up at Kaden. A list, Kaden answered, sitting down next to Harry. Think of how many dark arts professors have tried to kill you. And beware of an animal just in case they're an animagi. Harry nods. I will, thank you, Kaden, he said, smiling. You're welcome, Kaden said, nodding, standing up and making his way back towards the Hufflepuff table. 25. Are you gonna enter the tournament? Kaden asked, looking at Cedric, sitting down on his bed while waiting for the teenager to get ready. I will, Cedric said, putting on his robe, taking the books he needed before turning to look at Kaden, who is holding a book for the defense against the dark arts class. Just be careful if you get picked, Kaden said, standing up, walking out the dormitory in the Hufflepuff common room with Cedric beside him. I will, Cedric said, stopping where they're going to be making their way to their opposite classes. I'll see you soon. I'll see you soon, Kaden said, smiling. Be careful of Boris, will you? Cedric said, scowling to himself. Kaden chuckles, walking backwards. I will, he said, turning around and starts making his way towards Harry and his friends who were waiting for him. Cedric longingly stares at Kaden, watching him walk away until he moves out of his vision. "Why don't you just confess to him if you like him so much?" Elias said, moving to stand next to Cedric. "Because I wanted to wait," Cedric answered, turning around and started walking towards his class. "How long? Until he finished his school years?" Elias asked, walking beside Cedric. Cedric chuckles at that. "After the tournament." "Oh, all right then," Elias said. "Did you get Professor Snape permission to do this?" he asked, looking up at Cedric. "I did," Cedric said, smiling, not telling Elias that he had made an unbreakable vow to Professor Snape to promise him that he won't ever break Caden's heart and hurt him. And he will do it again and again just so he could have a place in Caden's heart. With a massive thud, Professor Moody drops a textbook onto Neville's desk, the same textbook on everybody's desk. "I see you all slogged down to flourish and blots like good little boys and girls and bought the textbook. Congratulations. It'll make a fine doorstop," Professor Moody said, turning. "I'm Alastair Moody, ex-Sorcerer, Ministry Malcontent, and your new defense against the dark arts teacher. I'm here because Dumbledore asked me. End of story. Goodbye. The end. Any questions?" Professor Moody's blue eyes scan the silent classroom, landing on Kaden and Harry. The twins stare back, willing themselves to hold the old warrior's horrifying visage. He turns away, taking out his flask. "When it comes to the dark arts, I believe in a practical approach. You may wonder what I mean by that. I'll show you. But first, which of you can tell me?" He takes a sour tug on the flask, snatches up a specimen jar, and watches a spider scuttle within. "How many unforgivable curses there are." The students trade uneasy glances. Finally, Hermione's hand rises. As his real eye continues to stare at the spider, Professor Moody's blue eye rotates onto Hermione. "I might have known. Go on, Granger." "There are 3, sir." Hermione stops herself from talking when she realizes something. "How did you know?" "Your name?" "I know a bit more than that. You're top of your class, correct?" Professor Moody asked. "Yes, sir," Hermione said, nodding. "Naturally inquisitive?" Professor Moody asked. "Yes." "Socially inept?" Professor Moody asked again. "Well, and Muggle-born?" Professor Moody said, taking over the others. "I'm not about to walk into a room full of strangers without doing background. Constant vigilance." He jabs his staff into the floor, right in front of Kaden and Harry. As the class jumps, Harry studies Moody's scars while Kaden studies the man entirely. "The devil likes disguises. Never forget that," Professor Moody said, and Kaden narrows his eyes at that. Harry remains transfixed. Finally, Professor Moody moves on. "Again, Granger, how many curses?" Professor Moody asked, looking at Hermione. 3, Hermione answered. "And they're so named?" Moody said, "Because they're so unforgivable. The use of any one of them will earn you a one-way ticket to Azkaban, correct? Now, the Ministry says you're too young to see what these curses do. I say different. You need to know what you're up against. You need to be prepared. You need to find another place to put your gum beside the underside of your desk, Mr. Finnegan," Professor Moody said. Seamus blinks, caught in the act, and whispers, "Blimey." The old codger can see out of the back of his head and hear across classrooms. "So, which curse shall we see first?" "Weasley," Professor Moody exclaimed, looking at Ron. "Why, yes," Ron squeaked out. "Give me a curse," Professor Moody said. Ron watches uneasily as Professor Moody returns to the specimen jar, reaches inside, and lets the spider run up his hand. "Well, my dad once told me about one. The Imperious Curse. I expect your father would know that one. Gave the Ministry a fair bit of grief some years ago. Perhaps this will show you why. Imperio." As Professor Moody waves his wand, the spider leaps from his palm onto Parvati's shoulder. As she shrieks, Professor Moody flicks his wand and the spider bounds from Seamus to Dean to Lavender, on and on. The students howling with amusement as it finally lands on a horrified Ron. Professor Moody grins, then summons the spider back to his palm. where he slowly circles his wand over it. Talented, isn't she? What should I have her do next? Jump out a window? Drown herself? Professor Moody said. One by one, the students' smiles dry up. Scores of witches and wizards claimed they only did whose bidding while under the influence of the Imperious curse. Here's the rub. How do you sort out the liars? Professor Moody said as it sinks in. Another. He scans the forest of hands, when his eyes rotate with particular interest in Neville. It's Longbottom, is it? Professor Sprout tells me you have an aptitude for herbology. Neville gives a shy nod. There's the Cruciatus curse. Yes, particularly nasty, Professor Moody said, stepping forward, looking over Neville and dropping the spider onto his desk. Crucio. The spider twitches, legs trembling violently. Moody stands utterly motionless, eyes fixed on Neville, who seems transfixed by the spider's misery. Hermione's eyes drift from the spider to Neville's hands, which are clenching the corners of his desk so hard his knuckles are turning white. Stop it. Can't you see it's bothering him? Stop it, Hermione exclaimed. Finally, Professor Moody drops his wand. The room is silent. Perhaps you could give us the last unforgivable curse, Miss Granger. Hermione glances at Neville and shakes her head. Avada Kedavra, Moody said. There is a flash of green light, a rush of air, and the spider rolls onto its back, dead. The killing curse. There is no blocking it. Only two person is known to have survived it, and they are sitting in this room. As the others turn their eyes on them, Kaden looks up and sees Professor Moody studying him. Professor Moody's tongue nervously probes the corner of his mouth as he takes out his flask and turns away. Kaden's eyes drop to the spider, lying motionless. 26. Kaden, Harry, Ron and Hermione descend the spiral staircase from class. Brilliant, isn't he? Completely demented, of course, and terrifying to be in the same room with, but he's really been there, you know? He's looked evil in the eye. Ron said, I think he's cruel. Did you see Neville? I thought he was going to. Hermione stops talking when Kaden stops her. Up ahead, within earshot, Neville stands by a stained glass window with a Slytherin beside him, Neville's face running in rainy blue light as he gazes vaguely beyond. Neville? Hermione asked gently, looking behind her when she heard the familiar clunking. Professor Moody limps past then, placing a leathered hand on Neville's shoulder. It's all right, Sonny. You come with me. We'll have a cup of tea in my office. The goblet flickers eerily at the top of the hall. A group of underclassmen, Harry and Ron among them, stand by as their older classmates submit their names. Hermione clutches a copy of Triwizard Tragedies with Kaden sitting beside her, waiting for Cedric. People have gotten splinched in this tournament. More than once. Hermione exclaimed. Splinched? Dean Thomas questioned. Dunno, but it doesn't sound good. Seamus said. Harry, Ron, Cedric said, nodding to the two, drops his name and sits down next to Kaden. Eternal glory. Be brilliant, wouldn't it, 3 years from now, when we're old enough to be chosen? Ron said, looking at the goblet. I'll stay on the side of peace, thanks. Kaden said, leaning his head on Cedric's shoulder. Better you than me, Harry said, grinning. Just then, Fred and George come striding forth, looking very pleased with themselves. Well, we've done it, lads, Fred said, smiling. Cooked it up just this morning, George said. Both Fred and him hold up twin vials. It's not going to work, Hermione said in a sing-song, flipping a page in her book. Yeah? And why's that, Granger? George asked, moving to kneel down beside Hermione while Fred took on her other side. Because a genius like Dumbledore couldn't possibly be fooled by a dodge as pathetically dim-witted as an aging potion, Hermione said, smiling to herself. That's what makes it so brilliant. It's pathetically dim-witted, Fred said. Go on, then, Hermione said, shaking her head softly. Fred and George stood up, moving to stand outside the ring of a circle around the goblet. Ready, Fred? George asked, looking at Fred. Ready, George, Fred said, nodding. Bottoms up, Fred and George said. As one, they tip a goody green liquid onto their tongues and, with great drama, cross the golden line encircling the goblet. As they drop their names, everyone waits. And waits. Fred and George grin, high-five each other, and are ejected high in the air, out of the circle and flat out onto their backs, whereupon little white beards sprout on their chins. Kaden laughs, placing his hand in front of his mouth, feeling Cedric laughing as well from where he is leaning against the teenager's shoulder. Then one by one, everyone stops laughing. Kaden was wondering why until he looked away from Fred and George to see Crumb walking in with his friends behind him, dropping his name. Crumb glances at Kaden, studying every feature that appears more beautiful in the fire's glow. He then lowers his head and slouches away, walking out of the great hall with Kaden inside his mind. What was that about? Kaden questioned, looking at Hermione, who shrugs and looks down at her book, though he can see a smile she's trying to hide. He looks up at Cedric, noticing him frowning at himself. He buries his face in Cedric's neck, rubbing his nose on his neck, gaining the teenager's attention. "I'm here," Cedric said, pulling Kaden away and looks down at him, smiling. "Good," Kaden said, before his smiles faded, looking around the room to see if they were paying attention before looking back up at Cedric. "Because I wanted to talk to you about Professor Moody." Cedric furrowed his eyebrows. "What's wrong with him?" "He said the devil likes disguises," Kaden said. "And what potion can disguise you?" "Polyjuice potion," Cedric said, eyes widening slightly. "But we can't tell Professor Dumbledore this yet," he said. Kaden nodded in agreement. "We don't have more proof except words," Kaden said, leaning back against Cedric's chest. "We'll get everything we need soon," Cedric said, rubbing Kaden's shoulders. "Yeah, we just need time," Kaden said, glancing at Harry at the corner of his eyes. "If Harry's name comes out of the goblet, it's fake Moody." "Agree," Cedric said, nodding. Hours later, the goblet is now sitting at the top of the hall. The house tables crackle with anticipation as, overhead, the enchanted ceiling swirls with dark clouds. At the tall table, the staff waits, Professor Moody among them. Kaden looked around the hall for the Beauxbatons students, but didn't find any of them in the hall, making him slump down. "What are you looking for?" Elias asked, noticing the boy looking around. "The Beauxbatons," Kaden said. "They're not here." "Do you think they left?" Cedric asked after looking around as well, looking at his friends. "Ah, I was thinking of asking about their school," Malia said, pouting. Suddenly there is a stir at the back of the hall and the Beauxbatons girls, chin held high, stride single file into the room, past the house tables and up to the goblet of fire where, one after another, they deposit their names. As a final flourish, tiny Gabrielle Delacour casts a handful of pixie dust into the goblet, which issues a pink cloud of rose petals. The hall rings with whistles and cheers. "I'm never getting tired of that," Kaden said, smiling. "Yeah, me too," Cedric said, eyes on Kaden's smile. Elias and Malia see this and smile, sharing a knowing look. "Thank you, ladies of Beauxbatons, for that enjoyable bit of theater. Now, the moment has arrived," Professor Dumbledore said, drawing his wand and gives a great sweeping motion. Instantly, the torches lining the hall gutter, then die. The only light comes from the blue-white flames of the goblet. A hush descends. Then the flames crackle and turn red. A shared bit of parchment flutters from the goblet, and Professor Dumbledore plucks it out of the air. "The champion for Durmstrang is Victor Krum," Professor Dumbledore said. A storm of applause accompanies Krum from the Slytherin table to the top of the hall and into the adjoining chamber. Once more, the hall grows quiet, all eyes on the goblet. The flames turn red. A second piece of parchment floats free. "The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour," Professor Dumbledore said, and another storm of applause accompanies Delacour as she walks towards the chamber. A third piece of parchment floats free from the goblet. "And lastly, the Hogwarts champion," Professor Dumbledore let a beat pass. "Cedric Diggory." Kaden lets out a cheers, patting Cedric's back, who smiles happily down at him and stands up, nodding to Professor Dumbledore, and walks into the chamber. "Excellent. We now have our 3 champions. I'm sure I can count upon all of you to give your full support to each and every. A collective gasp cuts Professor Dumbledore short. The flames in the goblet of fire have, once more, turned red, and a fourth shred of parchment flutters forth. For a moment, Professor Dumbledore simply lets it float in the air, regarding it suspiciously. Then he takes it. Kaden Potter, Professor Dumbledore said. Harry's face paled, looking at the Hufflepuff table where Kaden is looking back at him, wide-eyed and fear on his face. No, not him. Please. At the tall table, Severus is stunned, wondering how Kaden could put his name with the golden line around the goblet. Kaden didn't place it. He knows the boy. Kaden wouldn't do stuff like this. He hopes the school knows it too. He prayed the school knows it too. Kaden ignores the eyes and stands up, walking past the house tables. As he comes level with the tall table, he catches sight of Severus, who nodded at the chamber to tell him to walk in. Kaden enters the chamber and stops, taking a deep breath. He looks up and makes eye contact with Cedric, who instantly realizes what just happened. Do YEA I want us back in YEA I Hall? Delacour asked, looking at Kaden. Kaden whispers, and Cedric instantly moves on his feet towards Kaden, wrapping his arms around the boy. The door crashes open and Professor Dumbledore sweeps inside, as do Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, Severus, and Mr. Crouch. Madame Maxime, swelling indignantly, brushes her head against a chandelier. What is the meaning of this, Dumbledore? Madame Maxime exclaimed. Kaden, did you put your name into the goblet of fire? Professor Dumbledore asked, looking at Kaden, who moves out of Cedric's grasp and looks at him. No, sir. Kaden said. Did you ask an older student to put your name in? Professor Dumbledore asked. I would never, sir. Kaden said, noticing Crumb walking closer to him and Cedric in his peripheral vision as Professor Dumbledore nods. But of course he is lying. Madame Maxime exclaimed. He has been with me for the whole day ever since the goblet was known. Cedric voiced out, moving to stand beside Kaden. And if he wasn't, then he's either with Harry or Professor Snape. He is telling the truth. Severus said, nodding to Cedric. The Goblet of Fire is an exceptionally powerful magical object, Professor Moody said, gaining the attention of everyone. Kaden and Cedric share a look, Crumb noticing it and looks at Moody with hidden suspicious glance as well. Only an exceptionally powerful Confundus charm could have hoodwinked it. Magic beyond the talents of any fourth year. You seem to have given this a fair bit of thought, Moody, Karkaroff said, noticing Crumb looking at Professor Moody with suspicion. It was once my job to think the way dark wizards do, Karkaroff. Perhaps you remember, Professor Moody said. Barty, I leave this to you, Professor Dumbledore said, looking at the mentioned man. Mr. Crouch stands by the fire, staring into the flames blankly, face cast in an eerie half-shadow. Kaden noticed Moody's blue eyes vibrating with intensity while looking at Mr. Crouch. The rules are absolute. The Goblet of Fire constitutes a binding magical contract. Mr. Potter has no choice. He is, as of tonight, a Triwizard champion, Mr. Crouch said, looking at Kaden. Kaden turns his head away from Professor Moody to Mr. Crouch, closing his eyes and looking away. He feels Cedric's hand behind his head and pulls him into his chest, rubbing his back. Cedric looks up from Kaden, making eye contact with Crumb, who looks back at him. He moves his eyes to Professor Moody for a second, telling the Bulgarian that both Kaden and him are suspicious of Professor Moody. Crumb understood this and nodded, crossing his arms over his chest, looking at Kaden, who had his face on top of Cedric's chest. 27. Kaden wake up with a snort, holding his head up from the pillow to look at where he thought the voice came from. He questioned sleepily, eyes still closed as he looked at the person. Mr. Potter, the voice said, gently shaking him awake. Kaden places his head down, rubbing his eyes to remove the sleep from his eyes and blinking at the person a few times before his vision cleared and shows Professor Sprout looking at him with amusement. Kaden quickly sits up, fixing his messy hair with his hands. Professor, what can I help you with? He asked, rubbing his eyes again. Headmaster Dumbledore has called for you, Professor Sprout said. Kaden places his hands on his lap, looking at Professor Sprout with confusion, thinking about whether he has done anything wrong but couldn't think of anything. "What's wrong?" he asked, standing up anyway to follow her. "It's Mr. Diggory and Mr. Crumb," Professor Sprout said, walking out of the common room and towards Dumbledore's office. Caden's eyes widened, walking forward to walk beside her, looking at her. "Did something happen to them? Are they hurt?" "They are not hurt, Mr. Potter." Professor Sprout calmed him down before he could freak out. They walked for about 5 minutes in silence before they arrived at the entrance of Professor Dumbledore's office. Professor Sprout stops and looks at Kaden, smiling softly at the boy. Professor Sprout said the password for the entrance and walked up the staircase with Kaden behind her. Kaden moves around Professor Sprout, and the first thing he notices is Cedric and Crumb standing next to each other with their arms crossed, turning their heads away from someone when he enters the office. "Kaden, good morning," Cedric greets, smiling at the boy. "We're sorry to wake you up so early," he said, smiling sympathetically at Kaden, who blinked up at him. "What's going on?" Kaden asked, looking at Professor Dumbledore for answers. "Mr. Diggory," Professor Dumbledore said, looking at the said teenager. "Can you explain to him what happened?" "Of course, sir," Cedric said, nodding and walking towards Kaden. Cedric can see Caden's eyes moving behind him, looking at the unknown man tied up in a chair. "Who is that?" Kaden asked, pointing at the tied-up man. "That," Cedric said, pointing at the man, "is Fake Moody," he said, watching Caden's eyes widened at that. "What? How? Huh?" Kaden is speechless, not knowing what to say even though he was suspicious of Fake Moody in the first place. "Victor helped me," Cedric said, and Kaden raised his eyebrows at that. "When were you two on a first-name basis?" Kaden questioned, glancing at Crumb, who is glaring at Fake Moody. "Last night," Cedric said, suddenly looking sheepish. "I told him about our list, and he wanted to help. He said he wanted to return the favor." "Oh, okay," Kaden said, gaining an arched eyebrow from Cedric, looking away from Fake Moody to Cedric. "What is going to happen now?" he asked, looking at Professor Dumbledore. "We have already sent the letter to Mr. Rosewood and Mrs. Rosewood to come and get him before Fudge can get him," Professor Dumbledore said. "I got a warning from a student that Fudge wanted to give him the Dementor kiss, so he won't be able to give testimony." "You're right about that." Mrs. Rosewood, walking into Dumbledore's office with Mr. Rosewood behind her. "He's a man to bury his head in the sand rather than accept the truth," Mr. Rosewood said, narrowing his eyes on Fake Moody. "Who is he?" Crumb asked, turning his head to look at Mr. Rosewood and Mrs. Rosewood. "Barty Crouch Jr., Mr. Rosewood answered. "We'll take it from here," he said, looking at Kaden, Cedric, and Crumb. "Thank you for your help," he said. "Good luck on the tournament." "Thanks, Mr. Rosewood," Kaden said, sending a smile towards the man before walking out of the office with Cedric and Crumb behind him. The three of them walked the empty and silent corridor, still too early for everyone to be awake. "Thank you for helping Cedric," Kaden said, turning his head to look at Crumb, who turned his head towards him. "It is no problem," Victor said, smiling softly. "You saved me, now I save you," he said, looking in front of him. "But there is still more because you saved my friends. You can begin by telling Boris to stop flirting with me," Kaden said, shrugging. "He vat?" Crumb exclaimed, looking at Kaden. "How long?" "Since you all arrived," Kaden said. "I will talk with him and tell him to stop immediately," Crumb said, nodding. "And please call me Victor." "All right, Victor," Kaden said, smiling. "We'll see you soon," he said, stopping at the entrance of Hufflepuff common room. "I'll see you both soon," Victor said, nodding. "See you soon, Victor," Cedric said, saying the password to the common room and walks in. Smoke trails from a box camera in the Quarter of Champions blink. A paunchy photographer nods listlessly. "Thank you," the photographer said. "Well now, aren't we the charismatic quarter?" Rita Skeeter steps through the smoke and into the light, eyeing the four champions with a feral intensity. "Hello, everyone. I'm Rita Skeeter and I write for the Daily Prophet, but you all know that, don't you?" "It's you we don't know," she said, pacing by the four. "What quirks lurk beneath the rosy cheeks?" What mysteries do the muscles mask? Does the courage lie beneath the curls? In short, what makes a champion tick? Me, myself, and I want to know. Not to mention my rabid readers. So, who's feeling up to sharing? HM? Shall we start with the youngest? Lovely, she said, not waiting for Kaden to respond before pulling him towards the broom closet. Rita drags Kaden inside, drops him onto a cardboard box and slams the door shut. By doing that, she doesn't see the three champions sharing a look and Cedric moving towards the door. Ah, this is nice and cozy, Skeeter said, looking at Kaden. It's a broom cupboard, Kaden said, confused. You must feel right at home then. I live with Professor Snape. Kaden cuts her off before she can finish her sentences. Don't mind if I use a quick quotes quill? Rita asked, ignoring him. Kaden watches Rita take an acid green quill from her purse, suck on the tip, and place it upright on a piece of parchment. Rita was about to open her mouth when the door burst open. Cedric stood with a sharp smile, looking at the woman, taking Kaden's arm and dragging him out of the broom closet. What do you think you are doing? Rita exclaimed, moving out of the broom closet. Ask him, Cedric said, nodding his head to the side where Professor Snape is looking at her with a deadly glare. Delphine wanted to talk with you, Skeeter. Severus sneer, saying her name with disgust. Del, Skeeter starts to say, but was cut off by a new voice coming from behind Snape. I am here to tell you, Delphine said, moving out from behind Severus to look at Skeeter, that you're being sent to Azkaban for being an unregistered animagus, she said, grinning at the pale. Skeeter, and you are here? Skeeter asked. Yes, Delphine said. And I'm here because the headmaster has asked me to, she said, turning her head to look at Kaden. Become the new dark arts professor, she said, watching Kaden's eyes lit up at that, making her smile softly at the boy. She turns back to look at Skeeter. Why don't we go meet with Maya Rosewood and see where that goes? She said, grinning. Then the doors open and Professor Dumbledore walks in. Oh great, you're all here. Mr. Crouch is ready to give the instructions, he said, smiling at Delphine, who nodded at him. Mr. Crouch stands before the champions, while Professor McGonagall, Madame Maxime, Karkaroff, Professor Dumbledore, and Delphine look on. Courage in the face of the unknown is essential for any wizard. If one cannot defeat the devil he imagines, he surely cannot hope to defeat the devil itself. Therefore, you will be told nothing of what awaits you. You will, however, have two weapons upon which to rely, your wand and your wits. On behalf of the Minister for Magic, I wish each of you good luck. 28. What's your plan for the first task? Cedric asked, sitting on the Quidditch stands with Kaden beside him, both seeking refuge from the hateful glares and the stinging jinxes cast by half of Hogwarts. Do we even know what we're going against? Kaden asked, looking up from the book on his lap to Cedric. Cedric looks out onto the pitch, shaking his head. No, he said sheepishly, turning his head away from the pitch when he heard footsteps approaching them. Kaden turns his head and smiles when he sees Victor approaching them with Harry walking behind him. Victor, Harry, he said, bookmarking his book and closing it, placing it down by his feet. Hello, Kaden, Cedric, Harry said, walking past Victor, who moved out of the way so he could sit down next to Kaden. Did you figure out what the first task is yet? He asked, sitting down next to Kaden, while Victor sat himself next to Cedric. Both Kaden and Cedric shake their heads, and Victor frowns at this. Do you have no one to tell you? Victor asked, leaning his elbows down on his knees so he could look at both Kaden and Cedric. Tell us what? Cedric questioned, turning his head to look at Victor, who is still frowning. Do not tell anyone that I said this, Victor said, waiting for Kaden and Cedric to nod before telling them what's the first task is. We're going against Dragon, he said, and Kaden and Cedric's eyes widened at that. Kaden places his head inside his hands, feeling Harry stroking his back to comfort him even though he is freaked out himself. How the hell am I going to fight a dragon? He muttered, but they all could still hear him. He pulls his head up from his hands, looking at Cedric and Victor. You'll find a way, Kaden, Cedric said, placing his hand on Kaden's shoulder, looking at him. You always do, he said. You're wonderful at charms and dueling. You'll find a way. Kaden smiles up at Cedric. Yeah, maybe. Your Patronus is pretty huge, Victor said, remembering the dragon Patronus the boy has. You can use that to your advantage, he said, looking at Kaden. That could work too, Kaden said, smiling at Victor, who returns the smile with one of his own. Harry, who was watching the whole thing in silence, looks at Cedric and Victor. He already knows where this is going, and it will end with the three of them getting together at the end. If the three of them could survive, that is. He's praying they do. Harry? Caden's voice pulls him out of his thoughts, looking at his twin. I'm sorry, what were you saying? Harry asked, and Kaden instantly began talking about some stuff that has happened between him and Malfoy. Surprisingly, Malfoy is hoping for Kaden to win. Scratch that, he is not surprised that Malfoy is hoping for Kaden to win. They are super close even with last year's problem with Buckbeak. They talked for a while until they needed to leave to the Great Hall for dinner, still talking with each other with random stuff. Harry leaves to go be with his friends at the Gryffindor table, telling Kaden and Cedric good luck before it's too late, waving Victor goodbye and a see you soon. Victor follows Kaden and Cedric to where they are sitting with their friends. Having seen this, his friends stand up from the Slytherin table and sit with Victor. Boris instantly tries to flirt with Kaden after he sits down, but is quickly put to a stop by Severus, who was walking by the Hufflepuff's table. Severus only needed to look with his dark eyes at Boris before walking off when Boris looks 2 times paler than before. Kaden smirks at that, eating his dinner peacefully with Cedric and Victor sitting on either side of him. Kaden paces in the tent, wearing matching clothes with Cedric as they are in the same Hogwarts house. He looks up when the flap to the tent snaps open, seeing Hermione, who smiles nervously at him. How are you feeling? Okay, Hermione asked, looking at Kaden, who nodded. She glances around the room. Fleur sits in stony silence. Victor lies on a bench while Cedric is pacing. The key is to concentrate. After that, you just have to battle a dragon. Kaden finishes when Hermione trails off. Right. Oh, Kaden, Hermione said, throwing her arms around Kaden, who wraps his arms around her. She softly smiles when she feels Kaden relaxes in her arms. Good luck, Kaden, she said, pulling away from Kaden to look at him. Remember, she said, cupping the boy's face. Happy memories, the stronger the better, she said, smiling at Kaden, who returns the smile. Kaden turns his head when the tent flaps open, and Professor Dumbledore enters with Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, and Barty Crouch. Good evening, champions, Professor Dumbledore said. Hermione letting Kaden go, to move towards the headmaster. You've waited. You've wondered. And now the moment is here, he said. A moment only you four can fully appreciate. Which begs the question, why are you here in this moment, Miss Granger? He asked, looking at the woman who suddenly looked sheepish. Kaden smiles, watching her walk out of the tent, not before sending him 2 thumbs up before closing the tent flaps. Barty, Professor Dumbledore said, calling for the man. Surely it's been excruciating for you all, speculating these many weeks as to just what it is that awaits you tonight, Mr. Crouch said, not noticing the look the 4 champions share. Within this bag lies the answer. Miss Delacour, if you will, he said, holding out a bag towards her. Fleur reaches in and draws out a tiny model of a dragon bearing the number 2. It pads over Fleur's palm and lets out a tiny puff of smoke. The Welsh green, Mr. Crouch said. Mr. Crumb. Victor reached in and moved his hand around the bag, checking each dragon that he could feel. He feels something sharp brushing against his finger and picks that one, looking at the number on the dragon, saying 4. The Hungarian Horntail, Mr. Crouch said, not noticing Caden's widened eyes as he looked at Victor with disbelief, having known what Victor had done. Then Cedric reaches in and draws a U1. The Swedish short snout. Which leaves? Mr. Crouch said, turning to Kaden. The Chinese fireball, Kaden said, glancing at Victor, who seems to be ignoring his eyes. These represent 4 very real dragons, each of which has been given a golden egg to protect. Your objective is simple: collect the egg. This you must do, for each egg contains a clue, without which you cannot hope to survive the next task. Any questions? Mr. Crouch asked. The champions stand mute. Very well, Good luck to you all. Mr. Diggory, at the sound of the cannon, you may pro. Professor Dumbledore's words were cut off by Mr. Filch firing the cannon too early. Cedric stares at the tiny dragon in his hand, then closes his fingers over it and strides away out of the tent. Kaden watches until the tent flaps close, moving to sit down, staring at the Chinese fireball in his hand. Soon after, Fleur stood up after Cedric successfully took the golden egg. She turns her head to look at Kaden, smiling softly at the boy, who is now standing up and pacing around. Good luck, Kaden, she said before walking out of the tent, leaving Kaden and Victor alone in the tent. Kaden instantly moves on his feet and pushes Victor back against the pole, hands on his chest. Why did you do that? He asked, looking up at the Bulgarian. I do not know what you are talking about, Victor said, playing dumb. You didn't instantly pick the dragon, I saw it, Kaden said, turning his head so he could look at Victor's face. Why would you do that? Victor gently places his hands on Kaden's arms, stroking his thumbs on the boy's arms. Because I have heard the stuff Harry has gone through in this school, he said. And from what I have heard, that sounds like bad luck, Kaden, he said, and Kaden's shoulders slumped down at that. How much do you want to bet that you will get the Hungarian horntail if I did not pick it? He asked, looking into Kaden's bright blue eyes, and watched his body slumped down and lay his head against his chest, arms trapped between their bodies. You're right, I'm sorry, Kaden muttered, looking up at Victor, who only smiles down at him. Do not apologize, Kaden, Victor said, squeezing Kaden's arms. You were only worried and did not want me to get hurt. Kaden smiles, turning his head when he hears the cheer for Fleur, telling him that she has successfully got the golden egg. He looks up at Victor, who is now looking down at him fondly. Good luck, Victor, he said, standing up straight as Victor let go of his arms. Good luck, Kaden, Victor said, nodding, watching Kaden walk out of the tent when the cannon sounded. Kaden walks out of the tent, looking at the Chinese fireball, who instantly caught sight of him and spits forth a blazing rope of fire. He ran behind a rock, closing his eyes. He leans back against the rock, muttering the words "happy memories" to himself over and over again. Kaden waves his wand over his head, watching as his Patronus takes form and instantly growls loudly at the Chinese fireball. He stood up, watching the dragon turn its head away from his Patronus towards him, making eye contact with the Chinese fireball. He cocked his head, watching the dragon do the same, filling him with confusion. Kaden moved his Patronus in front of him, making the Chinese fireball move backwards, revealing the golden egg to him. He ran towards the egg and took it, removing his Patronus from the arena, and walked into the tent where Cedric and Fleur are being treated for their wounds. Cedric tries to stand up when he sees Kaden, but is stopped by Madame Pomfrey. I'm fine, Kaden said, smiling. No injuries, he said, sitting down next to Cedric. Soon, when Victor enters the tent, Kaden instantly stood up and wrapped his arms around the Bulgarian, hearing Victor grunting when they made contact. Kaden quickly pulls away and gently pushes him towards Madame Pomfrey. Kaden rolls his eyes when Cedric and Victor look at him with amusement, walking out of the tent with Fleur, leaving the two together alone with Madame Pomfrey. 29. Kaden and Cedric walk into the Hufflepuff common room together, each holding a golden egg. They were instantly greeted with loud cheer and hearty back slaps. Kaden gives his egg to Susan Bones, who places it on a table and wraps her arms around him, who returns the gesture. He smiles when Susan pats his back proudly like a mother would, pulling away from her to join Elias by the couch. He sat down next to Elias, watching Cedric get congratulated by the others. Why do I have a feeling that you were supposed to fight the Hungarian horntail? Elias said, turning his head to look at Kaden. I was, Kaden said, leaning his head back on the couch, head turned towards Elias. Victor picked it, he said, watching Elias raise his eyebrows at that. He heard about Harry's bad luck for the past 3 years we've been at Hogwarts, he explained, watching Elias' eyebrows almost raise to his hairline. It kinda sounds like he likes you, Kaden, Elias said, leaning back against the couch, looking at Cedric, who is talking with Malia about something. Whatever it is, it seems to get Cedric to wrap his arms around her, a proud smile on his face. He looks away when he notices Malia tearing up, giving her privacy. Kaden shrugs, not denying it, turning his head to look at Cedric, who is now pulled away from Malia. He looks at the golden egg in front of him on the table. I wonder what's in the egg. He voiced out his thoughts, looking at Cedric, who was walking towards them and joined him on the couch. Let's open it and find out, Cedric said, placing his golden egg on his lap and opens it, instantly regretting it when a horrible screeching wail fills the room. He snaps shut the egg before it could hurt their ears anymore. Bloody hell, Elias said, rubbing his ears, and sighed in relief when he found out he didn't lose his hearing. What the hell was that? Malia exclaimed, looking at Cedric, who is looking guiltily at everyone. That sounds familiar to me, Kaden said, turning his head to look at Cedric, who looks down at him with raised eyebrows. You do? Cedric questioned, wondering how Kaden recognized the screeching wail. Yes, from a book, Kaden said, nodding, looking for the creature he's thinking about in his mind, and snaps his fingers when he got it. Mermish. They're mermish, he said. You can listen to these clearly from under the water, he said, watching Cedric raise his eyebrows at that. What? Elias questioned, looking at Kaden and Cedric. If you put the egg under the water, Kaden explained slowly, looking at both Elias and Cedric. You can hear the screeching clearly, he said. They're singing if you put it under the water. Should we go to the prefect bathroom then? Cedric asked, standing up without waiting for Kaden's response. Wait, we? Kaden questioned, looking up at Cedric with confusion. Yes, we, Cedric said, taking his golden egg, waiting for Kaden to stand up. He nodded his head to the door. Come on, he said, watching Kaden stand up, stopping him from picking up the golden egg. Let's just use mine, he said. Kaden nodded and started walking out of the common room. Kaden turns the ring on his finger, turning invisible, and follows Cedric to the prefect bathroom. He watches Cedric say the password and enters the bathroom when Cedric makes a way for him to enter first before entering himself, closing the door behind him while he's at it. Kaden looks around the bathroom in awe, following Cedric farther into the bathroom. He looks at the big bathtub, turning his head to look at Cedric, who is looking at him affectionately. This is awesome, he said, letting out a soft laugh making Cedric smiles. I know, Cedric said, placing the golden egg down at the edge of the bathtub, and begins to take off his robes and clothes off, fully noticing Kaden watching him with widened eyes, making him inwardly smirk smugly at that. He takes off his clothes, leaving him in only his underwear, turning to look at Kaden, who is still staring at him with widened eyes. Though Cedric loves the attention Kaden is giving, he had to pull Kaden back from his staring. Cade, he said, watching Kaden blinks a few times and look up at him, catching his eyes. He softly smiles when he sees the flustered expression on Kaden, watching him turn away from him. Cedric's eyes widened when Kaden started taking off his robe and clothes too. He watches Kaden pull up his shirt, revealing the smooth and porcelain skin to him. He gulps when Kaden bends down to take off his pants before standing up straight. He catches Kaden's eyes, rolling his eyes with a smile when he sees Kaden looking up at him over his shoulder. Kaden giggles, turning around to look at Cedric, making the teenager breath hitched again as he looks up and down his body. He blushes, looking at Cedric's half-lidded eyes. He subconsciously wraps his arms around his body. Cedric clears his throat, looking away from Kaden. We should. He trailed off, pointing at the golden egg between them. Yes, we should, Kaden said, nodding nervously, looking at the egg as if it could save him from the tension. Cedric glances at Kaden at the corner of his eyes, nodding. Yup, he said, moving towards the tub to fill the water in the tub, hearing Kaden walking away from him behind him to look around the bathroom. He takes a deep breath, turning his head to look at Kaden, who is looking at the portrait of a mermaid on the stained glass. Kaden. Kaden turns when he hears Cedric's voice calling out for him, turning away from the mermaid to the teenager. Yes? Kaden said, walking towards Cedric. It's time, Cedric said, pointing to the bathtub which is now filled with water. He turns to Kaden. How long can you hold your breath? He asked, standing up. I've got no idea, but it's long, Kaden said, shrugging. Cedric nods, accepting it. He enters the tub first and holds out his hand towards Kaden, helping him enter the tub carefully so he won't slip. He turns his body towards Kaden, looking at him, noticing the way his blue eyes seem to be brighter with the water below them. Cedric lets out a breath, releasing Caden's hand to take the golden egg. He nodded to the deeper part of the tub, watching Kaden nod and started walking towards where he nodded. Cedric places the egg under the water, looking at Kaden, who nodded at him and goes under the water. Cedric follows him under the water, holding his breath. He opens the egg, eyes widening when he hears the beautiful singing voice coming from the egg. "Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. Your time's half gone, so tarry not lest what you seek stays here to rot." Kaden and Cedric pull their heads up above the water. Both eyebrows are furrowed, looking at each other with confusion. "What?" Kaden trailed off, not knowing what to say to the singing. "What does that mean?" he asked, moving back to where the water is not too deep so he could sit down without drowning. "I've got no idea," Cedric said, closing the egg and moves to sit next to Kaden, placing the egg where it was before they took it. He looks at Kaden, watching him move his hands through his hair, pulling his wet hair away from his face. "Whatever it is, it sounds scary," Kaden said, turning his head to look at Cedric, who seems to be staring at his lips, making him blush once again. Cedric's eyes trailed down to Caden's chest, watching the way his body is covered with a pretty blush. He moves forward, placing his hand on Caden's waist, pulling him closer to him. His eyes move to Caden's eyes, looking at him. "Said?" Kaden croaked out, letting himself be pulled into Cedric's body. He was about to open his mouth again to ask what was wrong, but was cut off by Cedric's mouth against his, eyes widening before he pulled himself together and closed his eyes, returning the kiss. Cedric smiles against Caden's lips, feeling his inexperienced mouth moving against his mouth. He places his hand on Caden's face, pulling Kaden onto his lap as he leaned back against the wall. Kaden lets out a small moan, letting out a whine when Cedric pulls away, hiding his face in the crook of his neck. "We can't," Cedric mutters, breath brushing against Caden's shoulder, making him shiver. "Why not?" Kaden asked, pouting. Cedric pulls his head up from Caden's shoulder, smiling at the sight of the pout on his lips, kissing it away. "If we keep doing it, I won't be able to hold back," he whispers against his lips, looking into Caden's dilated eyes. "Well, there's nothing wrong with kissing," Kaden said, smiling, making Cedric grin. "Yes, you're right," Cedric said, leaning his head forward and started kissing him again. 30. Kaden and Cedric sit with Harry, Ron, and Hermione the next day in the Great Hall. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were confused when they kept seeing Kaden and Cedric sharing shy smiles. "Hi, Kaden," the Patils twins said, smiling at the Kaden as they passed by the table. Kaden ignores them and looks at the Slytherin table where he can see Victor looking at them with a knowing smirk, rolling his eyes when Draco starts talking again. Kaden snorts at the sight, turning to Cedric when he makes a questioning noise. "Victor is gonna punch Draco one of these days," Kaden said, making Cedric snorts as well. "I'm not gonna be surprised," Cedric said, shaking his head. "Why don't you tell him to join us?" Harry said, looking away from Henley to his twin brother, who raised his eyebrows knowingly at him, making him blush at having been caught. "Let's hope Boris won't be flirting with me," Kaden said, successfully getting Victor's attention, and pointed at the seat in front of him beside Ron. "Me and Victor will protect you, don't worry," Cedric said, pecking Caden's cheek, who returns the gesture as he looks up at him. "My knights in shining armor," Kaden said, looking at Victor and his friends who sat down with them. "What are you two talking about?" Victor asked, sitting down in front of Kaden. "Talking about how we're gonna protect him against Boris," Cedric said, making Victor smile in amusement. "We will, Kaden," Victor said, placing his hand on Caden's hand that was placed on the table. "Congratulations on getting together, you two," he said, watching in amusement as both Kaden and Cedric blushed. "You two are together," Hermione whisper shout, looking at the two with wide eyes. "And you two didn't tell us?" "It was new," Kaden retorted, pouting, making Victor smile at that. "We were gonna tell you later when there's no one around," he said, looking at Hermione with puppy dog eyes. Oh, all right then, Hermione said, shaking her head with a smile. Ron, I'm surprised you're not going insane with Victor sitting next to you, Harry said, looking at Ron, who was talking with Nicola. I told him to hold himself back, Harper said, joining them and sit himself next to Hermione. I'm surprised he listens to you, Hermione said, smirking at the glare Ron sent towards her. I'm not, Cedric said, smirking. Kaden shakes his head as a tiny first-year boy comes dashing up with a floppy box. He looks at the boy with confusion, looking at Ron for an explanation. Parcel for you, Mr. Weasley, the boy said, holding out the box to Ron. Ah, thank you, Nigel, Ron said, revealing the boy's name to everyone at the table. Nigel stares in jittery awe at Kaden and Harry. Do you want an autograph? Kaden asks when he sees Ron about to wave the boy away. Please, Nigel said, looking at Kaden with wide eyes. Kaden rips the parchment from Ron's parcel, ignoring his protesting voice and signs on the parchment, giving it to Harry, who did the same, and gave it to Nigel, who looks at it with wide eyes before looking up at Kaden and Harry. Thank you, Mr. Potter, Nigel said. Kaden smiles at him, while Harry says you're welcome to the boy, who walks away from them with the parchment with their autograph. Hey look, Mum sent me something. Mum sent me a dress. Ron lifted a lace-trimmed gown from the box. Does match your eyes. Is there a bonnet? Harry teased, taking the said thing from the box and put it in front of him, smiling. Nose out, Harry, Ron said, rolling his eyes with a smile on his face. Hey, Ginny, this must be for you, he said, looking at his little sister, who looked at what he was holding with horror. I'm not wearing that. It's ghastly, Ginny said, shaking her head. Hermione, hand to her mouth, suppressing a laugh. What are you on about? Ron asked, looking at her. They're not for Ginny. They're for you. Dress robes, Hermione said, chuckling. Dress robes? For what? Ron asked. The Yule Ball, Mr. Weasley, Professor Sprout said, suddenly appearing behind him. Which, if any of you don't mind, I'd like to speak to both of you, Mr. Potter and Mr. Diggory, she said, looking at Kaden and Cedric, who nodded and stood up to follow her out of the hall. The Yule Ball, Professor? Kaden asked, looking at Professor Sprout. It's traditional during the Triwizard Tournament for the host school to put on a Christmas ball. It is also traditional for the 3 champions, or in this case 4, to be the first to dance, Professor Sprout said. Kaden looks up at Cedric, who is already looking down at him with a smile. He looks back at Professor Sprout. Is there a rule to go with a boy? He asked, cocking his head. None, Mr. Potter, Professor Sprout said, smiling. You can go with any gender that you wish, she said, looking at Cedric knowingly, who smiles happily at her. Said. Kaden dragged out his name, looking up at Cedric, who is looking down at him with amusement and fondness. Yes? Cedric asked, grinning. Will you go to the Yule Ball with me? Kaden asked, turning his body to face Cedric. I would love to, Kaden, Cedric said, taking Kaden's hand and kisses it, smiling when the boy blushed at the action. Wonderful, Professor Sprout said, smiling. I will see you soon at the dance class, she said, walking away after Kaden and Cedric nodded at her. /in, that won't happen. The dance class. I have no idea how to do it. 31. /in, I hope you don't mind that I changed Cedric's suit to match with Kaden, smiley face. Cedric's suit, Kaden's suit, and the 2 pieces of jewelry he will wear. Cedric stands next to Victor, waiting for Kaden at the bottom of the staircase, while Victor is waiting for Hermione, who accepts his response, going as a friend instead of a date. Victor told Hermione that his heart belongs to someone else, and Hermione got a knowing look on her face and nodded, accepting his reason without question. Victor appreciates that about Hermione Granger, even though he couldn't say her name correctly. Victor is standing next to Cedric because he wanted to see what Kaden will be wearing, but he won't voice it out loud and lose his friendship with Kaden and Cedric. He finds that he quite enjoys talking with both of them, loving the way they're acting with each other and watching it from a distance rather than joining them. Though, Kaden did include him from some of their jokes, making him smile at the thought. Victor has heard from Harry that Kaden is friends with everyone at Hogwarts, even the teachers. Victor thought it was impossible, until he saw Kaden talking with the headmaster and helping Professor Sprout, Professor McGonagall, Professor Trelawney, and Professor Snape. Kaden is just that nice to people, even when they try to still flirt with him while he is clearly dating Cedric. Victor had told Boris to stop his flirting, but it didn't work. So he told Karkaroff, which he instantly listened to, making him almost snort at the thought of Boris' embarrassed look on the man. "What are you thinking about?" Cedric's voice pulled him out of his thoughts, turning his head to look at the Hufflepuff. "Thinking if we will be in contact after all of this ends," Victor said. It was half-truth. He's not gonna tell anyone about his feelings for both Kaden and Cedric, except Hermione, who seems to understand him without him needing to say the words. "Kaden will make sure that happens," Cedric said, smiling. Victor chuckles, shaking his head softly. "Yes, you are right," he said, looking up at the staircase, smiling when he sees Hermione looking down at him. Though he did take notice of Hermione glancing at one of the Weasley's twins, he's got no idea which one she is looking at. Hermione starts walking down the staircase, taking Victor's hand as she extends towards the extent of his reach. "Hello, Victor," she said, smiling, looking at Cedric with raised eyebrows. "Green, Cedric?" "Severus' idea, not me." Cedric response, smiling sheepishly, a small blush on his face. "I thought it fit him greatly," Victor said, smiling when the blush got brighter, painting his face in a beautiful color. "Now I wonder what you two will think of Kaden," Harry said, approaching them with Ron beside him. "Are you two going together?" Hermione asked, looking towards her friends. "As friends," Ron said, shrugging. "Thought it's better to go together than go with someone we didn't know," Harry said, smiling. "You know what Kaden looks like?" Cedric asked, looking towards Harry with excited eyes, not noticing the fond expression on Victor's face. "Why don't you look at him yourself?" Harry said, looking up at the staircase where Hermione had just come down a while ago. Cedric and Victor look up the staircase, and the sight of what they were seeing was breathtaking. Cedric is grinning brightly at his boyfriend while Victor is enamored yet again, though no one sees it except Hermione, who is looking at him knowingly again. Kaden smiles, making eye contact with both Cedric and Victor, who smiles when they make eye contact. The skirt flows behind him as he moves down the staircase, creating a dynamic and elegant effect. He stops at the middle of Cedric and Victor, looking at Cedric. "Cedric," he said, pulling Cedric out of his staring. "Kaden," Cedric said, taking Kaden's hand and kissing it, smiling when the boy blushed. Cedric instantly takes notice of the gift he had gifted to Kaden around his neck and Severus' tiara gift on his forehead. "You look wonderful." "So do you," Kaden said, smiling. Victor smiles, looking at them with a secretive, longing look, not wanting to ruin the moment between them. The new dark arts professor pulls him out of his staring, looking up at her, who is smiling softly at Kaden and Cedric. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Diggory, Mr. Crumb, and Ms. Granger, all of you will wait here and enter with the other champions," Delphine said, turning her head to look at Harry and Ron. "Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, you both may proceed inside to the Great Hall." Ron nodded and playfully held out his arm towards Harry, who turned his head to look up at him, flustered. "Shall we?" he asked, a playful smile on his face. Harry rolls his eyes, a small blush on his face, taking hold of his arm. "Lead the way," he said, letting Ron lead him towards the Great Hall. A path of light spills from the entrance hall, revealing a darkened hall glimmering with icicles and mistletoe. The house tables have vanished, replaced by dozens of smaller ones, each glowing with lantern light around a central dance floor. As Kaden entered the Great Hall with Cedric walking by his side, applause rises from the students. Fleur leads the way, on the arm of a stun-looking Roger Davies, while Kaden and Cedric enter last, placing Hermione and Victor in the middle. Kaden scans the room for one specific blonde and finds him, giving him a proud smile, clapping with the others. Kaden smiles at that, looking up at Cedric, who smiles down at him. As they reach the dance floor, Professor Flitwick's baton freezes in mid-air, bringing the hall to a hush. Cedric made his first move and placed his hand on Kaden's waist, taking the boy's other hand on his free hand. As the first notes of the waltz swelled, Kaden and Cedric began to dance. Cedric led with practiced ease, his movements fluid and precise. Kaden followed effortlessly, the skirt of his robe swirling gracefully around him like a living entity. Their steps were in perfect harmony, a silent conversation of trust and understanding. Cedric's strong yet gentle guidance complemented Kaden's natural elegance. As they twirled and glided across the floor, the flowing skirt of Kaden's robes created a mesmerizing spectacle, a cascade of dark green that seemed to dance independently with every spin and turn. The music crescendoed, and they moved faster, their movements a blur of precision and grace. The room seemed to fade away, leaving only the two of them, bound by the rhythm and the connection they shared. With a final, sweeping turn, the music came to a gentle close. They ended the dance as they began, in perfect sync, facing each other with smiles of triumph and joy. 32. Cedric moved to sit next to Hermione, head turned away from Kaden and Victor, who was in charge of taking their drinks. "How was the dance, Hermione?" Cedric asked, leaning back on the chair to look at Hermione, who was massaging her feet from the heels. "Wonderful," Hermione said, turning her head to look at Cedric, smiling. "How was yours, Cedric?" she asked, glancing towards Kaden and Victor, who seemed to be joking around with each other. Though it seemed Kaden was the one to tell the joke, and Victor was laughing at something he said. "Wonderful," Cedric repeated her words, making her smile, turning his head to look at Kaden and Victor. "How long do you think he will notice?" he asked, turning his head to look at the now confused Hermione. "Notice what?" Hermione asked, glancing at Kaden, who was using Victor's body to hold himself up. "Though he won't need to worry about anything because Victor has his arm wrapped around him. That we reciprocate his feelings for us," Cedric said, smiling softly at the shocked expression on Hermione's face. "Really?" Hermione asked, moving her chair closer to Cedric, making him smile at her with amusement. "You're not joking, are you?" "No, we're not playing," Cedric said, nodding at Harry and Ron, who takes the chair facing the table and drags it towards them so they could sit closer to them. "What are we talking about?" Harry asked, looking at Hermione and Cedric, sitting down with Ron doing the same thing beside him. "And what's taking them so long?" he asked, looking at Kaden and Victor, who is still at the drink and snack table. "Our feelings for Victor Crumb," Cedric said when Hermione is not going to respond to them. "And Kaden is trying to find a way to tell him," he said, watching as both Harry and Ron's eyes widened at that. "Seriously?" Harry asked, looking at him. Cedric smiles, nodding. "Seriously, Cedric," Kaden said in a sing-song, skipping towards Cedric with a happy Victor behind him. He gives the drink to Cedric, taking a sip of his own as Victor gives his to Hermione. "How did it go, sweetheart?" Cedric asked, leaning back on his chair, looking up at Kaden. Kaden looks at Victor, who places his hand at the small of his back, turning back to look at Cedric. "It went well," he said, smiling. "Oh, this is wonderful," Hermione said, looking at them. "Now, have you figured out about the egg yet?" she asked, a serious expression on her face. "Yes," Kaden, Cedric, and Victor answered, smiling at each other. "Good," Hermione said, a proud expression on her face making Harry and Ron snort. Kaden turns his head up to look at Victor, him raising his eyebrows in question. His question was answered when Kaden leans his head up and kisses Victor's cheek, leaning down to do the same to Cedric. "I'm gonna take some air," he said to them, who nodded. "Be careful," Harry said, watching Kaden move around the table. "I will," Kaden said, waving his hand over his shoulder. He walks out of the Great Hall, making his way towards the courtyard where he knows he will get some fresh air. He was walking in silence for a while, stopping when he heard the voice of his godfather. "I told you before, Igor. I see no reason to discuss it." "Lumos," Severus said to someone. 10 points from Hufflepuff, Posset, and the same for Ravenclaw, Stebbins. Kaden glances around the corner and sees Severus talking with Karkaroff, making him furrow his eyebrows. He slips behind a stone gargoyle, listening to them. "It's a sign, Severus. You can't pretend this isn't happening," Karkaroff exclaimed. "I don't have to pretend, Igor. Can you say the same?" Severus asked. Karkaroff says nothing, staring lethally at Severus, then turns away, heading back towards the light of the castle. Kaden draws back into the shadows, watching him pass. Then he watches Severus look around the courtyard, narrowing his eyes before sighing and passing by an unseen Kaden. Kaden moves out of the shadow, looking at where Severus walks off. He walks towards the courtyard, taking a deep breath. He laid down on the grass, looking up at the dark sky, closing his eyes, not expecting himself to fall asleep on the grass. We pull back from the eye of a raven, soaring through a snowy night sky. In the distance, a hill appears, weeds tossing in a gentle breeze. There is a gardener's cottage and, further up, a derelict manor. The raven soars towards the manor, gliding through a dark window on the second story down a gloomy passageway into a room of shadows towards the back of a chair, circling slowly. You must begin to make preparations, Wormtail. Nagini will need milking. The journey will not be easy. A filthy cloth bundle comes into view. Something twitches within. We glide closer and closer. An eye, not quite human, blinks. Kaden wakes with a gasp, looking up at Cedric, who is towering over him. Kaden, you all right? Cedric asked, helping Kaden sit up. Just a nightmare, that's all, Kaden said, giving Cedric a small smile who frowns at his words. Let's go back to the common room and sleep there, all right? Cedric asked, helping Kaden with standing up. Where's Victor? Kaden asked, noticing that the Bulgarian is not with Cedric. He had to go back to the ship, Cedric said. He said to me to tell you good night, Nishido Tzvit. What does the last part mean? Kaden asked, looking up at Cedric. Our flower. Cedric responds with a smile. Kaden couldn't hold back a smile at that, blushing as he turned his head and looked forward. 33. The egg was singing to us. Mare song, Kaden said. Sitting in the library at nighttime with Harry, Ron, Hermione, Elias, Malia, Cedric and Victor. Come seek us where our voices sound. That's the Black Lake. Obvious, Hermione said, nodding. An hour long you'll have to look. Again, obvious. Though, admittedly, potentially problematic, Hermione said. Kaden furrows his eyebrows in concern, looking at Cedric and Victor who have the same expression. Potentially problematic? I don't know about you, Hermione, but last time I checked I couldn't hold my breath for an hour, he exclaimed, before calming himself down. Or, he said, looking at them who looks at him with questions. I could ask Professor Sprout for gillyweed. That could work, Cedric said, nodding. What does gillyweed do? Harry asked, confused. Grant you to breathe underwater, Kaden said. It will give you gills, webbed hands and feet, an adaptation to cold water. Ron jumped when a hand was placed on his shoulder, looking up at Professor Leverett, who softly smiled down at him. Hate to break up the session, but Professor McGonagall's asked to see you in her office, Delphine said, looking at Kaden and Cedric who look up at her with confusion. Victor looks more confused because he doesn't go to Hogwarts. Now, Professor? Hermione asked, looking up at Professor Leverett. Yes. Delphine puts a stop to Kaden, Ron, Elias, Malia and Cedric before they could stand up. Not you five. Just Harry, Hermione and Elias, she said, watching them frown at each other and sit back down. That was a great idea about gillyweed, Kaden. You should go ask Professor Sprout tomorrow, she said lastly before leaving without waiting for their response. Well, it's getting late, Malia said, stretching her arms over her head, groaning at the cracking sound. Yeah, we should go to bed, Cedric said, agreeing with her. They all stood up and placed back their books before leaving the library and walking down the empty corridor. Ron and the Hufflepuffs break out to go on their way, saying goodnight to him before walking away. Victor kissed Kaden and Cedric's goodbye on the cheek, whispering goodnight to them before leaving. Not before nodding to Malia, telling her goodnight as well. Kaden, towel draped over his neck, looks down at the slimy green coil of leaves undulating in his palm. He had gotten the gillyweed this morning from Professor Sprout, who was eager to give it to him, telling him good luck on the task while she was at it. Your attention, please, Professor Dumbledore exclaimed, gaining everyone's attention. Welcome to the second task. Last night, unbeknownst to our champions, Something they value exceptionally was taken from them. Kaden looks up at this, turning his head to look at Cedric, who has his eyebrows furrowed. That something now lies at the bottom of the Black Lake. Their mission this morning is to retrieve it. Champions, you may begin. Mr. Filch fires the cannon. Professor Dumbledore shakes his head. Now. Kaden stuffs the gillyweed into his mouth, chewing and swallowing as he jumps into the water. He coughs a few times before he feels his neck starting to grow gills. He looks at his hands mutating, which is turning ghostly green, webbed. Kaden kicks deeper into the water, feet flashing like flippers. He glances at his left, looking at Victor, who is using the transfiguration to turn into a shark. He quickly swims deeper into the water, easily gliding through the shimmering shafts of luminescence, passing from shadow into light, back into the shadow. Kaden drifts deeper and deeper, bubbles trailing from his gills. Dark velvet grasses twitch in the current, caressing his skin. The water grows darker, and then a curious silver light flickers and a creature, graceful and swift, flashes into his view. Kaden stares, transfixed, then swims after the slithering creature, its radiance blinding. Slowly, it takes shape into the mermaid from the painting in the prefect's bathroom. She gazes briefly back, long golden tresses drifting like smoke across her eyes, then flits away. Kaden swims towards her, closing the distance between them when she disappears on him. Kaden slows, glancing around. All around, black weeds undulate eerily. He moves, then the black weeds come apart. No, not weeds. It's Grindylows. They have their fangs bare, moving to swarm Kaden. Kaden reaches for his wand lashed to his ankle, but his webbed fingers fumble it. The wand tumbles in a roiling cloud of bubbles. A Grindylow reaches for it when Kaden snatches it away. Kaden pointed his wand at the Grindylow, and a jet of fiery red bubbles rockets from the tip of his wand and strikes the Grindylow dead in the chest, leaving a scarlet welt. Howling in a gargled rage, it corkscrews away. Wheeling, Kaden fires at the approaching mob. The nearest pair peels off in opposite directions, avoiding the blast, and the one behind takes it between the eyes. It floats away, cross-eyed and confused. Kaden wheels again and again, sending a jolt after jolt of fiery red bubbles at the attacking Grindylows. Again and again, they corkscrew away, dazed and defeated. Finally, none remain. Kaden studies the rippling currents when one more Grindylow emerges from the shadows. Then another, and more still until Kaden finds himself surrounded. Wand poised, Kaden waits. The water demons twitching menacingly. Then, as one, the Grindylows raised their tiny fists, shaking them angrily and darting up and away. Kaden watches them vanish like ink above him. Then the curious silver light flickers across his eyes. He turns and finds the mermaid drifting dreamily. As she darts off, Kaden swims after her, and the siren's song from the golden egg is heard. Kaden follows the mermaid into a clearing and stops, lashes to a craggy rock, for people drift eerily, eyes closed, bubbles trailing like pearls from their mouths. Gabrielle Delacour, Elias, Hermione, Harry. Kaden swims forward, tugging at the ropey vines that bind them. They are strong and thick. Kaden glances at the mermaid, but her unblinking eyes regard him impassively through her veil of hair. Kaden takes out a blade from his arm, swimming towards Harry's rope and cuts it with a flick of the blade. He glances around at the others, already knowing that they will be saved when the task ends. He wraps his arms around Harry and swims up, looking down and sees Cedric doing the same thing with Elias. Kaden looks up at the approaching surface, pushing Harry up first before pulling himself up, watching Harry take a gasp of air. He starts swimming towards the platform with Harry in his arms, giving Harry to Nicola, who pulls his twin brother up before pulling him up. Kaden looks at Severus, finding him clapping softly with Delphine beside him, making him smile at the sight. He turns back to Harry and wraps a towel around his shoulders. He looks at the water as both Cedric and Victor come out of the water with their respective people. Kaden helps Hermione and Elias up onto the platform as Cedric and Victor get up onto the platform, placing themselves on either side of Kaden. 34. As Kaden's boat glides into the spongy bank, he disembarks, beginning to walk off when a voice stops him. "Congratulations, Potter." Mr. Crouch said. Kaden was a bit startled by the man's appearance. Mr. Crouch? I'm sorry we haven't spoken. After all, your story is one I heard so many times. Quite remarkable, really. Tragic, of course. To lose one's family. Never whole again. Are we? Still, life goes on. And here we stand. I'm sure your parents would be very proud of you today, Potter. Any parent would. Very proud indeed. Kaden blinks, not knowing what to say, but he was fortunately saved by Delphine and Severus. Kaden, you are needed over there, Delphine said, pointing to where Cedric and Victor seemed to be waiting for Kaden while talking with each other. Kaden smiles, nodding to Delphine, and starts walking towards his boyfriends, making him smile wider at the thought. Hey you, Kaden said, making himself known to his boyfriends who turned their body to look at him, smiling. Hey, Cedric said. Hello, Victor said, glancing at Mr. Crouch over Kaden's shoulder before looking back at their flower. What does he want? He asked, crossing his arms over his chest. Kaden shrugs. I stopped listening when he began to say something about my story. He admitted, watching Cedric and Victor emotions change serious into amusement. Like, what kind of story, Mr. Crouch? My brother is the one you're looking for, he said, sighing. Cedric snorts, wrapping his arm around Kaden's shoulders, walking away from where he and Victor are standing. Victor walks on the other side of Kaden, joining in on their talk when Kaden asks him about it. Kaden smiles softly at the sound of his friends' cheerful voices and the gentle evening breezes. Then he winces and grabs his arm. Through the trees ahead, the reddening sky shimmers like blood. Dropping his gaze, he spies something dark lying in the brush. The trunk of a fallen tree, or a pile of wood, or the body of a man. Kaden stands frozen, unmoving, the wind gently tossing his hair. A distant peak of laughter, Ron's, drifts to him from somewhere far behind. Kaden recognizes the man. It's Barty Crouch. Kaden sat himself in the Hufflepuff's common room with Cedric and Victor. He absently trails his fingers over his right arm, gaining the attention of Cedric. It's hurting again, isn't it? Cedric asked, turning his head to look at Kaden, who is staring numbly into the fire. Kaden turns his eyes, looking at Cedric. You know what you have to do, Cedric said, giving him a sympathetic smile. Kaden approaches Professor Dumbledore's office, hearing voices talking from the other side. If you take the necessary measures, Cornelius, we may still be able to save the situation. Professor Dumbledore said, cancel the Triwizard Tournament. You can't be serious, Albus. It would be an international incident. And as Minister of Magic, I must say, the last thing we need is… Fudge's words were cut off by Professor Dumbledore. I admit it would take courage. But courage is what is needed now. Excuse me, gentlemen, for cutting this short, but Kaden is waiting for us, Delphine said. The door swings aside, revealing Professor Dumbledore, Fudge, and Delphine. Fudge puts on his best face. Kaden, how good to see you again. I can come back later, sir. Kaden's words were cut off by Professor Dumbledore. Not necessary, Kaden. The minister and I are done. I'll only be a moment. Oh, feel free to indulge in a licorice snap in my absence. But I warn you, they're quite fresh. Professor, Dumbledore said, leading the others out. Delphine glances back at Kaden. Then the door closes. Kaden glances idly at the old headmasters and mistresses snoozing in their frames, then nods to the Phoenix watching him blankly from across the room. Hello, Fawkes. How are you? Kaden said. Fawkes remains mute. Kaden eyes the bowl of snaps, reaches out and watches in horror as the candies swarm his hand, tiny black teeth nipping his knuckles. Son of a… Kaden cuts his words short, leaping back, bumping hard into an ebony cabinet, and flicks the last few tenacious snaps to the floor. As they scurry under the furniture, a silvery light dances upon Kaden's forehead. Turning, Kaden watches the cabinet glide slowly open. He lifts his hand, letting the light play on his fingertips as he steps to the cabinet and peers within, discovering the stone basin. Kaden stares at the cloud-like substance whirling within, beginning to reach out, then opts to pass his wand over the bowl instead. The liquid trembles. As Kaden leans down for a closer look, the ripples go still and, far beyond the surface, an enormous chamber comes into focus, where benches rise in steep tiers and dozens of witches and wizards sit facing a single empty chair. Kaden leans closer, and the tip of his nose breaks the surface. The walls of Dumbledore's office dissolve like smoke, and Kaden pitches forward into the churning whirlpool they create, landing heavily onto one of the tiered benches. Kaden glances up. There is no ceiling, only a trembling membrane of light. Kaden turns to the wizard next to him. Dumbledore. Professor? Kaden questioned. Dumbledore stares placidly ahead. Kaden passes a hand before his face. Nothing. Across the eerily quiet chamber, Rita Skeeter runs an emery board over her razor-sharp nails. Suddenly, a huge clanging fills the chamber, and an iron café rises through the floor. A familiar man stands blinking within. It's Karkaroff. Barty Crouch rises then, but this crouch radiates power. Quill in hand, he steps to a podium and, making notations in red ink on a piece of parchment, speaks with rote command, clearly having done it dozens of times previously. Igor Karkaroff, you have been brought from Azkaban at your own request to present evidence to this council. Should your testimony prove consequential, council may be prepared to order your immediate release, until such time you remain in the eyes of the ministry a convicted Death Eater. Do you accept these terms? Crouch asked. I do, sir. Karkaroff said. What do you wish to present? Crouch said. I have names, sir. Karkaroff said, squirming, twitching, eyeing the other wizards, suddenly hesitant. Council will not compel the witness to testify against his will. Antonin Dolohov. We have apprehended Dolohov. Crouch said. Rosier. Evan Rosier. Rosier died 2 weeks ago. Crouch said. And took a bit of me with him. A new voice said. Kaden turns, finding Moody sitting on the other side of Dumbledore. His nose is raw from recent injury. SSS. Severus Snape. Karkaroff said. Dumbledore rises from his seat. As the council is very much aware you have given evidence on this matter. Severus Snape was indeed a Death Eater, and prior to Lord Voldemort's downfall turned spy for us at great personal risk. Today he's no more a Death Eater than I am. Karkaroff instantly protests. It's a lie. Severus Snape remains faithful to the Dark Lord. Silence. Has the witness any other names? Crouch asked. Karkaroff lowers his head in defeat. Then, slowly his raccoon eyes rise and fix on the scribbling Crouch. Just one. Council hopes it is a name not already familiar to it. Crouch said. But I'm afraid it is. I'm afraid it's a name the council is intimately familiar with. Karkaroff said. I know for a fact this person took part in the capture and, by means of the Cruciatus Curse. What's this worm playing at? Moody questioned. The name, Mr. Karkaroff. Crouch said. Barty Crouch, Jr. Karkaroff said. Barty Crouch Jr. begins to run, but Moody zaps him with magic. He falls into the center of the court. The crowd is in uproar. Guards immediately seize Barty Jr. Hello, father. Barty Crouch Jr. said. You are no son of mine. I have no son. Crouch said. Once again, chaos ensues. Come, Kaden. I think it's time you return to my office. A second Dumbledore said. Kaden turns, looking at Professor Dumbledore sitting to his left. Come. Professor Dumbledore extends his hand. As if in a trance, Kaden complies. As their fingers touch, the walls of the chamber turn to smoke, as does the bench upon which Kaden sits. He falls backwards, tumbling onto his feet. Professor Dumbledore stands there. Curiosity's not a sin, Kaden, but we should exercise caution with it. He sees Kaden eyes the bowl. It's a pensive, a useful thing to have if, like me, you find your mind a wee bit cluttered. He sets his wand to his temple and extracts a glistening thread, deposits into the pensieve. You mean that stuffs your thoughts? That's... wow. Kaden said, looking away, thinking back to fake Moody. Sir, Mr. Crouch's son had a talent for tragedy, much like his father. You see, both felt fundamentally that they possessed the answers for the ills of this world. So they stopped asking questions. That is, I believe, a mistake we would all do well to avoid. Professor Dumbledore said. I suppose Mr. Karkaroff's testimony got him released? Kaden said. I suppose you're right. Does he trouble you, Kaden? Karkaroff. Professor Dumbledore asked. A bit. Kaden said. He's a troubling man. Professor Dumbledore said. Why do you want to cancel the Triwizard Tournament, sir? Kaden asked, looking up at Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore studies Kaden, as if debating something. You're in danger, Kaden. And for the first time, I'm not sure where it's coming from. Initially, I thought it best to let things play out. But with Mr. Crouch's death, he said, your arm is hurting, isn't it? That's why you've come to see me. And the dreams, they've returned. Kaden shakes his head. Harry doesn't know.